Good morning and welcome to the California Redistricting Committee. We are resuming on today, Friday. Yay, it's Friday, September the 4th, and we will begin our day with roll call, please.
Thank you. Commissioner Ahmad.
Here.
Commissioner Akutagawa.
Here.
Commissioner Anderson.
Here.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Here.
Commissioner Fornishari.
Here.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Here.
Commissioner Lamons. Commissioner Sadwani.
Here.
Commissioner Sinai.
Here.
Commissioner Toledo. I'm sorry, Commissioner Taylor.
Present.
Commissioner Taylor, yes. Commissioner
Present.
Toledo. Commissioner Turner.
Here.
Commissioner Vasquez.
Here.
Commissioner Yee.
Here.
2 absent, but you have a quorum, Madam Chair.
Outstanding. With our quorum, we shall move. And we'll begin our day, Ryan, with public comment. And I'll ask Raul, please, if you would read instructions before we begin.
Yes. Good morning. In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the Commissioners will be taking public comment during their meeting by phone. There will be opportunities to address the Commissioners regarding the items on the agenda and the process in general. In addition, for each agenda item that requires a vote, the public may provide a comment for that particular item. Each time that the Commissioners bring up an action item, the viewing audience will be informed that it is time to call in if they wish to make a public comment. The Commissioners will then allow at least 3 minutes for those who wish to comment to join the public comment queue. To make a public comment, please dial 877-226-8163. After dialing the number, you will speak to an operator. You will be asked to provide either the access code for the meeting, which is 518-5236, that's 518-5236, or the name of the meeting, which is the Citizens Redistricting Commission First Commission meeting. After providing this information, the operator will ask you to provide your name. So please note, you are not required to provide your actual name if you don't wish to. You may provide either your own name or a name other than your own. When it is your turn to make a public comment, the moderator will introduce you by the name you provided to the operator. Providing a name helps ATT, which is hosting this public comment process, to ensure that everyone holding for public comment has a chance to submit their comments. So please be assured that the Commission is not maintaining any list of callers by name and is only asking for some names so that the call moderator can manage multiple calls simultaneously and can let you know when it's your turn to speak. After providing a name and speaking with the operator, you will be placed in a listening room, which is a virtual waiting room where you will wait until it is time for you to speak. You will be able to listen to live audio of the meeting. Please mute your computer live stream audio because the online video and audio will be approximately 60 seconds behind the live audio you are hearing on the telephone. If you fail to mute your computer live stream audio, it will be extremely difficult for you to follow the meeting and difficult for anyone to hear your comment due to the feedback issues which will arise. Therefore, once you are waiting in the queue, be alert for when you may be called upon to speak, and please turn down the live stream volume. From the listening room, listen to the meeting and the call moderator. When you decide that you want to make a comment about the agenda item currently being discussed, you will need to press 10, that's 10, so that you can be placed in the queue to make a public comment. When joining the queue to make a public comment, you should hear an automatic recording informing you that you have been placed in the queue. You will not receive any further instruction until the moderator brings you in to make your public comment. The moderator will open your line and introduce you by name that you provided to the operator. Once again, make sure that you have muted any background noise from your computer. Please do not use a speakerphone, but rather speak directly into your phone. After the moderator introduces you, please state the name you provided to the operator and then state your comment clearly and concisely. After you finish making your comment, the Commissioners will move on to the next caller and you may hang up your call. If you would like to comment on another agenda item at a later time, please call back when the Commissioners open up public comment for that item and repeat this process. If you are disconnected for any reason, please call back and explain the issue to the operator and then repeat this process and rejoin the public comment queue by pressing 10.
And to note for the record, Commissioners Lamons and Toledo have arrived.
Thank you. The Commissioners will take comment for every action item on the agenda. As you listen to the online video stream, public comments will be solicited. That is the time to call in. The process for making a comment will be the same each time, beginning by dialing 877-226-8163 and following the steps that I've outlined for you. These steps are also located on the homepage of the website, where you can click the link and identify those steps. Thank you.
Thank you. And Council, Commissioner Lamons was already online, and I think there was someone else that joined with Commissioner Toledo, but we're here. Thank
Right.
you.
Thank you.
Ryan, we'd like to check to see if we have some public comment waiting, please.
Okay, and as a reminder, please press 1, then 0. If you wish to make a comment, press 1, 0. And we do have somebody that's queued up. Please spell your name for the record. I'm opening the line of Peter Cannon. Please go ahead.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Peter Cannon, Petercannon. I previously called in about your job search. I think your training to date has been great. However, I believe one thing has been missing. You've not heard from the old commissioners other than one on a very technical topic. Even the applicant review panel took the time to hear from 3 past commissioners. You all now know about the day in the life of a commissioner. You have had 7 of those yourself. My specific suggestion now is to invite former commissioners to present in groups by their subcommittee. Based on their old agendas, it appears they had 5 main areas: technical, public information, finance and administration, legal, and outreach. This could be helpful as you pivot from education to implementation. Some examples. As you consider potential landmines to avoid around drafting your line drawing RFP, wouldn't it be great to hear from the old technical subcommittee that drafted the last one? As you consider how to maximize your funding, knowing how the Finance Administration Subcommittee secured budget augmentations would be helpful, I believe. And if you are trying to figure out how to spend $2.1 million in new funding for outreach, what would the very jealous former outreach commissioners have done with those dollars if they had them? And I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much, Mr. Cannon. We appreciate the comments and the wise advice. Thank you. Is there a next caller?
As a reminder, if you do wish to make a comment, please press 1, then 0. And we have no further in queue at this time.
Thank you. We will definitely hold that for consideration. So we'll move today into our agenda, continued agenda item number 16. We still, and I believe, commissioners, did you all get the job description or the postings that went out for the videographer, language interpreter, etc.? Commissioner Fornashari?
Yeah, there you go.
Thank you. Commissioner Fornashari?
Yeah, Chair Turner, thank you. Before we get going on that, I just, I checked the live feed, and you'll come to find that I'm not one who's a great speller, but I think Q should be Q-U-E-U-E, not C-U-E. So if someone could fix that on the live stream, I think that would be great.
Thank you. Agenda 16 continued. Okay. So we had a report on, let's see, this was the Finance Committee, I'm sorry, so we'll be in the hands of the Finance Subcommittee at this time for the videographer solicitation.
Okay, so am I starting roll, or are you starting? Let's see, who's starting? Okay, I'll start. Okay, so for the videographer, this is the one we did receive 3 bids for that one. And we had 2 of the lower bids were within $150 of each other, which is interesting. One of them came in $1 below the $250,000 limit, which is interesting. but I'm used to that sometimes. So basically, with this type of bid that went out, they come back with costing information. So that's really all we're going by. We don't have any like experience information or anything like that. They had to have met the criteria, and I'm hoping they did meet the criteria, and how that will be vetted out. There were two. I mean, like I said, it's only $150 difference. The total came in to about $191,000. And like I said, they were within $150 of each other. The only difference I see is one of them has an office in Auburn, California, so their travel to Sacramento costs were much lower, obviously. The other vendor had offices in San Jose and San Diego, so their costs for traveling to Sacramento were obviously higher. They have further ways to go, and since there seems to be a majority of our meetings potentially could be in Sacramento, but so that's probably where the major cost difference could be moving forward. So I really, at this point, and I believe Commissioner Fornaciari, we were kind of on the same page where either one would probably be okay. I guess I was just leaning a little bit more towards the Auburn one, because in the long run that might come out to be less expensive because it's Sacramento, closer to Sacramento. Because it was a $1,000 travel cost to Sacramento versus the $1,200 per meeting cost. So, but other than that, that's what I have.
I have a comment.
Yes, please, go ahead.
I had expressed this to the subcommittee. When that scope of work came out, it was based on one kind of plan and vision. And I had mentioned to them to kind of step back and look at it because, and especially after the discussion about the line drawer, the scope and vision that developed that work, that statement of work, is different. And so my concern is on two different levels. One is the way that the vision and the scope of work captures public engagement and what will be required of the videographer to do that with you. And the other part, and I hadn't realized it as much as I have in this meeting, and that is the cost for ATT to run your public comment, and as much public comment as you do, is really, really expensive. And so could we look at a scope of work with your videographer that has them looking and or partnering with how you engage public comment, and not just by telephone, but in other different ways. So again, and especially last night, I think the visions are different. And what caught my attention again is your discussion about the line drawer. The line drawer is a little bit more, because you're hiring a technician to do technical things at your request and under your direction, is a little bit more linear than the videography, where you're asking technicians to also problem solve with you on some of these issues that you were grappling just in terms of the public engagement part. So I guess what I'm suggesting is maybe as you're stepping back for one, to step back for the other, because that component, the videography, your public comment, are going to be critical for all of your operations moving forward. And I think the visioning and the ideas that you want to develop for how you do that require just as much time for one as the other. Anyway, I just wanted to share that with you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Well,
so
go ahead.
So Raul, I read your comment last night, and I've been thinking about it too. And in going back and reviewing the RFP, yeah, I mean, I agree with what you're saying, and we might want to put this on the back burner for the time being. I have a couple questions about that though. So currently the contract's through the state auditor's office. And so I could envision it would be 1 or 2 meetings, so a few months, if you will, before we're ready to put out a new RFP or whatever this is, bid or whatever it's called. Is the current contract that's in place long enough for it to give us the time to kind of rethink how we might want to do the video conferencing for probably a few months?
So the current contract runs through December 31st. I would have to go and discuss it with them in terms of making sure that there's sufficient funding in the contract. I had already brought that up to them in August as I'm looking at possibilities. They're amenable to that. They are waiting for your discussion today, though, and that's really the long and short of it. Like I said, there is a strong support by the CSA, by the auditor's office, to ensure that what you as a commission need as you start up for your meetings and the requirements for transparency and public engagement are there for you.
So even if so when you say you want to check to see if there's enough budget, you mean enough budget left on the contract or enough budget in the auditor's pot? Because they can always send us a bill, right? You said yesterday they sent bills.
No, it's really in terms of the contract. So,
Okay.
One of the reasons you do the costing, right, on the front end, is so you can budget out for the work. So
Right.
if the work's going to be extended, it's just due diligence to make sure that there's sufficient funding to accomplish that work. And so it would behoove me then, as part of the discussion, to bring that to the table with them, and that's something we would look at. And so if that needs to happen, then the auditor would have to go through the process then to do that, which is fairly straightforward. But again, it's just part of due diligence.
I'm gonna, I do remember you talking about that, Raul, about whether or not this contract encompassed everything. I guess what I was looking at, I was looking at it as a pure videography contract. And can't we do the AT&T piece of it as a separate contract? I think I was trying to keep them separate versus having a videographer not only focus on videography, but then also bring in that AT&T component. And maybe that might be too much for someone. I mean, maybe that's not their expertise, would be the AT&T component of it. So I guess we didn't really have a chance to discuss it as a subcommittee, so I guess we're discussing it now. And I think for me, I was just trying to keep them separate and pure, right, so that we could potentially get the true expertise in each area and try to be more efficient about it.
So here's what got me thinking about it. If you do something by Zoom, can we figure out how to do the public comment by Zoom? Are there other options that we haven't looked at? And because we have to pipe it through the meeting, at some point there has to be some kind of a partnership between the other entity, if another entity is doing it, and the videography. When you start looking at the statement of work, we haven't asked for that partnership. That's important because as the prospective contractor is pricing out their work, pricing out their staffing and work plan, if the scope of work isn't covering those things, then they're not also allocating resources that are needed to do that. And that would be an inadequacy in the statement of work. Another thing that caught my mind was, so for example, Commissioner Sine and I, we worked for quite a bit to try and find her a place to where she could be present for the meeting. I wasn't able to find any government building because they're all closed. Okay, so what happens in November and December when the commission wants to go out and engage the public? What are our opportunities there? And what if at some point the commission has to set up its own little stations, as it were? Videography would be a part of that and we haven't included that in the scope of work. And so, those, okay, so anyway, so you get the point in terms of my concerns with that scope of work. The way I was looking at it when I originally developed it was based on what I'm seeing now is much more of a linear how we're doing it now, or how the ARP was doing things. And this is a different ballgame. And again, your discussion yesterday about the line drawer was so key to me in terms of making me want to sit back and go, have we really visioned what you're going to need out of what's really a very, very key player for your meetings and for your public engagement? And so anyway, so that's why I felt, I have to bring that up as part of the discussion for your consideration.
So you don't feel, excuse me, and I'm just getting into the little nuts and bolts of this, but on, let's see, page 5 starts the video conferencing and teleconferencing requirements. You don't feel that encompasses enough of what we need for the remote side of it? Because it does talk specifically about remote and, from telephonic connections from remote attendees and different information. So you don't feel that it encompasses enough detail or requirements or coordination?
So what that is predicated on is the individual who's calling in finding their own place, and that place having its own capabilities for internet and telecommunications. That's what that is predicated on. And so what happens, like I said, if we want to set something up because everything's closed, that scope of work won't accomplish that. And so at that point then, we would be faced with either developing some other contract or making do with the current because the scope of work doesn't fit it.
So is it something, Raul, I'm just trying to, grasp this, and I apologize for going back and forth on this. Is it something that we could do an addendum to this process and maybe just communicate with the 3 that submitted, or do we have to go back out? Would your recommendation be to just completely do away with what we have, start over again and go through the process? I'm just trying to understand what your recommendation would be and what would be the most efficient for us.
So the actual vehicle is going to depend on the vision that's designing the scope of work. It could be that a small business contract may not be large enough to carry it through, and we may have to go through a master services agreement or another means. I think it really depends on what the vision is for that and what needs to be included. So that's as far as I got on the drive up today. It's like, okay, hit wall. Let's hear what the commission has to say on the subject.
I'm wondering if, Commissioner Anderson?
First of all, I really appreciate, Mr. Bono, that you bring this forward because it is a crucial part, and when we define a scope of work, and then we realize that, we might not have included things, particularly in this time of COVID when things are so up in the air, it's tricky to consider everything. There's another item that I'm thinking we might need videographer help for, which we have not even addressed yet, is the language interpreter. As I know, one option that I was, we'll talk about this a little bit later, but it isn't just bring your own person, but there's actually a whole videography aspect of it that would have to be incorporated with the videographer, and that hasn't even been brought up yet. So in terms of I don't know the contract well enough, and if it is, there might be things that will come up that we will not anticipate yet, but I don't know if we need to flesh all that out yet. Can we do it, as Commissioner Fernandez says, in like a type of addendum for future work coming up? I don't know if I didn't read the details of the contract that well. Is it priced such that we could then put a number on the additions? And because I think this is not just, rather than try to define our scope right now, which I don't think we fully know and understand, but I don't think we need, but I don't want to be held, the videographer held to it as the scope is changing. You see where I'm trying to come from? I don't know the depth of the flexibility in the contract.
That's a key
Right,
thing.
and I want to piggyback on that a little bit of what Commissioner Anderson said is I've been involved with state contracts before and actually like at the CalPERS level, so they have more flexibility. And it's absolutely true where what you go out and you scope changes as you go through the process, correct? And so as you go along, you actually do make changes and amendments to the contract. And you go back to the vendor and you're amending the contract in terms of what the additional scope and then the additional cost. So I mean that's I guess I'm just a little concerned where I appreciate, Raul, you bringing up that it's not including something, but I'm sure it's not including some other things too that we're not going to know about until like next month or the month after. And I feel at some point we have to just, and I'm not saying it's right now, I'm just saying, but at some point we have to just, bite the bullet, have the contract, and then normally there is a process to make amendments to it. Once, as you move along and you realize that you've got, that's like a change order or whatever you want to call it. But anyway, so that's, thank you, Commissioner Anderson, for bringing that up because, I have had experience in that where you do have the contractor and you are able to change and add on to the scope as needed.
Thank you. I see you, Commissioner Sinai and Lamont, right before NE, right before. The point that I wanted to say is that I'm hopeful that we will have opportunity to go back to the 3 small businesses that have applied and at least ask the question of their capabilities. I don't know a lot of videographers, but the one that I am familiar in working with, a lot of them, by being small business, are actually used to going to remote sites and performing some of their services. So this may not be so far outside of their scope. Granted, this has a little bit more, degree of difficulty in what we're asking them to do. But if we could start by adding in, having additional conversation and letting them tell us if this is something that they think they'd be able to accomplish or not, it might inform us whether or not we need to automatically move to a master service agreement. So I have now Commissioners Sinai, Lamont, Yee, and Akutagawa.
Commissioner Lamont had his hand up first. Go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai, and thank you, Madam Chair. First, I want to thank Raul as well. I really appreciate the thoughtfulness that you brought to this, and the thoughtfulness you brought to this process in general. I think that you have been an invaluable resource to us, and I really wanted to appreciate you for that. And also the way you even manage the communication. I think you do it very brilliantly in terms of sharing your point of view, but being very respectful of, where that intersects with our role, et cetera. I really appreciate it. I think that what I'm hearing and supporting what Raul is saying is I think there's a re-envisioning opportunity. And I think the comparison was to how we were looking at the line drawers. So we know that there is a set of tasks that these particular expertise bring, but because we're the 14 of us, I think, are looking at things in different ways. So the most, I think, appropriate word that comes to my mind is reimagining. And is there an opportunity to reimagine this particular piece and how it's going to work, not just for the meeting facilitation, but some of the other things that we're gonna need and want. So I guess for me, it would be a question of, it sounds like we potentially have contracts in place that may be robust enough financially to take us through December, which gives us a little time, if that's indeed the case, to actually do this re-envisioning. And I think we could do it parallel to the re-envisioning that we're going to be doing with the line drawing. So provided we don't create a gap in service, because we know we cannot have that, and we're able to do this re-envisioning opportunity, I would really support, and not us figuring it out today, But us, of course, re-looking at how we would approach this. So that's my thought.
Commissioner Sinai, thank you.
Thank you, both Commissioner Lamont and Madam Chair. And Raul, I really appreciate that you are slowing us down, because sometimes I feel like you're speeding us up, and this was a good, hey, slow down and think about it. So as Commissioner Lamont said, your input is really valuable. I would not have thought of what I'm thinking right now if you hadn't done that. And in all my little Post-its, I am trying to organize all my little Post-its. I did write down different tool, kind of workshop presentation, whatever, to understand what the world looks like, what are our opportunities for using different technology and tools for engagement. As much as we would like to say by December we'll be out in the community, really the news is saying, you know, it's going to be in mid 2021. And so we really need to stop looking at 2010 and how it's been done and look, you know, and think differently. And so I do feel that one of our agenda items will have to be inviting different people who are looking at line mapping and what tools are there for line mapping, for government meetings, as you were saying, not just public comments, but even how we engage and share. Is Zoom the best way? Public engagement, you had brought it up, but in general, not just public comments, but how we're going to engage the community, you know, our dockets. There's so many different pieces that we need. And some things I think we just want to explore with staff, and some things staff is just, we just need to say, hey, we need better this. But it is a whole new world we're in, and if we've been in it for about 7-8 months, however long we've been in it, and people are really innovative, and so I would love to hear what is out there, who's been trying things differently and what's worked. We're not the only ones in this being stuck. So I would support exactly what Commissioner Lamont said, is let's reimagine, let's get the information we need to be able to reimagine, and then let's get the support we need to make that vision a reality.
Thank you, Commissioner Yee, and then Akutagawa.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. On Commissioner Sinai's point she just made, I'm imagining there's like scores of state commissions having this exact same conversation because, you know, they all have similar requirements, you know, for public comment and videography and so forth. I guess I'm wondering, it's probably a rabbit trail. I'm wondering if there's, you know, any office in the state government that's kind of looking at this at a more global level. How can we provide services for all these different bodies, commissions, whatever, boards that do need these services? So then also I'm wondering, you know, since, you know, every meeting we're going to need videography and public comment facilities functionality, is there any point in maybe thinking about making this a staff position and staff functionality? You know, I know we don't meet every day, but if we're paying tons and tons for outside contractors to do this, there could be some advantage to that maybe, but of course we'd have to get our own equipment and so on. I don't know. Is that realistic or even worth considering?
Thank you, Commissioner Akutagawa.
Thank you to everyone who's already commented. And Raul, I also want to add my thanks and appreciation to you. I'm glad that you brought up what you did. I think these are the kind of things that help us to be a better commission in terms of hearing the public comment too. I think it helps us to think about things that maybe because of our own perspectives and our own blind spots we may not have considered or even thought to even realize that we should be considering. So I think that this has been incredibly helpful. I would, two things that I want to just build on. One is I think about our time yesterday around the public comments and the concerns about making sure that people are going to be able to take part, and the checks that have had to be enacted to make sure that the lines are open and other things like that. And as I think about that, it makes me think even more so that what Raul is bringing up is an important part of our responsibility to the people of California to ensure that there's as best, as efficient, as effective, and I'm going to say innovative ways in which we could use the tools that are out there to ensure that we can engage everybody in the best possible way. One of the things that kept going through my mind is, can we allow them to call in on the Zoom too, so that then we can see who's in queue. We can even see who's just curious and listening in, or at least we can even see their faces, to be honest. So in a true kind of public meeting, we would be able to see them as well as they see us. And so those are the kind of thoughts that I'm thinking about that would be good in terms of, as Commissioner Lamont has said, reimagining what this could be. I feel like we're in a much different place, and most likely when you first drafted this, even though you knew that there was a COVID timeframe, I don't think anybody thought that we were still going to be in this moment where we are today, still unable to meet in person and to travel. So I do want to just bring that up, I'll just stop there.
Commissioner, okay, Fernandez, Anderson, Toledo.
I just want to comment to Commissioner Akutagawa. Is in my school board meetings, we also had Zoom, obviously, but we also had the capability of, I think it was we separated people out in terms of an attendee versus actual like board member or commissioner. And then if they wanted to do public comment, we had somebody that could actually bring them into so that we could see them. So there is that capability. And I would be hopeful that we could do that. And then maybe we're not dealing with the people calling in and having telephone issues, but I mean, that's a really, I'm surprised we didn't have it, but that just triggered my memory that it is possible to do that. So that's a good thing to look for the future.
Commissioner Anderson?
Thank you. This is, I'm going to piggyback you on a bunch of the great ideas that we're all saying. I love Commissioner Lamont's idea of reimagining the scope. And then Commissioner Chair Turner, the way you said, you know, what can we go back to our three videographers who brought in their ideas? I think that dovetails exactly into the couple of call-ins yesterday on the line drawing. Why don't we come up with basically giving one for Commissioner Sinai to add to our blue notes. Let's get experts to come in and present this information to us. Because yes, these things can happen. I know a bunch about videoing, and there are security issues with how you do this. But we don't need to go through this right now. We have experts who are bidding on it and tell us what the best ways to do these things. And including on sort of similar to like the line drawing, we want to have some experts come and present to us. So we actually have almost like, we were talking about a little workshop, but more of a day of our next meeting, actually have people come, or they can present. The only thing what I need from Raul is, how do we set something like this up such that we can get input without having anyone who would want to bid on it to be these experts, how they would not get disqualified by doing that. So there's the logistics of that, but basically I think we need to kind of back off for a minute and get our experts out there to tell us their opinions, essentially. So then we can evaluate, well, look, I'm sure the videographers are saying, oh, golly, guys, you can do like this and this and this and this, and we're stumbling around here because it's not our field.
Right.
Thank you. I see you, Raul. Can we go Toledo, Subwani, Raul, and then Turner?
Yeah, just very quickly, and can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, perfect, thank you. So I also welcome the idea of re-envisioning or visioning a little bit more about this and updating the scope. And one element that I think is really critical for us to look at is also the security threats around all of our communications. And I know that this has been an issue that we are as a commission looking into this, but just one thing that our county government was recently had I think it's referred to as a Zoom bombing or a Zoom attack or a cyber attack.
Yes.
And it was pretty awful, and it was targeted. It was a controversial issue that was being brought up, and because of that, it was actually an international attack. And so it stopped the whole process and brought it to a standstill. So I would hate for something like that to happen. So for us to really think through the security elements of it, given that the topics that we may be encountering might be of controversy or passion for some groups.
Thank you, Commissioner Satwani.
And thank you both for the answer. I so appreciate this comment of slowing down, reimagining. I agree with everything folks are saying. And to that end, I'm wondering, we've been on item 16 for a while now, and we've only covered 2 of the points. Both, it seems like we're coming to this resolution of we need to think about what our plan and process will be. So I'm wondering if at some point, and maybe that will be different for language interpretation, my sense is we're going to have a long conversation about that too. In an American Sign Language, because I think we recognize the need for it. We need all of that, but the immediacy of those. I almost wonder if we want
Closer to the mic.
Sure, if we want to move ourselves.
You're breaking up.
Oh, sorry, I thought I had fixed that problem. Is that
Right.
Is that better?
For the moment, but it goes in and out.
Okay, I'll switch to a headphone on this one, but wondering if we want to switch to item 23, so we can actually start having a broader conversation about vision, future, and then maybe come back to finalizing or having some conclusion about if this is something we want to punt to our next meeting or something of that nature. But just to, I think we keep coming back to this piece of we need to think big picture before we can get to the details of contracts. So just in terms of process, do we want to move forward and then kind of recognize that we need to come back to all these details, whether that's later today or at our next meeting?
I just wanted to say both Commissioner Sadwani and Commissioner Anderson, it's really hard to hear you today. So I don't know if both of you could please use mics or something because you're both coming in and out.
Thank you. Raul?
So rather than go into further discussion, I was going to tell you a little story about the line drawer thing. But instead, let me move things forward. If you're at a point where you've decided that really you need to revision the original intent for that scope of work to find a more appropriate scope of work, then really the next step is to take a vote let me go back. Someone would need to make a motion to reject that solicitation and to begin process for a new one. You don't have to delineate the process, but you do have to end that solicitation in a formal manner. The other thing that I would suggest is instead of moving too much forward, your MSA contracts with the American Sign Language and the transcriptionist, those may be easier wins in terms of being able to decide to vote those in or not. Also, I'd like to put on the table, yesterday there was a recommendation by a subcommittee, the subcommittee for the chief of counsel, to go out and do a search, an executive search. So there are public entities that can do that, and you can then so then you could have a motion for me to go and obtain the information for a prospective interagency agreement, which would be much faster. If you go with a private company, you're going to go RFP. And so my suggestion is allow me to do the interagency search first, And if you don't like that, then you're looking at the RFP. I know that's about 3 things on the list, but.
Right, why don't we go one at a time? But I do agree, Raul, because I think the transcription one, like you said, and the American Sign Language, that we could go through that quickly because that's a multiple services agreement or something like that.
Yes.
So why don't we go with the videographer?
Commissioner Fernandez, before you do that, Commissioner Vasquez, did you raise your hand? Okay, please.
Oh, okay. So, so then I would do a motion that we not make a decision on the videographer and go back and re-envision and relook at the scope of that RFP. So that's my motion for that piece of it. Is that what you're looking for, Raul?
If I may, it has to be a little bit more direct than that. That the motion would be that you reject the current solicitation.
Okay.
And then the second part of.
Okay. So what I said plus reject it. Does that cover it?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I don't know. I spoke.
Yep.
Marion should respond to that.
Is there a second?
Does that cover it, Marion?
Yes. Is there a second?
Okay. I think.
Commissioner Fornashari?
I'll second.
You need public comment before you take a vote?
And before we do public comment, are there others in this grouping that we will be also making a motion on?
Very good.
Oh, that's right. So we should probably get all of them. Sorry, my bad. Okay, so that's one of them. That's one of the motions. What's the other motion? The other motion, I don't know if we are in agreement of going forward with the chief counsel to do a public search contract and to direct Raul to look into that to see if there are interagency agreements. I think that was the second piece, right, Raul?
Is that under 16? That's not under 16, I don't believe.
It is not.
So what we're looking for is resolution or a path forward for the language interpreter transcription contract in American Sign Language.
Okay, so for the transcription contract, I'll let, and also for the American Sign Language, I'll let Raul talk about that because those are state agreements.
Yes.
Right, okay.
Right. So those are both master services agreements, as I described yesterday. And by the way, I wasn't trying to give you full education on all the different types of contracts. There's probably about 20, 30 or more, or types of bidding. Anyway, so the master services agreement is done by the state on behalf of providing the opportunity for other entities within the state to obtain those services. So as such, they've already been pre-bid. The contractors have already been evaluated. The costs have already been negotiated, and the contract is in place. And so part of the process then is identifying which of the vendors, per se, is the one that provides the services in your specific area, which is for the transcription and the American Sign Language. That's the case. We'd have to pick the vendor here in Sacramento. The contracts that I've developed with them take into consideration live person as well as by video, since we don't know when we'll be able to do live person again, but they include both, and they're amenable to that. There's a preliminary costing to set the basis of the budgeting for each of the contracts. And the rest of it is boilerplate. You have to, you basically piggyback on the master services agreement. Any questions? And you have copies of those. And they've also been posted, by the way.
Commissioner Yee.
So there's no MSA for any of the other services, videography?
The videography, you could attain that through the California Master, the CMAS, Master Agreement. I haven't looked into that, but I know there's videography on that.
So, Commissioner Sinai.
My apologies. I'm wondering if we're going too much in the weeds to a certain extent on administrative right now, just because we don't have the executive director. This one I'm fine with, but if we can kind of remember that we will have an executive director, hopefully in maybe say a month. And you know, and we're gonna have to figure out how we're gonna work with that executive director and other staff, because I kept reading that the last commission went too much into administrative, and I'm not sure what they meant by that, so I would love to meet with 2010 to understand what they meant by that. So just so that we can differentiate what is administrative, what is the different pieces, but if there are things that we feel that we might want to wait until we have an executive director because they're the one that's going to manage it, and we do have that time, then it might be good for us to spend our time, our limited time we have today, on looking at more the vision, the things we need to understand for our work, that will slow down our timeline if we get too caught up in administrative.
Well, right now, I can't extend the services for your meeting without the commission authorizing that to occur. Because I agree with you. A lot of things should wait for the executive director. But being able to have your meeting, and so that's really why you're seeing these specific ones. The American Sign Language, the transcription, the videography, and then you'll have the discussion about the foreign language interpreter, because those are the core bases for your meeting. And without them, your meetings stop, and because I don't think we do them in the dark.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second for the videographer, and Raul, what you're speaking about now is the master service agreement for the transcription contract and for the American Sign Language.
Yes, Chair.
For those 2 points, is there a motion and second for those, or a further discussion?
I'm just gonna respond to Commissioner Sinai. In our subcommittee, we were actually talking about, gosh, I can't wait for the executive director to come on board so that we don't have to do this, because we know that right now we're having to do it because there is no one else. But yes, definitely looking forward to staff coming on board, and then it would be them reporting to us and us not having to review this to the detail and get our fingers into it, which we shouldn't have to. And in terms of for transcription and sign language, I guess I make a motion to move forward with those. I guess it would be separate, or can I combine them?
You can combine them.
Okay, so that we go forward with the MSA agreements with both of those.
Commissioner Toledo, were you waiting?
No, sorry about that.
Oh, okay.
I'll second the motion.
I'm sorry, who's that?
Commissioner Lee?
I have a point of order, please. Marion, do they have to specify the specific contractor in each one, or can the motion be general like that because they've seen the MSA?
Yes, it can be, you're approving the ones that are currently in place.
Very good.
Okay, so we have a motion and second for the videographer solicitation, and together a motion and a second for American Sign Language and transcription contract. And so under 16, what's left is the language interpretation solicitation, and there's a discussion of options that we can have there.
And I have one comment about the line drawing, Madam Chair.
Oh, yes, thank you, Marion. Please go on at this time.
On the line drawing, first of all, I wanted to call your attention to section 8253B of the Government Code, which says that the legislature shall develop, provide the public with access to a computer software for drawing maps. And I was informed yesterday by the Assembly representative that that is in process. There's a beta version of it. It should be ready soon for the Commission to explore, and he would like to have that on the agenda for the next meeting, but that will help with public input on line drawing. And secondly, I want to correct a misstatement I made yesterday. I misunderstood Karen McDonald. She did not apply for the first line drawing, but she has not decided yet whether she wanted to apply when you redo it. So I just wanted to correct that mistake on my part.
Thank you. On the language interpreter solicitation, are there any questions, comments? Because subcommittee, I don't think, did you have that one? I don't think so. Okay.
No, we didn't have that. I think Raul was going to talk about it because he mentioned about potentially small business MSA or bid, so I wasn't sure. There hadn't been any work done on it yet.
I think we need some parameters from the commissioners about how extensive services you wish to have.
Thank you. Commissioner Sinai and Commissioner Anderson next.
On this whole contracts thing, when we're looking at small businesses, does that include nonprofits? And how do we have the capacity to do grants or or contracts with nonprofits, both on this language capacity piece, as well as in the future when we're talking about outreach that's long come away, but just for me to have an understanding of how has the government set up parameters to contract with the nonprofit community.
So as far as the small business option, that's actually a certification. You apply. It's very straightforward, very quote unquote easy to get in terms of the requirements. There's not, and by easy I mean there's not a lot of bureaucracy. It's been very streamlined. So if you're when you do a small business solicitation, there's a whole database of businesses that have the small business certification and disabled veteran business enterprise certification, and you go straight to that database. In regards to contracting with a nonprofit entity, I would have to look into that.
A nonprofit could qualify as a small business, but we don't know if they have yet.
I don't know enough I would want to learn more to be able to provide you reliable information. I'm not at that place right now. I mean, that could be, I just don't know.
Can I do a follow-up? My
Yes.
concern, as I said yesterday, is that there is a tradition, I don't know if tradition's the right way, but there is an expectation a lot of time when government, academics, others go into communities to expect the communities to do the work for free. And I don't want us continuing that practice. And so I really want us to think, how are we going to make sure that community groups or individuals in the community get funded appropriately? And I also would say, I wish that the speakers who spoke to us did get paid, because to me, that's a cleaner line, that we hired you to do this versus they did it and we, what conflicts of interest statements, things like that, did we ask of them? So I just want us not right now, and maybe to put it in the agenda, is to really think through how we create the walls, because we really have created a really big wall between us and the community advocacy groups, that we make them call in and do public statements, and we haven't made the academics who are known. I mean, if you look at our speakers, they weren't very diverse ethnically, they weren't very diverse professionally, they weren't almost very diverse gender-wise. So I really want us to think about equity, access to equity, our own access to diverse information and diverse speakers. And so when I'm saying, hey, we need to think through how we're going to pay the community for the work they're doing, I'm also saying, hey, we need to pay academics for the work they're doing. We need to pay thought, whatever. I just want us to really think through how we do this ethically, equitable, and sustainable for the community.
Thank you. Commissioner Kutagawa and then Commissioner Kennedy, please.
Thank you. And I just want to support what Commissioner Sinai said also as well too. I think this wasn't my original comment, but I do want to just build upon what she said. I think that there's going to be some value that we would get from other sources other than just academics. And I say that because, for example, our public commenter, Sofia Garcia from the Dolores Huerta Foundation yesterday, she brought up some really important points that, again, I think this is what I referred to earlier, that they help us to think through things that perhaps we may not have even realized to ask. So I do want to just say that having some other opportunities to utilize someone other than just a company or an academic would be helpful in terms of being able to assess, where are we going to get the best kind of services that will help us to look at all the different angles. I do want to say, Raul, in terms of the small business certification, I am aware, so I run a nonprofit. We have tried to get small business certification, but because we're a nonprofit, we do not fit cleanly for that kind of certification. So nonprofits, at least in my experience, I don't know if you're going to find those that have that kind of certification. We fit in this other weird category because we're nonprofits. So I think it's going to be a question of whether or not, as a nonprofit organization, would one of the many various organizations that provide language interpretation services, would they be qualified as a potential bidder for a contract to provide interpretation services? And I do agree that many times those that have very specialized language capabilities are oftentimes asked to do it for free. And given how stretched nonprofits are right now, the smart ones, I will say, are saying no if they can't do it unless they're going to get paid, because they just don't have the bandwidth or the capabilities of doing everything that they're committed to doing, but and then trying to do other things that they're not getting paid to do, but still may be in alignment with their work and their mission, but are just not getting paid. I know that there's a lot of hard choices being made right now. So I think as much as we can be mindful of being able to pay people for their services, I think most people would probably very much appreciate it in this current time right now.
Thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa, totally in agreement. Commissioner Kennedy, Anderson, and Satwani. And yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For Raul and for Marion, do we have the possibility, in the case of invited speakers, do we have the possibility of offering an honorarium? Even if it's something like,
I don't think so.
one day of our per diem. If our per diem is $375 and we invite someone in to speak, pay them $375 in the form of an honorarium, without having to go out for bids and so forth.
I don't believe so.
If I may also, I don't disagree with, on one level, with a lot of the ideas that are being put out. At a certain point, though, you've got to remember, you're a state commission, okay? And because you're a state commission, there are certain restrictions, if you want to look at them that way. The other way to look at them is there are certain responsibilities because you're a state commission and you're paid with state dollars. That carries certain responsibilities and certain requirements. So while some of these ideas are really good in the abstract, trying to figure out how you intersect them with you as a state commission could be challenging. So that's why with the question about can you contract or how do you contract with nonprofits, I don't know. I would have to look into that. Nonprofits is a notion this big. There's a lot of different types of entities. That's not an easy one. You know, but I have no problem going and investigating that for you.
And on the honorarium question, the honorarium is payment to you for your work. You can't transform that somehow into a payment to someone else. I mean, you personally could make a gift of it, I suppose, but it cannot be a commission decision.
Right. I mean, I was just using that as a yardstick. I mean, I've lectured at the Foreign Service Institute and other places and received honoraria of 250 a day or 500 a day, depending on, you know, and some of these are government entities like the Foreign Service Institute, others are not. But, you know, generally, an honorarium is not intended to fully compensate for someone's time, but it is intended to, you know, express understanding that a person's time is valuable. And so when I mentioned our per diem rate, that was just as a yardstick.
Right.
That would fall in that range of honoraria that I've received when I've gone out and spoken at various places. Thank you.
Mhm. Thank you, Commissioner Anderson, Sadwani, Yee, and Lamont.
Thank you, Chair. Can everyone hear me, or am I breaking up?
You better.
You're good for right now.
Okay. I'm getting I need to get the microphone. Basically, we don't have to reinvent the wheel on this, it turns out. The court system has been looking at interpreters and video interpreters for several years now. And it's a really crucial, important issue. We need interpreters who can, basically who we supply. And I totally agree with the idea. We don't want to have our nonprofits paying for this service. It should be on us as our American Sign Language interpreter and our transcribers. These are costs for us. And the court system actually does have something like this in place. I don't understand the full details of it, but there is a person who was involved in early pilot programs for that, and who could possibly come and speak to us about the latest ways that these are being done. And it's not just the court system, but it's other state organizations also. And my understanding, having a brief discussion with her, is that there's also the same group. They actually have the areas of the state. If you say, I'm going to go to, Butte County,
Mm-hmm.
they'll say, up in Butte County, these are the common other languages that are spoken. And they have up to 6 different ones in all different areas. And they're not just, oh yeah, there's Spanish. Or it's, there's Hmong, there's different dialects of Vietnamese. And then they actually get those experts, and they can say, if you're going here, these are the language experts you need. And then I believe there's a group that then can supply those people to us.
Yes.
Then it's up to us to make sure that's correct.
Yes.
But so it's like we could then check with
Certified
our
court
nonprofits or our advocates in the areas to say, are these the languages that you need? If they say, yes, they are indeed, then we can actually hire them through a company who we hire. So I'd like to, as part of like this next, bring in a few experts to talk to us about it before we move ahead. I'd like to actually see if we could bring this person in and actually explain to us about this, about what their knowledge is. And I'd like to see if Raul could pursue this a little further to see, because my understanding is a bit shaky, and if he could pursue this to see if that's indeed the right direction.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. And Raul, if you want to respond to Commissioner Anderson, please.
I just wanted to comment quickly that Commissioner Anderson's talking about the Certified Court Reporters Program. The discussion you had with Olivia over at CSA?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. But
So-
that has gone, there are other programs out there that are doing things like this.
Right.
Before just that court reporting.
Right, so they have a database that, so it's two things. One is so in terms of the database regarding what the languages that are spoken in different areas so that they have the right court interpreters to service the courts in those areas, that is part of that. I did identify a small business that they specialize in providing interpretation services by certified court interpreters, and I'm looking into that. Anyway, so yeah, it's a higher level of interpretation sometimes than, you have to be careful when you're working with interpreters because sometimes they'll work with an informal version of the language. So, example with Spanish, I can speak Spanish, and so I understand when it's a little bit less formal. And anyway, and so you have to be careful with the level of interpreter skill with the vendor is what I'm going towards.
Thank you. Commissioner Sapwani, Yee, and Lamont. Can't hear you. No, ma'am.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, well, clearly the speaker thing doesn't work. So first, I just wanted to say I really appreciate this conversation. I still appreciate Commissioner Sinai's comment about ensuring that we are hearing diverse voices. That is a part of our plan. I really appreciate that. You know, to that end, you know, as I mentioned before, I feel like this language interpreter piece warrants a larger conversation about our process of vision and mission, how we move forward, et cetera, with this entire process. If we are, as a state commission, we need to hire a small business language interpretation service, I'm fine with that. And I think that we can also think broadly about how we engage community-based organizations, just as we have talked about, in addition to hiring one chief counsel, we might have additional legal consultants. I think we can think broadly and outside of the box about having community outreach consultants as well that we might contract with. Because I do agree that we cannot expect that community organizations or members are going to be acting for free on our behalf, or in order to support us in some way. So I think there might be ways for us to think about that broader engagement and ensuring compensation for that. And I agree that the people that we have coming in should be compensated as well at some level or in some way. But again, I would just reiterate, I think that this is really for a different conversation, and we can kind of wrap up the pieces around transcription and ASL and move into that broader conversation.
Thank you, Commissioner Sidwani. I think it's the equipment that we're using. We really are going to have to get to the point of how we can change these computers out, these phones. They're so unreliable and unpredictable as to when they will or won't work.
They've got those
Or if we can get, just a good, microphones would really help.
Good headsets, yeah.
Can I make a recommendation? Commissioner Sadwani, you're still going in and out, and I know you put in your mic and your headsets, so you may need to call in and participate. Watch us on the video, but call in when you need to speak. But we can keep trying.
Yeah, am I
Dial 877.
Sometimes
in and out as well.
Right. Commissioners Yee and Lamont, please.
Thank you. So I'm certainly all for compensating generously, especially to help smaller nonprofits and so forth, and to increase diversity. Just a quick footnote, sometimes when presenters come and so forth, it can be the case it's within their job description or their day job. I mean, I've been on the other side myself. And so, for instance, for Karen McDonald, she is the director of the statewide database, and I don't know, but it may be the case that part of her job description is outreach, which would include groups like us. So, I mean, I'd love to pay her to talk about anything, any day, top dollar. But just to point out that sometimes, pro bono is not just doing a favor. Sometimes it is within the scope of a person's job to provide information and outreach like that.
Thank you for pointing that out. Commissioner Lamont?
Yes, thanks for pointing it out, Commissioner Gee. I was going to say something similar. In addition, I think we convoluted a lot of different points. I wanted to suggest that we give Raul a very specific instruction to try to identify pathways to be able to support nonprofit contribution and be compensated. So that's something that needs to be investigated and brought back what our options are. The philosophical position of not expecting nonprofits to give services for free, support that. No assumption there that they ought to or should. I don't think we necessarily had that assumption. I think more importantly is how do we create a way so that we can support appropriately through compensation if they're outside of our current contracting systems in the context of the discussion that we're having currently. And same being with the various programs that are available to us with regard to language services. I'm now confused as to what exactly we are talking about specifically with regard to language services right now. I think that what we're trying to make a decision on is whether or not to continue with a master agreement that's in place. I need to have that clarified, and then if that limits us to any of the things that we've identified as desires in the last few minutes, then would help me understand whether we move forward with that. If we can augment, then that would help me understand we don't need to necessarily stop this particular process, but we want to be looking at augmentation as we move forward. So if somebody can clarify the language, what we're actually trying to decide on the language piece right now.
Absolutely. With the language interpreter solicitation, because there was no subcommittee dealing with it, it has been kind of a broad conversation, but there are some options as to whether to continue with the master service agreement in place. And then I think it came up because of discussions on the calls as far as the inadequacies, perhaps in the moment that we're in, that would allow people to call in from different languages, have access. And so I think we're just trying to broaden that out and see if it's still applicable or if there are other opportunities that we need. Commissioner Anderson and Fernandez.
I'll lean in and hopefully you can hear me. Do we have a master service right now for any language interpretation? I didn't think
we do not. Okay, well, good. We're clarifying, Commissioner Lamont.
I don't think there's anything right now.
Got it. Thank you. And Commissioner Fernandez.
Right, you're absolutely right. There isn't anything in place right now, and I think it was more of a discussion of if as a commission we want something in place, and if so, then provide the direction as to what we want. So there isn't something right now.
Thank you, Commissioner Farnashari.
Yes, that's correct. So I would just echo what I think Commissioner Sarvani said. This is a much bigger conversation for us to get to the bottom of it now. I think we've given Raul some direction to some direction at least to get started. But I think this couples in with, the planning we're going to be doing on how we're going to execute our work, and that planning will help inform exactly what we need in language interpretation services and how we want to go about getting it. So I would propose at this point that we put this issue aside and we take it up at a later date, and that we go forward with public comment on the motions that are on the table at this point, and then do the votes, and then wrap up action item or agenda item 16.
Thank you. Before we do that, Raul, do you have clear direction on this particular item?
In regards to real-time interpretation during the meeting, as needed, yes. I haven't heard, because there was other discussions on translating the entire meeting. I haven't heard that, so I won't be looking at that right now. But as far as real-time interpretation of a speaker during the meeting, yes.
Okay, great. So, Commissioner Fornashari, yes, we can move forward with what now we're all clear of what Raul's going to do this time. Is there a motion?
You don't need a motion to instruct Raul. He will come back with proposal for you next time.
You just gotta tell me.
All right, okay. And I think Commissioner Fornashari did indicate. Commissioner Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to clarify, we are including interpretation when someone calls in with public comment in a language other than English?
Yes. So if an email came to me and asked about that, and I responded that, like right now, the Department of Consumer Affairs offers that service. So anytime you walk into a board office, you just pick up the phone, indicate what language you need to be able to work with, dial in the number, and there's the interpreter right there. That may be a state contract, in which case it would be easier for us to access something like that. So that was one of the directions that I was looking at. I was offered some other options to look at.
Okay, and so do
Yeah.
we need a motion to table this, or are we just going to table it?
You just instruct Raul to come back at your next meeting.
Okay, so Raul, if you please come back with the detail for our next meeting for the language interpretation solicitation. And so at this point, we will go to public comment because we have motions on all of the other pieces. And this public comment, Ryan, we're opening the line for public comment on agenda item number 16 only, please.
Thank you. If you wish to express public comment on agenda item 16, you may press 1 and then 0 on your telephone.
While we're waiting, can you hear me better now? Yes, okay, good, thank you. Switching around mics.
Very good.
I'm going to grab my son's gaming headset soon.
You may be disappointed and they won't fit in the socket, in the jack. Because his computers are older, you have to find the right jack.
Oh, he'll get an adapter for me.
I think there's definitely
How are we doing, Ryan?
There are no lines in queue.
Okay, Miriam, can we go to vote, please?
Yes, the first motion is to reject the videographer proposals and to have a discussion at the next meeting, re-envisioning what you would like to see for videography. Commissioner Ahmed.
Yes.
Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fornashari.
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Yes.
Commissioner Lamont.
Yes.
Commissioner Sadwani.
Yes.
Commissioner Sinai.
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor.
Yes.
Commissioner Toledo.
Yes.
Commissioner Turner.
Yes.
Commissioner Vasquez.
Yes.
Commissioner Yee.
Yes.
That motion passes, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
The next motion is to extend, is that the right word?
No, to
Renew?
hire.
To hire. Okay.
Well, to contract, to go ahead and contract
The next motion is to go ahead and contract through the Master Services Agreement for transcription services and ASL services. Commissioner Ahmed.
Yes.
Commissioner Akutagawa.
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson.
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fornishari.
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Yes.
Commissioner Lamons.
Yes.
Commissioner Sadwani.
Yes.
Commissioner Sinai.
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor.
Yes.
Commissioner Toledo.
Yes.
Commissioner Turner.
Yes.
Commissioner Vasquez.
Yes.
Commissioner Yee.
Yes, someday I'm going to be the tiebreaker. Someday.
No, you just make it unanimous.
You
The
hold
motion
the
passes.
unanimous power.
That was good.
Thank you so much. Commissioners, we'll go to break at this time, and we'll be back at, let's take till 11:15, we'll be back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, welcome back from break, and we will continue on our agenda items. And what I'd like to do is to get a follow-up on, I think it was agenda item 14 on the chief counsel recruitment. Was there another piece there that needed to come back?
Sorry, real quick.
I believe the only thing was potentially entering into and I don't know if this is something we can bring a motion on, is to potentially contract for recruiting assistance.
Actually, can we, I do have a bit more information on that, which I wanted to talk to Commissioner Toledo at lunch about, but could we postpone? I think there's a possibly better way of doing this, which might be more efficient. So could we postpone our presentation until post-lunch?
Okay. Ben, I'd like to go to the follow-up on the report, the census report response.
Yep, thanks, Madam Chair. We, Commissioner Toledo and I prepared draft letters for your review and edits or approval. We also accompanied with that a memo kind of outlining our thoughts of the strategy there. So we included a draft letter to the Secretary of State and Census Bureau Director as the first letter. Using almost exactly that same language, we also prepared letters for your review to Senator Harris, our senator here in California, who is authoring the Senate version of the bill, the Fair and Accountable Census Act, as well as Representative Maloney from New York. The bill in the Senate is currently in the Homeland Security Committee. So before it would move forward, it has to go through that committee. So we also included a letter to Senator Ron Johnson, I believe that's his name, correct? Of Wisconsin, who is the head of that committee, who would ultimately have the authority to move it forward. So we certainly welcome your feedback to that. I don't know if that letter and memo has made it up on the website yet. But certainly we welcome feedback from the other commissioners in terms of their level of comfortability. And then when we had this conversation before, we had said we would start with a letter and then discuss the possibility of an amicus brief or even joining the lawsuits. At the advice given from counsel the other day here in the public, in our public meeting, I had went ahead and sent emails to the lead counsel of two different lawsuits that are occurring, one being brought by both MALDEF and Asian Americans Advancing Justice, another one representing the National Urban League and a number of others, including, I believe, the state of California and the city of Los Angeles. I actually have not heard back from any of those emails that were sent, so I don't have much to report back there. I don't think that it has to prevent us from at least a conversation around an amicus brief that we can do independently on our own. But certainly I don't have anything to share about the ideas that were brought up previously about joining the division.
Commissioner Toledo.
Yeah, so I would suggest that we maybe take some of these in steps. So if we start with the letter to the Census Bureau and to the director, because that's ultimately what the full commission wanted us to draft. So and the focus of that letter is really around the quality of the data, the potential for litigation, if we get data that's inaccurate and incomplete, the importance of securing complete and accurate data for the state of California, so that we can do our job, and just highlighting the challenges that exist in California around obtaining complete and accurate data, and urging them to take the time that's necessary to get a complete count and to do the quality controls, the follow-ups, I forget the exact terminology of the post-processing, thank you, that's necessary to get us data that will reduce our risk in terms of litigation. So, and so it's a very, I would say it's very nonpartisan letter in the sense of we're urging for a complete and full count of California's population so that we can do our job. So it's and so that's that letter, and so maybe we can begin there and just see if there's any discussion around that.
Okay. Commissioner Toledo, you want to lead that discussion?
In terms of the discussion,
No, I'm sorry. In terms of commissioners, if you have any response to the letter, and just so Commissioner Fernandez and Lamont.
Yes, first of all, I just want to thank you both. I read the letters, and I thank you for the time and effort that you put into that. It really brings home what we're trying to do and what our concerns are. The only question I had on the one for the Census Bureau is on the second paragraph. The first sentence talks about the work of our commission, and that we rely on the census data. And it says, the letter says reapportionment decisions. I thought it should be more appropriate. Would it be to say redistricting decisions versus reapportionment? I thought we kind of went through that, like.
We can make that change. That's a good catch. Thank you.
Okay, and that was the only. And then I'm not an English major, but I'm thinking this is going to be, something that is formal. Will go out there, and we refer to April 13th, and I would advise, putting the year in there also. I mean, because 10 years down the road. Yeah, I'm not an English major, but I'm just thinking, and I realize that's how the letter was that I believe the U.S. Senate sent. They just put the 13th. They didn't put the year. I think I'm just more of like on the legal side. You always try to put the.
We'll definitely put the
year. So that was the only thing. But other than that, thank you so much. I mean, I really, it was well read. So thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lamont.
Thanks as well to the both of you on your work and effort on this. Support the letters 2,000%. And non-party affiliate is how I would be characterizing. There was a question in there.
Yes, that was raised actually. Marion had raised that for us, and I thought that was very astute. Technically speaking, our non-party affiliated friends on the commission, colleagues, I think are identified as not being a member of one of the two major parties, technically, right? So if anyone, I think this is an opportunity, if you all want to be identified, however you want to be identified, please let me know. Let us know.
Do we have an option, or is there?
There's no standard option. You can come up with one you like.
Oh, okay, the non-party affiliate.
Well, but you may be a party affiliate of a different party.
No, I'm not.
Okay, if none of you are.
I'm clear on what I'm saying.
I'm not either.
Is that true? Is that true of all the non-affiliated?
Yes.
If that's true, then non-party is fine.
No libertarians or Green Party.
Could be.
Commissioner Akutagawa and Commissioner Vasquez.
I just want to say that I think the official term on the voter registration is declined to state.
Well, not necessarily, because you could state a minority party.
Oh, that's okay.
Commissioner Vasquez, go ahead.
Yeah, along this line, I guess it's sort of up to the commission and possibly the authors, or maybe we need something more specific. But a couple of times it's mentioned we're a bipartisan commission, and I'm curious if if we need to change that to multi-partisan. Multi-partisan.
Would that be nonpartisan?
Yeah, I thought about that too, and in terms of the bipartisan, but there really are two parties, and the rest of us are non-party affiliates. So so I went back and forth on that, and I did try nonpartisan as well, and that didn't. So we're open to whatever the commission wants to use.
Personally, I would recommend not nonpartisan, because I do think we've been put together in many ways based on our party or non-party affiliations. So to me, that doesn't say nonpartisan. It just means parties have come together based on some previous agreement. So to me, nonpartisan doesn't fit, and I'm sort of agnostic as to what the other term is, whether it's bipartisan or multi-partisan.
Bipartisan plus, maybe.
Well, and generally in advocacy letters, what I've seen is bipartisan, because we really are a two-party system with two major parties, right? And the two major parties come together, and even though there are others involved, but we can. That doesn't mean that that's correct or the best terminology, but that's what I've seen previously, right? And colloquially,
I see Commissioner Lamont. There was a hand before. Oh, that you, Commissioner Anderson, and then Commissioner Lamont, and then Commissioner Kennedy. I'm sorry.
I think Commissioner Kennedy was first, so if you want to go ahead.
You can go ahead. I'll hold for a second.
Okay, can people hear me?
Yes.
Okay. A couple of things. On the bipartisan, remember in California we're used to multi-party and stuff, but these letters are actually going to on the federal level, and they won't know what we're talking about. Bipartisan to them means, oh, okay, half and half. So I think, and I agree with Commissioner Vasquez, you don't want to say nonpartisan, because then it has a different meaning. And then we'll just have to stick with bipartisan since it's going to the feds or federal level. I actually have one great letter, and the idea and the ideas that come across are very good. And thank you very much for all your work. I do have some specific edits and two items which we're not leading with our strong suit in terms of, one is to imply, if the data is inaccurate, by doing their action, they are causing legal ramifications for not just, for us, but also essentially anyone else who starts using the data, like city, and basically, cities, the counties, all the different other people who below them have to use, for redistricting purposes of all types, have to use this data. So that's an item I'm not sure where to put that one in, but just starting out, the first sentence, it says, tasked with reestablishing the boundaries of our districts. That strikes me as that's not the right word. I mean, we're not they are established. Should that just be actually redrawing or redistricting at that point? That's a question for the subcommittee. Then you already got to change in the second paragraph, second line. It's not reapportionment, it would be redistricting. Then, after we're talking the next couple of lines down, when and this is another idea, when you're saying we are concerned that the early end to data collection will impact the quality of the census data, which we will utilize to draw the new legislative districts. And to say something like, as you may not be familiar, California law requires all districting to use all of the people, regardless of their age or citizenship, and they must be counted. Emphasizing all people in this case, because that is extremely important to us and everyone in California, and those are issues that are being parsed at this level, at this point, and that's not true in other states, where it is true for us. I think that's another strong argument on our case. Then, let's see, a couple lines down, and I can give these, like there's a comma missing. In the third paragraph, we say, the effort has been further complicated by COVID-19 pandemic, which has limited the outreach and communication efforts in hard-to-reach communities, including people of color, low income, immigrant families, Native Americans, and the homeless. We should definitely add in. And then when you say particularly hard hit, including the account of the rural counties, then delete including to say rural counties, tribal lands, as well as counties that have significant demographic change over the last 10 years. I would delete such as San Bernardino and Riverside, because that's too specific. It's too, there are many other, there are changes up and down, and it's too limiting. Then the last sentence on the first page, we strongly believe this best option for upholding the confidence and fidelity of the entire process. Because you talked about portions of it, the apportionment. If you say entire process, that gets the meaning across. So those are my very specific comments. But great letter, great ideas. Really appreciate the work. Thank you.
And thank you. That's great feedback, and we'll incorporate it into our letter.
And I can send you like a little type up of the couple wordings if that's easier.
That'd be great if you would. Thank you.
Yeah, that would be great. I'm taking notes, but if they're, especially given the specific, very specific ones, that'd be great.
I can't do it that quickly, so.
I see you, Commissioner Ahmad. There was someone before you. Lamont Kennedy.
Yeah, it was me, but I don't need to say anything else on
Okay.
this.
Commissioners, I see Commissioners Kennedy, Vasquez, and Ahmad. I was looking down for a minute, so I'm not sure what order.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. At the end of the second paragraph, starting "that means taking the time," that's not a complete sentence. I can't figure out exactly how you want to modify it, but it's not a complete sentence.
Just a quick, I do have a proper wording on that one. I missed it. Thank you. I can send that to you.
Yeah. In the last paragraph on the first page, I think we want to be as airtight as possible. The original deadline was not October 31st. They announced a deadline of October 31st at some point, but the original was something earlier than that. So I'm not sure that the word original helps us there. And that's both in the second line and the third line. The fourth line, I think the wording for the enumeration period is superfluous. This will provide the time needed for self-response, and non-response follow-up would seem to be efficient. So, on that one, I particularly appreciated your work in figuring out who else to send letters to, because I do think that's important. On some of these other letters, Maloney letter, well, I'll leave that one for now. The Harris letter, I mean, this is just where we need to deviate a little bit more from what is otherwise boilerplate. I mean, if Senator Harris has introduced a bill, I think asking her to push for passage of her bill, it comes across a little odd, and maybe we just need to express our support for her bill again, rather than asking her to support her bill. And on the Johnson letter, at the very end, I would, instead of push for passage, I would say expedite the passage. If he's the chairman of the commission and we expect that he may not be all that interested in moving it, I think asking him to expedite the passage of it would be a stronger wording. But I think those are the main items that I would have. But again, I think it's very important, and thank you for looking for where else we could send the letters to.
Thank you. And maybe if we can just get consensus, because I just want to make sure we have consensus on the first letter, because that would be the basis for everything else, including potentially any other type of advocacy we may want to do. And particularly the arguments that are being made, right? The arguments around the data, the arguments around accounting everybody, and the need for specific data around everybody, and the potential risk if we don't get that data. To the commitment.
Thank you. Before, excuse me, Commissioner Vasquez, please.
Yeah, my question was probably for council. Do we need a motion to support either of these pieces of legislation before we officially send them? I get they're in draft form right now and it's a concept, but curious if we need a motion.
You should have a motion to approve the letter being sent. I don't think, you don't need to make it separate from supporting the legislation.
Got it. With that, oh, sorry, I didn't know if that was still my time.
Yes, please. Pause.
Yes, sorry. So the other, I think maybe Commissioner Anderson said this as well, but I do think in the second paragraph in the first letter to the administration officials, in the the third sentence, cause them to rely on potentially inaccurate and incomplete data to guide the redistricting processes, which may result in avoidable legal challenges. I do think that language could be stronger, almost certainly, or I don't know, just that feels like the big risk that we are taking by using poor data. That feels like the argument that everything around which everything else is structured. So to the extent we can make that language strong while still accurate is my recommendation.
We're comfortable with making it stronger, although one of the questions we had, or at least I had, was we don't know how accurate the data is going to be, right? That was, and how of the quality of the data that's going to come out of this process. So is it that it will be inaccurate if they end? So we don't know how inaccurate or accurate or complete this data is, and that's why we use the I think grammatically and in terms of context a little bit the may rather than a stronger form. But we're happy to do a stronger version of that. Given the severity of, if we do get inaccurate data, it would have, or incomplete data would have negative consequences on our work.
Yes, as a professional advocate, I would recommend strengthening that language.
Thank you. Commissioners Taylor, Ahmad, Anderson.
Yeah, just maybe as it applies to the wording, there was a publicly announced date of October 31st that was relied upon, correct?
Yes, that was announced May 18th.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lamont?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have 3 points slash questions. In regards to edits to the letter, and this may be a question for council, would we just share some of those small edits with Raul and then he would share it with the subcommittee?
If you want to authorize the subcommittee to make the changes as they wish based on your comments.
Okay, okay. And then the other 2 questions I had, and I guess this is for the group, do we have a letterhead, and would we be including signatures of each of the commissioners on the letter as well?
This was a question that I had as well. I don't know that we have letterhead yet. I don't know. It's just in terms of like even logo and such. I know when we were under the state auditor's office, we were still using that Shape California kind of logo, and now we've switched our website to the We Draw the Lines. I don't know the answer to that. And in terms of signatures, I think whatever is the preference of the commission. I don't feel strongly one way or another, but we would just need some way of capturing everyone's electronic signature in order to put on there. I don't know how y'all feel about that, but either way.
As far as the letterhead, I do have a copy of the old letterhead, with old meaning it's the current
It's from 10 years ago, but it's the one
Yes.
we've been using.
Yeah, the current logo, that's the word I wanted. It's the current logo and everything from 2010. May I suggest it's recognized, use it. Once you have a public communications person, you can get a graphic artist and develop your own.
Thank you. Commissioner Anderson?
Thank you, Chair. Actually, on that, the letterhead, that is a quick question just to the letterhead. Is that the one that our current agenda is on?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that is not the current address, so I would not recommend using that.
721 Capitol Mall?
Is that our current address?
Yes.
It's the newest of the new.
That is the new address.
That's
Yes.
where we are.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to neither here nor there on that one. That's the letter, and specifically content. There were a couple things that I did miss in terms of our emphasizing in our argument. And one point that Commissioner Vasquez brought up, that sentence in the 5 lines down, second paragraph, lines down, which may and a premature end of the census county will force the CRC and similar entities across the country to rely on, say, potentially inaccurate, incomplete data. So I think that's fine. Is that to guide the redistricting process, which may result in, then you should say, unavoidable legal challenges, because since you're going potentially and then just say unavoidable, I think that's consistent in terms of making the stronger emphasis. Then the item, though, that I wanted to add, and I don't quite know where, is we really need time on the post-enumeration evaluation of the data. Remember what Karen McDonald was talking about, and I don't remember her exact wordings of that, but that is crucial. And she was saying that they're already being pulled from that to work on the reapportionment of people in the Census Bureau. And we should emphasize how the quality of the data depends on extending to the date as everyone planned and using the staff according to the proper, don't pull the staff, because we need that post-quality, post-enumeration review time. And I think we can look back to see what her wordings were of what the official term, but that's another argument that we should put in to strengthen our argument, I think.
I believe that the term was post-processing.
It is.
Yeah, and I thought that we had that in there, but it
was a bit more than that. She said she had another term for it, which it was part of the post-processing review, but there's a little term I thought she used.
So
I can
we can go back and look at that. I thought we took her exact language, but there might be another term that we missed.
And then because we do want to use, I agree, we do want to use her language because that's consistent with how the census people will speak. You know, that's their, census speak, which comes down to the last paragraph on the first page. When you say this will provide the needed time for the enumeration period of self-response and non-response follow-up. I understand Commissioner Kennedy said, do we need that? But I would put that in because I believe that is census language. Again,
we took it from the speaker as well. So it was the exact, we just took because we're not census experts by any, or at least I'm not. And so we just kind of took the language that she was using.
Yeah, that's what I thought, and that's why I think we should go ahead and leave it in. So, but yeah, and if I will send my comments, is it okay to send it to Raul and the subcommittee? Or?
Yes.
Thank you very much for everybody.
Thank you. I think Marion has her hand up.
I have just like to caution you against using too strong language and that this will make your results inadequate because you don't want language to come back and bite you if somebody sues. So I would just make it a little more cautionary.
Which is, so the May, so that was our thinking around the May, right? Because we don't know if the data is going to, the quality of the data. We have a belief that it may not be as accurate if they cut down the time, but we're not certain. That's what one of the speakers said.
Yes, I think that's correct, right? And ultimately, we are expressing our deep concern. We're not threatening lawsuit or anything of that nature, at least not at this stage.
Thank you. Vice Chair Ahmad, will you take chair for a moment? I have to drop off for a second.
Yes.
Thank you.
Do we have any additional comments, questions, thoughts on item number 9?
So I'll just put in, I really appreciate everybody's feedback on this. It sounds like everybody is feeling comfortable moving forward. I have a list of as many of the edits as I possibly could capture. If there are very specific things, I know Commissioner Anderson, Commissioner Kennedy, you had some very specific changes in terms of the wording. If you'd like to send that to us, it sounds like that is allowable. Exactly what was mentioned here in public meeting. I don't mean to speak for you, Commissioner Toledo, but I think we're happy to make those changes.
Absolutely.
And with your approval, happy to send it or have Raul or Marianne, whoever is the most appropriate person to actually send these letters out and have them posted somewhere on our website as our official stance on this matter.
And how do you want to do signatures?
Well, and I would ask the question whether the signature of every commissioner is needed given the timeliness, right? This is an issue that is it's time sensitive and we probably want to get it out sooner rather than later. And perhaps maybe just the signature of the chair, if that's allowable, unless everybody feels that they'd like their name on it, or if we think from an advocacy standpoint, it'd be stronger if we had everybody's name on it. I'm fine with either. So.
Me too. I'm actually fine with no signatures, but I think either way.
Okay, yeah.
I saw Commissioner Lamons unmute, and then Fernandez, and then Vasquez.
Oh, I was going to make a motion, but I realized I was premature.
Commissioner Fernandez?
I would recommend a signature instead of no signature, and maybe put our names on there, which would be fine. And whoever can get, I'm just going to say I'm like 15 miles away from headquarters, so potentially I could go and sign it, if you do it right away. But from the chair, if you want the chair to sign it, that's fine too. I'm just saying I'm close, I could do it on behalf of the commission, but I do think a signature is best.
Commissioner Vasquez?
That was going to be my recommendation, a signature. For me, I think the chair should sign it and then list our names.
We do have overnight service that we could send a final draft to the chair and have her sign it and send it out.
Question on that, Council, does it have to be a wet signature? Or
No.
can it just,
That is
so we
up
don't
to
have
you
to
all.
overnight? Okay. Well, Chair Turner is not here to speak to that, so we'll hold off on that. Commissioner Yee?
Later, when we discuss chair rotation, one of the questions that's going to come up is when does a chair's term end? And the basic debate is, does it end at the end of the meeting? So the new chair begins at the end of this meeting, or which will be the end of today, probably, or does the new chair start at the beginning of the next meeting? So it may be relevant to this, who signs this letter.
Well, if you decide to send the letter today and have the chair sign it, then the chair that would sign it, I think, would be Commissioner Turner. Our concern was that once the chair switches, we want to be able to deal with the new chair for the coming meeting.
I have to multitask, but I am here and I can either assign it with overnight, or it can be, I can do the signature online.
I don't think we have overnight right now.
I will pay for overnight.
Exactly, it'll be you and I paying for it.
I'm happy to do that if you would prefer do overnight.
Yes.
But if you're happy with the computer signature, that's fine with me too.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes, that was going to be my suggestion. If a computer signature is allowable, I think that would probably work for all of us. And then if we all want to sign it, we can all sign it, via electronically. But again, we'd have to commit to signing it right away to get it off. But I think electronic signature during this day and age would probably be preferable, in my opinion.
Commissioner Lamont?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that we move forward with the letter produced by the subcommittee with the edits, with the signature of the chair to be expedited and sent out as soon as possible.
A wet signature or a computer signature?
At the chair's discretion.
A second.
I'm sorry, you seconded?
Commissioner Fornashari?
Pardon me.
Seconded by Commissioner Fornashari. Can we take public comment? Raul, if you would please do the honors of reading the call-in information.
It would be my pleasure, Vice Chair. In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the commissioners will be taking public comment during their meeting by phone. There will be opportunities to address the commissioners regarding the items on the agenda and the process in general. In addition, for each agenda item that requires a vote, the public may provide comment on that particular item. Each time that the commissioners bring up an action item, the viewing audience will be informed it is time to call in if they wish to make a public comment. The commissioners will then allow at least 3 minutes for those who wish to comment to join the public comment queue. So, to make a public comment, please dial 877-226-8163. And after dialing the number, you will speak to an operator. You'll be asked to provide either the access code for the meeting, which is 518-5236, or the name of the meeting, which is the Citizens Redistricting Commission First Commission meeting. After providing this information, the operator is going to ask you to provide your name. Please note you're not required to provide your actual name if you do not wish to. You may provide either your own name or a name other than your own. When it's your turn to make a public comment, the moderator will introduce you by the name you provided to the operator. Providing a name helps ATT, which is hosting this public comment process, to ensure that everyone holding for public comment has a chance to submit their comments. Please be assured that the Commission is not maintaining any list of callers by name and is only asking for some names so that the call moderator can manage multiple calls simultaneously and can let you know when it's your turn to speak. After providing a name and speaking with the operator, you will be placed in a listening queue, which is a virtual meeting room where you will wait until it is your turn to speak. You will be able to listen to live audio of the meeting. Please mute your computer live stream audio because the online video and audio will be approximately 60 seconds behind the live audio you're hearing on your telephone. If you fail to mute your computer live stream audio, it will be extremely difficult for you to follow the meeting and difficult for anyone to hear your comment due to the feedback issues which will occur. Therefore, once you are waiting in the queue, be alert for when you may be called upon to speak, and please turn down the live stream volume. From the listening room, Listen to the meeting and the call moderator. When you decide that you want to make a comment about the agenda action item currently being discussed, you may press 10, that's 10, and you will be placed in the queue to make a public comment. When joining the queue to make your public comment, you should hear an automatic recording informing you that you've been placed in the queue. You will not receive any further instruction until the moderator brings you in to make your public comment. The moderator will open your line and introduce you by the name that you provided to the operator. Once again, make sure that you have muted any background noise from your computer. Please do not use a speakerphone, but rather speak directly into your phone. After the moderator introduces you, please state the name you provided to the operator and then state your comment clearly and concisely. After you finish making your comment, the commissioners move on to the next caller, and you may hang up the call. If you would like to comment on another agenda item at a later time, please call back when the commissioners open up public comment for that item and repeat this process. So if you are disconnected for any reason, please call back and explain the issue to the operator. Then you may repeat this process and rejoin the public comment queue by pressing 10. The commissioners will be taking comment for every action item on the agenda. As you listen to the online video stream, public comments will be solicited. That is the time to call in. The process for making a comment will be the same each time. Begin by dialing 877-226-8163 and following the steps I have just described. These instructions are also located on the home page of the website. Thank you.
Thank you, Raul. AT&T operator, we will be taking public comment now on item number 9. Is there anyone in the queue?
And as a reminder, please press 1, then 0 if you wish to ask, or pardon me, to make a comment. 10. And we do have one person in queue. Please spell your name. We're opening the line of Sofia Garcia. Please go ahead. Your line is open.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Sofia Garcia, and that's SOPHIA-GARCIA. I'm the GIS analyst for the Dolores Huerta Foundation. And I just want to really applaud the conversation that's been happening around sending a letter regarding the census timeline. As you know, DHF is a CBO in California, and like ourselves and a lot of other CBOs across the state have been doing census work and preparing for canvassing and phone banking and census outreach for over a year now. And with COVID and with a lot of the restrictions and just trying to be careful with our communities, and also we have been doing canvassing and phone banking well since last year, and we're expected and excited that the census timeline was being extended until the end of October. When we heard that it was being cut short, that really was a big blow to our efforts, but also we just had a really big concern, not just on reapportionment and what could happen next year in 2021, but also just what our communities would be losing out from. So we're really excited about this conversation that you are having, and applaud the commission to send a letter. Again, not just for reapportionment, but really just the impact that it could have with a low and incomplete count. As you all know, California has a huge hard to count population, not just in LA, but specifically in the Central Valley. And a lot of the other CBOs who have been called in and calling in throughout this process are really doing a lot of great work to try to get our communities counted. So thank you again, and excited for you all to send that letter.
I just say thank you, and thank you for all the work that y'all are doing to ensure an accurate count.
Yeah, we have a great team that's going out there right now with all the proper gear and testing. So any extension would be really helpful, again, not just for our communities, but communities statewide.
Thank you for your comment. Next person.
Once again, if you do have a comment, please press 1, then 0. And we have no one else in queue.
Thank you. So we do have a motion on the floor to approve the letter sending with edits, and have the chair at the time sign off on that letter and expedite the process. Council, can we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Ahmad,
Yes.
Commissioner Akutagawa,
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Fornashari,
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy,
Yes.
Commissioner Lamont,
Yes.
Commissioner Sadwani,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanai,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor. Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Toledo,
Yes.
Commissioner Turner,
Yes.
Commissioner Vasquez,
Yes.
Commissioner Yee.
Yes.
Once again, unanimous.
Great, thank you so much, everyone. So that closes off item number 9 on our agenda, and a natural segue into following up back on item number 5, which was.
Do we need to talk about the other letters, or did we just approve all of them?
I think you approved all the letters, was my understanding of the motion.
Are we good? Okay. Item number 5, the discussion on procedures for selection of chair and vice chair. So I will yield the floor to our subcommittee, Commissioners Yee and Toledo.
Yes, thank you. So you should have gotten a email with a draft of the memorandum that we're going to propose. And I apologize, there was actually 2 different drafts sent out. The later one is the correct one. Before we get to that, actually, I want to, since we were talking about the census, I want to encourage everyone, especially if we don't meet next week, to take advantage of the U.S. Census webinars and video tutorials. Next week, there's some especially good webinars coming up at their Census Academy, and training and how to use their main data site, which is data.census.gov. And I've really enjoyed those, so I encourage you to check that out. You can just Google Census Academy, and you'll see the website. Okay, the chair rotation. Actually, I want to start off with a quick apology for jumping the gun the first day that we met and trying to propose a rotation that included all of us. That was presumptuous of me, and I apologize for doing that. I think I was just very impressed by the 2010 Commission's rotation, although later I found out that it probably didn't involve actually absolutely all of them. I think it was at least 10 of the 14, but maybe not all 14. In any case, the rotation that we're going to propose, what we're looking at specifically is a formula for deciding on the next chair. There's an illustrative probable rotation in the memo. If we were to start today using that formula, this is who would come up. But approving the formula means that we can always know who the next commissioner is, even if people have to adjust their availability for the rotation on the fly. So if somebody decides actually they cannot serve the next meeting, that's fine. The formula will tell us who the next person is. Also, I think Commissioner Sanai was the only one who got back to us about declining to be in the rotation. So she's not in the probable rotation in the memo. But again, it doesn't matter. She can come back in, or others can drop out if need be. As we go along, the formula will tell us who's next. So with that, I will yield to Commissioner Toledo to present the proposal.
Well, and I just wanted to give, before getting into the details, really just thinking about some of our thinking around it, and specifically around, we've heard, and we've just by participating in these meetings, we've seen that the chair specifically has significant administrative and facilitation requirements, and as a group, we all are committed to demonstrating appreciation for California's diversity and geography, and we sought to distribute in terms of the plan. We sought to distribute the responsibility of chair and vice chair with the greatest number of commissioners to serve that purpose. And in doing that, I think our proposal accomplishes a couple of the following goals. We wanted to be in compliance with party affiliation requirements for the chair and vice chair, so there needs to be a distribution that accommodates the requirements. We wanted a fair and unbiased chair and vice chair rotation, that the assignments are based on alphabetical order in general, and that models our commitment to impartiality and nonpartisanship. We also wanted to make sure that we had an opportunity and that we provided an opportunity for all commissioners who want to serve as chair, while at the same time spreading the responsibilities to the significant responsibilities of serving as chair to the greatest number of individuals, while also recognizing that there are times when we'll be dealing with significant issues that might cross meetings. So we took that into consideration too. And just making sure that we model our appreciation for California's diversity, the demographics and the geography, by having people from different parts of the state serve as chair and vice chair, and so that the public and the stakeholders can see that. And so that was our thinking around how we came up with this. And then in terms of the assignment, our proposal is that starting at the next meeting, the next regularly scheduled meeting, the process for the assignment of chair and vice chair would be made on a rotation basis where possible. The next chair would generally be the previous meeting's vice chair. So in this case, as you can see in the proposed, or the Commissioner, and I'm sorry if I pronounced this wrong, Ahmed, would serve as as chair, and next in line would be Commissioner Fernandez. So Commissioner Fernandez would serve as vice chair for the next meeting. And you have this in front of you, I hope. The subsequent vice chair would serve as the commissioner. Would be assigned as would be the commissioner that follows next in terms of the criteria below. So in the document, which is that the commissioner should be of a different party affiliation status than the previous chair and vice chair. So we're meeting that requirement. That's a regulatory requirement. So we put that above the alphabetical order piece, because there may be some times when the alphabetical order would jeopardize or conflict with the requirement of party affiliation. And then in terms of term, which is I think a little bit more a challenging question, and we wanted to bring back, the term of the chair and the vice chair would start at the beginning of the meeting, the regularly scheduled meeting, and the term of the chair and the vice chair would end, and we have various possibilities for this, would likely end at the end of the, or right before the start of the new meeting, so that there would be continuity across. So we always would have a chair and vice chair, even when we weren't in session, so that work can get done. Because there will be some administrative questions that might come up, or signatures, committee assignments, et cetera, that might happen. Maybe not assignments, but committee work that might need to get to the chair. And so that was our thinking, and we're open to feedback and discussion around the proposal.
A quick clarification. I think legally we're only required to have the chair and vice chair be at different parties. We're not required for the next chair to be a different party of previous chair and vice chair. But of course, that's desirable. I think we would all agree. So that's the way that the rotation is set up. Also note that the rotation, the probable rotation in the memo doesn't repeat, because there's a different number of in each cohort, the 3 cohorts, and also commissioners may drop in and out of the rotation. So we will probably not be paired up with the same commissioner each time we serve.
And we did, we looked at what the previous commission had done, some of the benefits and some of the disadvantages and some of the challenges with rotating so often. But some of these other goals kind of outweighed some of the challenges. So we thought we could reconcile the challenges of the transition, because the proposal does have quite a few transitions. Every single time a vice chair becomes a chair, there's a transition period and there's a learning curve and such. But we've tried to minimize, or we felt that was worth that was worth the cost or the disadvantage of not doing so, based on some other factors that we described before.
For 2010, the documentation states that the ED made a random rotation based on willing and able commissioners.
Thank you for your presentation. Madam Chair Turner, are you back?
I am back, thank you.
Okay.
Commissioner Kutagawa, thank you.
Just in terms of the number of transitions, assuming, let's say that a meeting could be one day, could be multiple days like we've had in this round, are you envisioning, and I think I'm asking this question more for clarity, are you envisioning that one quote unquote meeting, even if it is going to be spread over multiple days, would be the term of that chair and vice chair like we just did right now? Or are you envisioning that each day there would be a new chair and vice chair taking over?
The whole entire term, the whole entire meeting, even a multi-day, yeah.
Because technically it is one meeting, even though it's spread over many days, it's technically one meeting, right? We're adjourning and coming back. So this is, even though it's a multi-day meeting, it's one meeting. So we're envisioning that, and there may be some that we certainly there is a possibility that some of these meetings will be longer or shorter than others, and it's perfectly possible. But we might end up with a couple of commissioners serving as a chair for a week and a half. There might be some that serve for 2 or 3 days, right? And so and there's not really at this point, we don't, based on the calendar, it's really difficult to tell what and when that's going to happen. And it seems fair that we're kind of doing it this way, in the sense of we don't know which commissioners would get the longer or shorter days, and perhaps maybe it doesn't matter, maybe it does, and if somebody chooses to or can't or be chair of a long session because of logistical issues or whatnot, there is the vice chair that can step up, and so we have that as a backup.
Commissioner Fernandez and Turner.
I had a comment, but maybe I don't have a comment because, I mean, it is difficult to change every time. And I'm just wondering, is it something where maybe instead of changing it for each set of meetings, maybe do it by month, but then again, it can run over months. So I was just trying to, each time you transition, there's a learning curve. And then right when you got it, then it's time to switch again. So I was trying to think of, do we do it by month? Do we do it by meeting sessions? Or I don't know. I mean, but I appreciate both Commissioners Yee and Toledo. Thank you for putting this together. I'm just thinking out loud. I'm good either way. I just know that there's a transition period. And by the time you get in the swing of things, then it's time to hand it off.
Yeah, we thought about that as well, and we also thought, I think it was Commissioner Kennedy who at one of the meetings brought up, there may be some sessions that are focused on, the Central Valley, where it may be, or other parts of the state, and there might be a commissioner that particularly, where it may make sense the particular commissioner serve as chair just because they're from that area or something like that. So there's lots of factors that could be taken into account. Although at this point, it'd be very difficult to plan for something like that. So this became a pretty, this would be a fair and equitable way of distributing, and we could certainly do it in other, there's certainly other methodologies, other ways of doing it. But we thought at this point, it seems pretty random to do it this way because we don't really know what's going to happen over the next 2 years.
Right. No, I appreciate it, and I'm just trying to think of other ways, but yeah, I agree with what you've proposed.
Thank you. And before Commissioner Kennedy, I wanted to comment and say, first of all, I appreciate the intentionality and the work that you put into it, and wanted to state that as having had the experience that I'm grateful for, I think trying to do anything different really does prevent. I was looking through my notes, which are just very poorly written and construed, trying to be a chair and watch hands and unable to take notes, which makes it very difficult to know what did we do the previous day when you don't have them. And so I think a month is too long to have anyone out of the ability to participate and really be able to process and think through what's going on. And for the rotation days that come up, when it comes up, and I guess I'm asking the commission as well, as I can't imagine it being any legal issue, but if it happened such as someone had one day, I'm imagining we would be able to just make a motion or just say we'd like for that same chair to continue, the next couple of days, or maybe we can write it in a way that says at a minimum of 3 times or 5 or 4 or whatever. And then that way the rotation would be already set. Anything less than 3, 4, 5 days, whatever the decision would be the same chair, so that people wouldn't have to do just the one day and move on, that they would actually get some good experience of 3 to 5 days and then be able to move on in rotation. And I love it changing at the end of a full meeting. And it seems that most of them perhaps will run longer than that. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My original musing, I guess, last week was quarterly, but I would agree with Commissioner Fernandez. I think a month is a reasonable length. I've gone back and looked at the 2010 Commission's calendar, and if you look in, I think it was May of 2011, there was one stretch where they had 6 different meetings, 6 different agendas in 6 nights. And it seems to me that it's going to get pretty dizzying to have a different chair every day for 5 or 6 days in a row. I've also been thinking about, issues of accountability and tracking down who was chair when, at some point down the road. And it seems to me that if we go with something a little bit longer than one meeting, it's going to be easier down the road to figure out who was chair when. I guess you'd have it in the minutes, but it'd be easier to just mentally keep track of who was chair when if it were by month. And the current rotation covers 14 periods, which would take us close to the end of next year already, with everyone having had chance to chair. So that's where I am on this. Thank you.
May I point out that the proposal uses
Yee.
the language generally, so generally the next chair will be such and so. So in situations where we do have a quick succession of meetings, we could go with Commissioner Turner's thought of just deciding that the commission, the current chair will continue for a couple of meetings right in a row before moving on to the next chair.
Commissioner Ahmad?
Just a quick clarifying question. Is this rotation also for closed session meetings?
Yes.
Okay.
Commissioner Fornishari and Anderson.
Yeah, I just my 2 cents here. I mean, I prefer this idea of per meeting. A month, 2 things. A month is a long time to be sort of out of the game, and when you're chair, like Chair Turner said, really focusing on running the meeting and not able to engage at the level you would like. And the other thing is, some months are going to be busier than other months. And if we, maybe if we set up a per meeting with a minimum of meeting days or something like that, that might be a kind of a compromise.
Commissioner, thank you. Commissioner Anderson?
Thank you. First of all, I do appreciate, I also like the meeting with the idea that this is a sort of a general pattern. And particularly, I agree with Commissioner Kennedy, if it's a series of a quick succession of 6 different meetings in 6 different days, I think we should put, as Commissioner Turner recommended, at that point modify, hey, look, this one chair should run that set of, even though it's that set of meetings essentially. And the reason I also agree with that, because having been the chair, and it does take, as Commissioner Turner is saying, you don't get to take notes. You're taking notes about public comments. It really does take a person out of serious participation. I mean, being able to document things. And it's also the idea of putting the proper face on the whole commission. I think it's very important to have all of our faces up there at a different time. I think it really makes a difference. I actually had a specific requirement about when the terms end, because there is an issue between meetings, what happens. And I kind of sort of recommended, look, basically when Commissioner Turner is stepping down, but she's basically still has the authority until the next meeting starts up. And the vice chair, Ahmad is still the vice chair, so through that period, and then becomes chair at the next one. And then essentially Commissioner Fernandez is not involved until the next meeting starts. And I think it was our council said, we'd really like to have the new people coming in to work with during the meetings. And then I looked back, I've been on a couple of boards, and it turns out there was an executive committee, which was essentially the past chair, which would be after this meeting would be Commissioner Turner, and then the incoming chair, which would be Mr. Ahmad, and then the incoming vice chair would be the executive committee, with the authority would then be on the new chair coming in, except for items that were done still on the old meeting. So you have in that executive committee group the proper authority at all times.
Unfortunately, Bagley-Keene would not permit that, because if it's more than 2 people, they'd have to meet in a noticed meeting. That's why we keep it two-person committees.
Yeah, I understand that, but this is for all administrative purposes. This is not actually discussing,
That's still business of the. It's not redistricting business, but it is business of the commission for purposes of Bagley-Keene.
Okay, well then there's going to be discontinuity, and that's why then that becomes a problem, and I don't see. Okay, I thought because it's all administrative that would be okay.
You could have the past chair and the incoming chair as the executive committee.
All right.
Okay, commissioners. Oh, go ahead.
And then, in which case, I do like the way it's written, in terms of the vice chair terms. So the way the proposal is written.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai, Yee, and Vasquez.
I wanted to say that I really appreciate the work that came into this, and I want to appreciate all of you for seeing being a chair as a role of facilitation versus a role of leadership, because a lot of times people look at it as leadership and forget that facilitation piece. So I really have appreciated you all kind of saying, okay, and it makes me look bad that I stepped down because I didn't want to take my turn and all that. And I have no reason why I said no right now. So, sorry. I did want to put it out there that we may want to do it, that we may look at when we're doing the community meetings and community input meetings a little different, in that I know that when the last committee, the 2010, they became teams. They created a regional map, and then they became teams around the regional map, and I think they facilitated the meetings for each of when they did that, the region. So if you were the LA team, the two people that were the LA team then facilitated that meeting. So I just want to put it out there, and it does say generally, so that allows for that flexibility if when we envision this, we envision something differently.
Commissioner Vasquez?
I was gonna make a motion, but I'll wait for conversation.
Good, thank you, because I skipped Commissioner Yee, please.
Yes, so I just want to note that the current proposal is for the chair to continue after the end of his or her meeting until the beginning of the next meeting. So, I mean, if I were Commissioner Turner, I'd probably want to be able to wrap up tonight, this afternoon, but if we approve it as written, then she would continue on to the beginning of the next meeting. I believe council's preference, just in terms of workflow, was to have the new chair begin at the end of the current meeting so that the new chair can start preparing with staff for the next meeting. Council, I wonder if you could say just a little bit more about what kind of preparation specifically you're thinking of. The agenda gets set by the whole commission, does it not, before the end of the meeting? Or how does that work?
The topics get set, although it can be added to as well as long as the 14 days notice is given. And it's up to the commission whether you decide to give that authority to the chair or whether you're always going to have it by perhaps a vote of the whole commission. That's really up to you. Our preference for having, there are a lot of plans that go into planning for a meeting. Perhaps Raul can add to this too, but when you're going to have speakers appear, how long you're going to allow for certain people, scheduling things. There's just a lot of technical that seems like it would be advisable for having the incoming chair be involved with. Raul?
I would concur with Marion.
Okay, Commissioners Fernandez, Vasquez, and Lamont.
I hear what Marion's saying, but I also think, like, I'm just going to use an example of right now. It's Chair Turner, and she would still be involved if we stuck with this plan. And I don't see the issue of working with both Chair Turner and Vice Chair Ahmad during that period, because then Vice Chair Ahmad will become the chair. So I don't see it as being inappropriate in terms of working with the agenda and whatever else needs to be decided for the next meeting, because you're going to have the current vice chair and the incoming vice chair.
I said that would be possible. You'd be leaving out the incoming vice chair, but as long as it's not more than two.
Commissioner Vasquez?
That was going to be my comment.
Commissioner Lamont?
That was going to be mine as well. I just have a question, I guess, for Marion. Is so there's sort of, it sounds like two roles. If the chair doesn't fully transition at the close of the current meeting and goes into effect at the beginning of the next meeting, then in this in between, for example, Chair Turner would continue to be the signatory, etc., and the vice chair would take on more of the preparation role, getting administrative preparation and getting ready for the upcoming meeting, and step fully into the position at that meeting.
That would work.
So that's the only, is that how could it work that way? And is everyone okay with it working that way? So we understand some clear delineation.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Then I support that.
And I support that as well. I think the one issue that maybe it's not an issue, but it's in terms of authority. Who has the authority, right, to do the signatories, to be the sign off if there's disagreements on the scheduling of the agenda and that sort of thing for the next meeting, speaker time, etc. Would it in the iteration that you have here, it would be the chair, the chair that would be have the authority, and the vice chair would be providing feedback until the meeting date, which just because there needs to be one person that, or maybe not, maybe it's the two of them together that have to come to consensus, and that would be fine as well. But the version that you have in your packet, the proposal that we've made, and we can certainly make a change to this, that it has that they both have authority, which or the committee, that executive committee that was talked about, might have the authority to work with staff on creating the next agenda and determining all of the things that need to happen, which might be a little bit confusing, but it's workable. Because it goes back to authority. Who has the authority in between meetings?
Mm-hmm. So as I understood, Commissioner Lamont and some of the others, the authority would remain with the chair at the conclusion of the meeting. The agenda setting would be with the vice chair until the start of the meeting, and then the vice chair would assume chair, and we would continue in that manner. Is there a motion or further discussion? Commissioner Yee?
Commissioner Vasquez.
Oh.
Vasquez first, or how?
Vasquez.
I was going to ask council to clarify. So in this scheme, you would be working, the old chair would remain in authority, but you would be working mostly with the vice chair, who will be the next chair, to set the agenda and so forth.
That's what I would envision.
Right. And legally, that's fine because, because they're not chairing a meeting.
Legally, it works either way. It's just how smoothly it works.
Okay, very good.
Commissioner Vasquez?
I was going to make a motion again. I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm embodying Commissioner Lamont.
I'm going to second it because I'm going to embody Commissioner Lamont too.
Commissioner Lamont?
Thank you. I'll make this really quick so I can also embody Commissioner Lamont. I agree with the proposal that's on the table right now. It makes sense to me. I would just want to make sure that everyone knows that in the role of the vice chair then, at the start of the next meeting, you would be coming in equivalent to the rest of the commissioners in terms of the information and planning that went into the agenda. Knowing that at any moment at that start of the meeting, you might have to jump into the chair role. So that I'm sure everyone's okay with that and flexible with that, but just something to keep in the front of your mind moving forward. But I'm in agreement with that proposal.
Council, Commissioner Kutagawa.
This is just maybe a little ticky-tacky, but since I know that there are commissioners that are ready to make a motion, I just want to also note that there are perhaps some grammar and other edits that need to be made to the memo if we're supposed to accept it as is. Specifically, on page 2, there is a missing word under or above where it says probable initial chair and vice chair sequence. In the paragraph above that, the sentence that starts with the term of the, and then I think chair is missing. Mm-hmm. And vice chair will begin at the start of the regularly scheduled meeting, etc.
Thank you. Council, is there a formal something that needs to be said and done before chair takes over? Because the way I was envisioning it is that at the end of this meeting, yes, holding authority for any signatory or what have you, but at the beginning of the meeting, it actually starts with the vice chair chairing the meeting as chair.
That's how I understand your motion.
Okay, great. Commissioner Vasquez?
Clarifying question. Were folks in agreement about the length of the term being a full meeting or 3 days, whichever is longer? That was a suggestion made by our chair.
Commissioner Ahmad?
Honestly, at this point, because we're in a year ending in 0, we have, and correct me if I'm wrong, Council, we have to give a notice 14 days in advance.
Yes.
And a year ending in 1, it would be 3 days.
No.
So I would.
Only 1 month in that year is 3 days.
Only 1 month in year ending with 1 is 3 days.
Yes, it was anticipated in the month before your map drawing. When you were most
Okay.
busy, you'd have 3 days.
Okay, so the remaining of 2021 will also still be 14 days.
Except for the month of August.
Except for the month of August.
Which
Okay,
can be also
okay.
be worked around. When last time, because of when they added Congress to the commission's duties, originally it had been in September. Because they added Congress, you had to do your work earlier because of the primaries. But they didn't make the change of the month. So even though the maps had to be done by August 15th, September was the month that you had to give 3-day notice. The workaround was we noticed a meeting for every day.
Got it, got it. So to have that back-to-back meeting, did they notice meetings in an overlapping manner, or just kept one long meeting?
Every single day, because then you could cancel that day. You wouldn't be canceling the whole meeting.
Got it, got it. Okay, that's helpful
It's
to know.
cumbersome, but it was a workaround.
Got it, thank you.
So hearing no other pushback, I'd like to make a motion to approve the committee's proposal for chair rotation with the amendment of a term being 1 meeting or 3 days, whichever is longer. Did I do that right?
Okay, I second that.
Commissioner Yee?
I recommend we not include the 3-day provision because, and keep our maximum flexibility, because we just don't know what it's going to look like going forward. And, including how each of us will feel when our turn comes up and what's going on in our life when our turn comes up, right? So, with just the understanding, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 days, just how it looks when the time comes, to keep our maximum flexibility around that, and not set a minimum or maximum threshold.
I still, and I know we have a motion and a second, but I don't see that as any different than if your turn came up and it was time for you to do the full meeting, you still would need to, you could decline or do something different. I just think setting the 3 keeps us from having to have the discussion every time it's a single meeting as to whether or not we want to take action or not. It would be understood up front that the person would be chair a minimum 3 times. It just goes the
3
same
days,
way.
yeah. True,
Commissioner
true.
Lamont?
I think I might have got a little confused based on what council just said a few moments ago. So anticipating these multiple single-day meetings, what are the odds of having those types of meetings between now and before August of next year with our 14-day notice?
It would not happen before August. It might happen if the time of the census is extended again so that you had until December 15th to do your maps, then it might come up towards the end of the year.
So maybe we could approve the proposal as is and see how things flow, and we can always amend it moving forward, because we may be trying to solve for a problem that's not necessarily a problem yet.
The only qualification on that is if you were going to amend it, you'd have to have it on the agenda as an action item. That could be done.
That could be done.
You could always put it on the agenda, whether or not you want to modify the rotation schedule.
Well, that might be a thought, commissioners, or if we build in the three-day or 3 to 5 day, I think was actually the recommendation. And with the out, like Commissioner Yee is talking about, then we kind of cover all the bases. So we're saying this, but we may not do it. That's kind of what happens, right? It's like, okay, we'll agree to this and we'll have this out. So is an agreement necessary? Maybe the proposal without the days, and if we find this a problem, we can address the problem when it is a problem.
Well, we have a live meeting, we have a live motion that's been seconded on the floor.
Or we could just move forward with it as it is since it's been seconded. I'm good.
Do you want to call the question? Call the question, we'll stop public discussion, you still have public comment.
Right, okay, so Commissioner Yee?
Can we clarify that the motion also includes Commissioner Akutagawa's correction to the paragraphs to read chair and vice chair?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll stop discussion at this point and go to public comment. Brian, do we have a public comment?
And once again, if you do have a comment, please press 1, then 0. 1, 0. and allowing a few moments here. So far, we have no one queuing up.
Thank you, Ryan. Council, what time is our lunch scheduled?
5 minutes from now.
And we have no one in queue at this time.
Okay, thank you. Then we will call to vote, please.
Before we call the vote, can we just hear the motion one time?
As I read it, is to accept the rotation proposed by the subcommittee with it being on the agenda at every meeting as to whether or not you want to vote to change that procedure.
No.
No?
So, no, the motion, Commissioner Vasquez, you want to make your motion again?
Oh, it's your second, I apologize. I didn't write that down. It would be to either for one meeting or for 3 days, whichever is longer, subject to change at every meeting.
I didn't have that one. I mean, so
I
I'm
thought
okay
that's
with it,
what,
but that was not my motion.
oh,
That was,
could you clarify, please?
that was a, yeah, it was just without the subject to change. So that was, yeah, that was not part of my motion.
Okay.
Can
Unless
you
it's
just
on,
remake your motion again? Just say it out, what it was, because I'm just not remembering it, and I didn't write it down.
Yes, to accept the rotation as proposed with the amendment of the term duration being 1 full meeting or 3 days, whichever is longer.
And with the corrected, adding in the word chair.
all right, is everyone clear on the motion? Commissioner Hoffman,
Yes.
Commissioner Kutagawa. And I'm sorry, this is a special vote. It has, because you're electing chairs, it needs to be 3 from each subgroup, but Commissioner Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Fornishari,
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy,
Yes.
Commissioner Lamone.
Yes.
You have me going there. Commissioner Sadwani,
Yes.
Commissioner Sinai,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Toledo,
Yes.
Commissioner Turner,
Yes?
Commissioner Vasquez,
Yes.
Commissioner Yee.
Yes.
It passes with the required votes.
Actually, I think I better say my yes verbally because I think
I thought I heard
yeah,
you.
I didn't have a chance to say yes, and since this is also recorded in public, I don't want somebody to come back and say that I didn't say yes, so.
I have you recorded as a yes.
Thank you, everyone.
Commissioner. Good job, subcommittee. Thank you so much. At this time, we will go to lunch. We'll recess for lunch and we'll come back. Let's just come back, please, at 1:45. 1:45. Yes. Thank you. Thank you and welcome back to our commission meeting for Friday, September 4th after lunch. We will begin with public comment. Ryan, so if you would please, I think the instructions have been read twice today. Let's just go to see if we have someone online. Actually, Raul, if you would read them, that'll give time for the community to join online for public comment.
Very good, Chair. Let me bring that up.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And Commissioners, let's see, Fornishari and Toledo and Anderson, are you ready on your subcommittee report? You're going to come back after lunch for Chief Counsel. Will you be ready right after public comment?
I'm not sure. Did I sent a quick email to you? Have me check that.
I'll check on it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're ready, Ron.
Very good, Chair. To the public, instructions for making public comments by phone. So, in order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the commissioners will be taking public comment during their meeting by phone. Each time that the commissioners bring up an action item, you will be informed that it is time to call in if you wish to make a public comment. The commissioners will then allow at least 2 minutes for those who wish to comment to join the public comment queue. So you can make a public comment by dialing 877-226-8163. After dialing the number, you will speak to an operator, and you'll be asked to provide either the access code for the meeting, which is 518-5236, or the name of the meeting, which is the Citizens Redistricting Commission First Commission meeting. After providing this information, the operator will ask you to provide a name. Please note you're not required to provide your actual name if you don't wish to. You may provide either your own name or a name other than your own. When it's your turn to make a public comment, the moderator will introduce you by the name you provided to the operator. So providing a name helps ATT, which is hosting this public comment process, excuse me. Providing a name helps ATT, which is hosting this public comment process, to ensure that everyone holding for public comment has a chance to submit their comments. So please be assured that the Commission is not maintaining any list of callers by name and is only asking for some names so that the call moderator can manage multiple calls simultaneously and can let you know when it's your turn to speak. After providing a name and speaking with the operator, you'll be placed in a listening room, which is a virtual waiting room where you will wait until it is your turn to speak. You'll be able to listen to live audio of the meeting, but please remember to mute your computer or live stream audio because the online video and audio will be approximately 60 seconds behind the live audio and that you are hearing on your telephone. If you fail to mute your computer live stream audio, it will be extremely difficult for you to follow the meeting and difficult for anyone to hear your comment due to the feedback issues which will occur. Therefore, once you're waiting in the queue, be alert for when you may be called upon to speak, and please turn down the live stream volume. From the listening room, listen to the meeting and the call moderator. When you decide that you want to make a comment about the agenda item that's being discussed, you will need to press 10. That's 10, and you will be placed in the queue to make a public comment. When joining the queue to make a public comment, you should hear an automatic recording informing you that you have been placed in the queue. You will not receive any further instruction until the moderator brings you in to make your public comment. The moderator will open your line and introduce you by the name that you provided to the operator. Once again, make sure that you have muted any background noise from your computer. Please do not use a speakerphone, but rather speak directly into your phone. After the moderator introduces you, please state the name you provided the operator and then state your comment clearly and concisely. After you finish making your comment, the commissioners will move on to the next caller and you may hang up the phone. If you would like to comment on another agenda item at a later time, please call back when the commissioners open up public comment for that item and repeat this process. If you are disconnected for any reason, please call back and explain the issue to the operator. Then repeat this process and rejoin the public comment queue by pressing 10. The commissioners will take comment for every action item on the agenda. As you listen to the online video stream, public comments will be solicited. This is the time to call in. The process for making a comment will be the same each time. Begin by dialing 877-226-8163 and follow the steps that I have just delineated. They're also available on the website homepage. Thank you very much.
Bravo, Raul. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ryan. Ryan, AT&T operator. We are ready, sir, for public comment.
Okay, and as a reminder, please press 1, then 0 if you wish to make a comment. 1, 0. And we have no one in queue for a comment.
Hey. We'll wait, Ryan, still just for another minute. Just another minute. Okay, did anyone join us?
We have no one in queue.
Okay, thank you, sir. Commissioner Anderson, you were saying?
Yes, we had a quick subcommittee meeting, and we do want to continue about basically the last proposal on was shall we? I believe it was. I don't know if we. Sorry, please stop again. Start over. I'm not sure if we made a proposal or if we just gave direction. But I believe the direction that we said was we asked a role to go with the recruiter on getting slightly modified posting out to a new group, to using a recruiter and to new posting.
Yes.
But we'd still like to essentially do that, but we'd like to help Raul with this recruiting process. It might be a more efficient way of doing that. Still the same idea, it's just rather than saying, Raul, please do this for us, we're going to give him a little more direction on how, on recruiting, on using a recruiter.
Chair, that's what I had asked or had proposed.
Yes.
If I could look for an interagency agreement with a public sector company, rather than initially go out to a private company. Private company will have to be done through an RFP, so you're talking 4 to 6 weeks just to get that up and going. And the interagency, we could probably look at maybe a week and a half.
There's a step we could do before we have to jump into that process. That's what we wanted to talk to you about in terms of.
In terms of proposal for next steps, I think what we're moving towards is potentially advertise, so to finish finalizing the bulletin and the job description, updating, making the minor updates, and then helping with advertising of that, or giving direction, I guess that would be to advertise the position as widely as possible, possibly in a couple of legal newsletters, some of the online postings, and while we get the recruiter on board, and so that we can get the biggest dissemination possible. So in addition to having the interagency agreement or exploring that possibility, just getting it out there and getting it disseminated and through the legal processes, as well as taking some of the input from the commissioners, reaching out to speakers and experts in the area in our speakers that have approached us and other experts in the legal community to see if they can just help us disseminate this posting a little bit further. So just asking them for help in disseminating the job description to see if we can get a wider pool of qualified applicants.
Thank you, subcommittee. We have Commissioner Lamont and Commissioner Kennedy.
No comment.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just so that colleagues are aware, I've suggested a number of additional recruitment channels to Raul, and some of these may be, I think, pretty good options for getting the message out widely. One is Election Line Weekly, which is supported by the Democracy Fund. It's a weekly that goes out to people interested in election-related topics. I've been getting it for over a decade. They have a very active jobs board there. And also, Professor Rick Hassan at UC Irvine runs a very active election law blog. So those two, I think, could be potentially very good channels for Chief Counsel. And I also suggested governmentjobs.com, the California Association of Clerks and Election Officials, and the California State Association of Counties.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And Raul has all of those.
I have the emails. My main concern being that if you those routes, it's just a matter of how much is it and how do we purchase it. when you start talking about getting an external recruiter, now then that's where if I don't have the ability to go ahead and start doing that and starting negotiations and actually seeing what the process is going to be for interagency, the alternative is to wait further and start developing an RFP. Excuse me, but if I don't receive some kind of direction right now, I have to wait till your next meeting to get the direction. So,
Right.
so there's at least a 2-week delay there before.
Right. Of the ones that I've suggested, I think governmentjobs.com may be the only one that charges. The others, I think, would be free of charge. And, I've offered those as a possible way of avoiding having to spend money on this and still getting the word out widely among an interested target audience.
Commissioner Sapwani?
Yeah, let me just ask, and this is partially a conversation for later, but also for now. Once this posting is live, can we as commissioners be sending it out, right? Like, can we tweet about it? Could we have a press release about it? Could we be advertising it ourselves in any way or capacity? I mean, it sounds like, Commissioner Kennedy, that you know of these places, and perhaps, I don't know, but perhaps you have some relationships with them. Is that something as commissioners that we can go and do because it's a public notice, or is that in any violation of?
You can distribute it as much as you wish.
Great, thank you.
Commissioner Lamont?
I feel like we are maybe bundling two things. I think Raul's initial point earlier today was that there could be a shorter path to having a search firm that's already part of the state system do that function that we were looking to potentially secure a private firm for. And that would be something that, if we were going with a private firm, would require an RFP and a much longer, up to 6-week process. So I think his recommendation was to at least explore the state process first. And if we were able to get what we needed from that, great, we'd have it done. And if we weren't, either for whatever reason he found that there wasn't something available, or if that became a roadblock, then the second approach might be would be our next step. So I think that we need to give them some direction to move forward with that. And that's sort of separate and apart from the, pardon me?
I agree, thank you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and I think that's separate and apart from what Commissioner Anderson opened with, which is regard to the subcommittee wanting to continue to be involved with working with Raul in these other wider distribution, giving him some direction on some of the things that Commissioner Kennedy and maybe other avenues and channels for getting this out as well. So it seems like that we can do both of those, but I think we need to give him the direction very specifically for pursuing the state path.
The interagency.
Yes, the interagency.
And if I may, the company I'm thinking of is Cooperative Personnel Services. They're a Joint Powers Act agency. They're not per se part of the state, but because they are a public entity and a Joint Powers Act agency, we're able to do an interagency agreement with them. They do a lot of different services to public sector organizations. They've been around since, I think, the early 80s. So that would be one of my first avenues is to go inquire with them how much for what. Also, too, just for every subcommittee, just so you know, my intent, Mary's intent, because we're both working together, is to work directly with the subcommittee
Right.
in terms of the different things that the subcommittee is trying to accomplish in whatever capacity. So I don't mean to imply that we won't, but I just need the direction. If if you want to do an external entity, that work needs to be started soon, please.
I think the subcommittee would like us to allow Raul to go ahead to have our commission to look into this and to proceed with this at the subcommittees working with him, because there, in terms of, there may be something that we can do as far as this where so it's a little bit like there are two portions. How we disseminate and also a recruiter. But if one doesn't work, we need a recruiter. So we just haven't had a chance to actually talk directly to Raul about this. That's why it sounds a little disjointed, but it's the same idea.
And I do think it's two things, right? So the first thing is giving Raul. So the recommendation would be to give Raul the authority to go out and try to inquire and figure and get the appropriate conversation and any documentation that's necessary to enter into an agreement for recruitment services, and separately from that, it would be to move forward with, and I believe we had this authority at with the last motion that was passed, to update the job description and to begin disseminating it widely. And the two things are separate but connected because they're both connected to recruitment. So we'd be doing our own, right? We'd be disseminating the job description and also inquiring on getting additional support to help us do a targeted recruitment as well, to ensure that we have the most widespread dissemination and also a large enough pool to make a good decision.
And qualified too. So we have multiple avenues to get good qualified candidates.
And given the competition, right, we're not the only ones doing redistricting. I think that's been brought up. There are many entities doing redistricting across many local municipalities, state, national. So we want to be able to secure the best that we can, and that's going to require large dissemination in the plan.
So I do have a question.
Yes.
Excuse me, please.
Okay.
Sorry. So is the preference for somebody who understands California is in California, or somebody from other parts of the country who may not be familiar with California? I phrase it that way because...
So I think the preference would be someone who has federal VRA, federal election, electoral, constitutional expertise. The California piece, I think it's important to understand because there's so many constitutional issues that are California specific, and some of that can be brought in separately, but it'd be important for them to at least understand California rules.
Yeah.
We'll be able to pick them up very quickly,
This is also your chief counsel.
Yes.
Right? And so having someone who isn't familiar with California, even though VRA is as your chief counsel, I think that...
I think the preference is right, having both. If we can get both the California and the federal VRA and the federal electoral expertise, that would be the preference. And that's in the job description right now. It's actually a requirement in the job description for both.
Commissioners, I saw Kutigawa and Sapwani.
First, can I just say, just as a kind of a point of process, Commissioner Anderson, I am having still a hard time. You go in and out still, so I just want to, I don't know about the others, but I'm still having a hard time hearing. On this last point, one of the thoughts that I had, and I'm glad that this is coming up because this is going to help clarify things. One of the thoughts that I had is in distributing or sharing the chief counsel job description, I was going to go out to some National Bar Association contacts that I have, with the caveat to folks saying that there must be experience in California. I know that there are at times people who are from California, who have spent significant time in California, but maybe working, for example, somewhere else, and maybe interested in coming back to California because this is perhaps something of interest, or they may be at a point in their career where they feel like this is something that it's an opportunity for them to also give back. And so I wanted to just propose that as maybe a potential way to broaden our pool. I do agree that I think you need to have somebody who understands California, the California VRA, but also the federal VRA, and also, frankly, I think we also need somebody who had spent some significant time in California, because I think there's sometimes nuances that people from outside of California don't always understand. And I guess maybe everybody from every state may say the same thing, but I feel that very strongly about California. I think sometimes people don't really understand as well.
If you could hear me, sorry, I might just jump in. That was always the intent, is not only California Voting Rights Act, Federal Voting Rights Act information, but also familiarity with California legislature and what is going on in our state now. Because again, this is our chief counsel for all matters that we're going to be going through. So while an outside expert might be really good in particular fields, we need the general California experience, which, I mean, it's not to say someone who's from California or has been in California, but it happens to be out of state right now, might not qualify. But in terms of national pools, I would certainly go California first.
Thank you. Commissioner Satwani?
Yeah, I would, just my 2 cents. We are a commission of the state of California. We obviously need someone that has California experience, and personally, I think that they would also need to be bar certified in California.
Yeah.
If they're going to practice
That is a requirement of the job.
Raul?
To be able to help with the litigation.
I would also add, as your chief counsel, it's really critical not to just know California, but to know California government and the entities here in Sacramento, because they will be your forward-facing counsel for all the entities that you would be interfacing with here as a commission as part of Sacramento state government. If I may, I would put that as number 1, general California law, number 2, and the VRA 3, because it's easier to get that as an expertise. A state person, anyway, my point was made.
Thank you. Commissioner Yee?
So far, Marion's been functioning also as somewhat as our parliamentarian. And I'm wondering if this chief counsel would actually, in fact, take that role as well in all our meetings. A little bit separate function, but well, of course, I wish Marion would just apply for the job. But
I'm retired.
Is that the case? Okay.
We tried.
But I did, at least last time I tried to attend all the meetings. I have represented a number of state commissions. Commission on Status of Women, Fair Employment Practice Commission, Native American Heritage Commission, so as well as the Citizens Compensation Commission. So I know Robert's Rules and Bagley-Keene and Brown Act and all of that good stuff.
So I'm just wondering if that's necessarily going to be the case for the chief counsel going forward, or we have other options when that time comes.
Commissioner Anderson?
It's my understanding that a lot of the chair runs it, but the executive director would also facilitate as a bit of parliamentarian. Legal items, the council would. But is that not correct, or in terms of the standard format for last year and what is anticipated going forward to get the executive director on board?
I would assume that's something that the executive director would work out with staff and assign responsibilities as people are best qualified.
So where we are in the point now, subcommittee and Raul, there was last meeting, I think, a motion and passed to go one direction, and we're actually adding to that, fleshing it out a little bit more. Is there any different motion that needs to be made, or this was just a point of clarification? What is our action item coming out of this?
Can it be,
after discussion?
can it be as simple as a request, or?
Well, you want to sign the contract, though.
No,
To go for the interagency contract, you want authority to do that.
so what Marion's bringing up is an important point in that so here's how I'm envisioning it. If you say, yes, go ahead, pursue the interagency, I'm working with the subcommittee and with the chair. It gets to a point to where the subcommittee's going, wow, we're going to make a recommendation to the chair to go with this interagency. Go ahead and start putting it together. And so with the chair, would as far as I understood your motion, your chair would be empowered then to authorize and sign it if it was ready. But I think, wouldn't they be required to have a vote?
They could vote now on, I mean, the terms of an interagency contract are pretty standard. There's no leeway.
No, there
really.
isn't.
So I think if you would vote, assuming it can be put in place before your next meeting to authorize the chair to approve it, would be what I would suggest.
So there still needs to be a motion then for that?
Right. Because it's a contract. Easy contract, but a contract.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Raul, do we have a cost estimate on what the interagency agreement path might cost?
As you know, Commissioner Kennedy, those types of external services come with a menu. And so that's where I would be working with the subcommittee and the chair in terms of here's the menu, here's the cost differences, and depending on what they would pick, that would determine the cost. Because it can run $5,000 to $25,000 would be my guess, easy. Just depending on what you want.
Commissioner Lamont?
So maybe we should come to some conclusion about how much money we want to spend to recruit general counsel, and then move forward with making a motion to authorize Raul to move in the interagency agreement down that path with chair having authority to sign off on it. I think if we could get a cap, I don't know, do we want to spend $25,000, $50,000 on recruitment? So maybe that's the discussion, and then we can have sort of a range that we authorize in terms of cost. So we can move it forward, so we're not waiting 2 weeks to just be able to say, okay, put out the general counsel recruitment.
Right.
Or however many weeks it'll take.
Yeah, I want to kind of go over this with Raul, but basically recruiters can cost up to 25% of the first year's salary. And if there's another possible way of doing around this, it might be only as much as 20%. But so council's annual salary is only a 2-year position, but it's incredibly important 2-year position. And what was the annual salary on that role?
I think,
Range?
hold on one moment and I'll bring that up.
The range didn't go, I believe it was less than $200,000.
I think it topped at $16K
per month.
Approximately per month.
Well,
It's after lunch, so I'll have to get my calculator to do the 12 times 16.
So
192.
192.
So basically, if it's 25%, well, that could be up to almost $50,000. If it's 10%, it'd be more like 25.
Yeah.
But that's using a private,
20.
that's using a private agency.
Right.
And a lot of the cost is how you're going to advertise extensively and where.
And that could probably cost, about say up to $4,000, $5,000, depending on just the costing.
Another big cost is the extent to which they have to develop the solicitation and advertisement. So if we come in with something and they just tweak, it'll cost less than saying, do it for us from scratch. So there's some negotiation points in terms of the menu, and that's why the discussion's important. But
It seems to me that about 10% would be reasonable for the up to 10% of the salary, which is about about $20,000, so about $20,000, a little less, but maybe $20,000 is being the cap. Given that there's already been a lot of work done on the advertisement, we need to tweak it, maybe figure out where to place it, and help with speaking with candidates and trying to get interest and elicit more interest. And certainly we'll try our best to keep it as low as possible and to negotiate the best rate as possible because it is taxpayers' dollars. But we're putting the threshold at about 10% of salary, which is a lot less than it would cost in the private sector for a position of this caliber.
And I would say probably do like in total, because there is the advertising costs as well as say recruiting costs. So in terms of outlay, it might be up to 25, but it would be around 20 recruiting for the actual recruiting portion. That helps in terms of ballpark numbers.
Commissioner Lamons.
Can we split the difference and say 15% of the salary, give you range to be able to move? That gives you about 30K. And you use your discretion, of course, just so that your hands aren't tied and you can move. How does other commissioners feel about 15% as the higher end?
Commissioner Sinai.
We need to pay the amount even if other recruitment efforts, if other recruitment efforts come to fruition, we only pay certain costs, not the full cost, because they didn't find us the person, right?
Mm-hmm. Correct. That's where the discount comes from instead of 25, because you say, yeah, right. We found it through us, so and they usually negotiate.
I'm to answer your question, Commissioner Lamont, what you stated makes sense to me, so that they're not having to come back close, but not quite enough money. And I do believe the subcommittee and Raul will use their best discretion and try to save those dollars.
And it would still go through the chair, so the chair would have final say on this. So.
Okay, with that, I'd like to make a motion that we move forward with the recommendation of the General Counsel Subcommittee to empower Raul to move forward with pursuing the interagency agreement with a budget of 15% of General Counsel salary on the high end to support the recruitment and outreach efforts, and giving the authority to the chair to sign off on any contract supporting those terms.
Second that. Commissioner Yee.
We'll go to public comments now, please. Ryan, on this particular topic and motion.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you do wish to make a comment, please press 1, then 0 at this time. 1, 0.
And Ryan,
And currently we have no one in queue.
We'll wait a couple of minutes to see if someone wants to dial in. While we're waiting, was that all of the subcommittees that were assigned? Does anyone else have a report still? Have a report still of the subcommittees? Commissioner Sinai?
I wanted, it didn't come up, but Commissioner Kennedy had brought up the the election and being able to, the legal framework about making all election items accessible, language accessible. And I thought about that. I think that we all want to be as accessible as possible, but my question was, and this kind of goes to to a lot of the different topics we've had, is would we want to restrict ourselves or set a precedent? So if we say we're going to follow the laws for election laws, could that put us down a path that later might restrict us on something else?
Okay, let me have you hold that point. So was there any other subcommittees that was waiting to report out, someone that had an assignment for a subcommittee? Okay. Ryan, did we have any public comments holding yet?
We do not have anyone in queue at this time.
Okay, thank you. Would you call the vote, Marion, on the motion?
Commissioner Ahmad,
Yes.
Commissioner Akutagawa,
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Fornashari,
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy,
Yes.
Commissioner Lamons,
Yes.
Commissioner Sadwani,
Yes.
Commissioner Sinai,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Toledo,
Yes.
Commissioner Turner,
Yes.
Commissioner Vasquez,
She had to step away. She'll be back.
Commissioner Yee.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Commissioner Sinai, I'm going to come back to your point in just a moment, please. We also, just to let the full commission know, that the communications subcommittee did submit a letter that where we will use this particular letter to contact those that have applied before and let them know that they can, if they choose, reapply, or they don't need to if they're still interested. Commissioner Taylor, did you want to say anything on that letter, because it was approved?
No, that's, we made the changes, just suggestions, we sent that to Raul, and we would like to just contact and encourage those to either amend, reapply, but they're still in the applicant pool.
Perfect. Okay, so that's just was FYI. And then staff, Raul, if you would just help me. I think I'm at the point now where we're able to go to our future meeting dates and agenda. But if you can go through all of the notes to see, or if for you, those of you that have, outside of Commissioner Sinai's comment that she's going to make, did we cover everything else?
Let me check on that, Chair.
Okay. That's your hand, Commissioner Lamont? You're fixing the camera. Okay. Commissioner Kennedy, let me say this. What's interesting about watching for hands, I'll say as my time gets close to a close, is that for every time you either fix your hair, adjust your glasses, the interpreter's hands that's going up, it's like a constant watching the screen. So your notes, you're not keeping good notes, and if you look down to look at a note, you look up and then you've missed two hand came up first. And so I just wanted to state
Not an easy job.
Commissioner, it keeps you engaged. For sure, you'll stay engaged in checking it out. Commissioner Kennedy?
Just before I make my point on that one, you know, if you have a pad or if you have your Robert's Rules of Order, it's easier to see something big and yellow in the small screen.
Yes.
Than this, which sometimes gets hidden behind your name and so forth.
Yes.
Anyway, do we have clarity on where we are with asking the auditor's office for communications support in the meantime?
Not yet.
The only alternative to that I see as far as short term, I mean, Commissioner Sadwani very correctly was saying, you know, there are already beginning to be things that we might want to issue statements on, is to set up a communications subcommittee and have that communications subcommittee taking on that role in the absence of the support that we should be receiving from the auditor's office.
Commissioner Lamont?
I'm curious as to how that would really work, because if we're talking about empowering two people to respond as a subcommittee to all of our communication needs, that makes me very nervous. And with the breaks and when we meet, just operationally, I'm not sure how that would work. So if you have some clarity, Commissioner Kennedy, on how you would imagine this subcommittee functioning, please shine some light on that.
I would just say, taking direction from the commission, we need a statement on, and then the subcommittee does what these subcommittees have done for this meeting, which is come back with drafts for consideration of the full commission.
I think the problem with that, though, is these things we did within the context of a meeting. This will be outside of the meeting. If something cropped up, we wouldn't be able to, so we couldn't give you any direction or input, because once you move past the two people, there's that routine. So that's really what I'm concerned about. There would be no way to get our input into moving forward on sending responses and things of this nature outside of official meetings that have been agendized.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that this is ideal in any way, shape, or form, but, you know, I've been frustrated from the very beginning that we have no communication support. There were people taking pot shots at the commission before we had selected the final 6, and our hands were tied. We could say nothing and do nothing, and we seem to still be in a situation.
Well, you can always speak as individuals as long as you make it clear that you're identifying yourself as a commissioner for information purposes only.
Okay,
Commissioner, my initial frustration was with the attacks that were coming at us, and we had no way of responding, and we still have no way of responding.
Welcome to my world.
Commissioner Yee and Anderson?
Yes, I think, don't we have some legal obligation to make publicly available records of our meetings? I think the language is as quickly as practicable, but what does that constitute?
Yes, you have to make your meeting. In fact, the videotape goes up the next day, isn't it, Christian?
So all your videos for this meeting are up. The transcripts, there is a delay because they actually have to do the transcription. I get a copy, proof it, then it goes up.
But any action you've taken, for instance, the letter that the Census Subcommittee is sending out, you could send that to newspapers or contacts you have in the press or any way you want to distribute it. It's a public document.
But there's no communication needs currently that we're legally obligated to fulfill that we don't have covered.
Just posting. And notifying people on the mailing list of upcoming meetings.
But Raul does that currently, and so that's
through the auditor's office.
Yeah,
through the through the auditor's
More power
office.
to you, Raul.
No, that's a really good question. It's important to ask that as far as those requirements, those are being met. That's one of the reasons, even though some of the community agencies were very upset that the auditor had put out those solicitations, those recruitments, but it had to be done so that you would at least have some applicants to look at. Now, your subcommittee decided that only 2 of them met the requirements, and so you're going out for more. But that's, if I may, and I say this respectfully, those are decisions the commission made. the effort to get you those applicants was done on your behalf, and that's the reason for it. Same thing with the chief counsel. There's a desire to say, no, that's not what we want. Well, that doesn't mean that those efforts weren't done in good faith or to provide the best means possible for you with an understanding of your needs right now. But the commission has decided to take a different path, which is your right.
And Raul, if I respond directly as a commissioner, speaking as an individual to something that I hear or read in regards to commission work, and respond publicly, should I be sending you a copy CC of that information, Marianne, CC of that information, or would you like to see it before I respond?
It would be good to send us a copy. That would, something that the communications director would undoubtedly request is copies of all public statements that you all make, anything in writing, anything you say to the press. So it's a good practice to start right away.
Okay. Commissioner Anderson?
2 items on that one. Basically, this did come up when we were the debate, and I think what basically we were essentially told, I think was sort of good, is don't just directly respond. Run it through council first, because it might be like, oh, it catch you before. Basically, it's easy to catch you before you say something correctly, and try to rebut it afterwards. So I think it would be just a general practice of, before you respond in public, make sure you, whatever you want to say publicly or send this off, make sure you run it through council first.
And I think whereas that is a viable option, and I hear the current council says CC, but for those of us that have roles that are quite public, where we are out in the commission, I've been out of commission for the last couple of months, but my typical role out in the community could at any moment have me in the middle of a press conference or someone commenting or saying something, what have you. And so what I'm comfortable with is making a direct response cautiously. If I think it walks the line or is controversial, or if I feel, there's time, I'll do that. But there for sure will be times that I won't be able to stop the environment that I'm in and then reach out to council or communication and then get back the moments lost.
I agree with that. And as long as you're talking about an action the commission's taken, you can describe that all you wish. And as long as you're talking about your personal opinion on something you want the commission to do, that's fine. The only resistance would be in making statements about what the commission is going to do when you're just an individual.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Commissioner Stephanie?
Can I just get additional clarity on that? My understanding was that we could not discuss our personal opinion about what the commission should do outside of a public meeting.
That's not my opinion. I think there'd be big First Amendment problems with putting that kind of restriction on you.
That's very helpful. And while we're on this conversation, can I also just put out there, and I can also speak to you individually. I had spoken about this with the previous council. One of the challenges for me is that I actually study elections in California. I write about them, I write articles about them, and I have, at the advice of council, have held back in doing that so that it does not appear any kind of conflict of interest, or that I'm writing about any candidate or that I would have. I don't write from the perspective of having a preference of a candidate. I conduct ecological inference, right, which is the method of the VRA. But I do want to put that out there, because I think for myself, from kind of that professional standpoint, that is a constriction that I'm putting on myself, and I put it out there for you all.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai, and then Cornishari and Lamont.
Sorry, and come back to you, because I was actually had a point about the auditor and the communications.
Okay.
I think Commissioner Sodwani, on what you were saying, being on the commission shouldn't be a detriment to your career, or not a detriment, but a caution sign or a slowdown. Especially as women, we have enough things that kind of derail us at times. And that also, because I'm kind of in the same boat as you are in a different field. I mean, the philanthropic field is very into the civic engagement, and I've done civic engagement my whole career. So I would say that we need to be careful, but you were selected because you have that experience, and we need to always remember we were all selected because of our full experience. And yes, we need to be more careful, but I mean, you wrote an article that I didn't even realize it was you, and I had reposted it before I was on the commission, and then later I was like, oh, that's who Sarah Sodwani is, and it was like, ooh, do I unpost it because I'm still an applicant, or do I, and then I had like followed you on LinkedIn, and I was like, wait, I gotta unfollow her because now she thinks it all gets so darn complicated, but we are running in circles that are very, it was fun to go on each of your LinkedIn profiles and know who we do know and who we don't know and how we are connected and not connected. So I would say we need to move forward on our careers because that's why we were selected, but also be careful that we don't disparage us as a group. And this is where my question came in, is when you sit on a school board and you make a decision, it's very similar as being on a nonprofit board. You all make the decision, and even if you were a no, you support the decision that was made as a group. While when you sit on a city council or board of governors or whatever, if you make the decision and you are a dissenting vote, you can disparage the vote as much as you want. And I'm not sure which one of the two were here. I know that so far Commissioner Yee hasn't been able to throw us off kilter, but I think that there will be times when we don't all vote the same way. And so I have this as part of the agenda item, but just something to think about is that's another piece of speaking our own mind.
Mm-hmm. Well, and the way the statute is written, it's extremely broad, and I would keep that in mind as a perspective, but it has to be interpreted reasonably and in line with constitutional requirements. To say you can't say anything about redistricting, you certainly can't talk about what you plan to do as a commissioner, how you're going to vote a certain way outside of a public meeting, but to talk about the process or past decisions the commission's made, it's got to be a reasonable interpretation, in my opinion.
Okay, we'll go. Okay, we'll go to Akutagawa and Toledo, and then Raul. I really would like to hear if we have everything so that we can move to. Oh, I'm sorry, we weren't finished. Fornashari, Lamons, Anderson, Akutagawa, Toledo. Go ahead, Commissioner Fornashari.
Yeah, I would say that I think the advice we were given as the first 8 was kind of hyper paranoid. Don't say anything because your only job is to pick the next 6. I think at this point, in some ways we would be doing the commission a disservice by not engaging, right? And just, to follow on to Marion's points, we can't talk about the details of what we're going to do or what our plans are before we talked about them in a public meeting. But not connecting with your network and sharing, hey, I'm on this commission, this is what the commission does. Oh, by the way, if you want to provide input, don't call me, come to a public meeting, kind of thing. And I think it's incumbent upon us to use the social network tools that we use to get the word out there and engage our own personal networks to get more engagement in the process.
Thank you. Commissioner Lamont.
I would just say that I think we should be mindful. Perception is very important. I think also how what you say gets used is also important. So unless you have media training, be more thoughtful. And maybe we should invest in some media training so that you know how to navigate the press, because it isn't just as simple as do I say something or don't say something when you're dealing with the press in particular, which is why I was particularly concerned about that being turned over to a subcommittee of 2 people. Because it's a little bit more complicated than that. And I'm not talking about what Commissioner Sadwani's talking about in that context, but in a more official capacity where you are a commissioner and you are representing the commission and you're being scrutinized. So I just say keep that in mind.
Good advice.
Commissioner Anderson?
Well, on these points, I totally agree. I actually was going back to the communication to the state auditor. I thought we actually had requested Raul to please look into that, and I thought that was the status of, not just we sort of dropped that, but can we please ask the state commissioner, can you as a temporary? Yes. I thought that's the way that was.
It was, and he doesn't have a response yet.
Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Thank you.
Commissioner Kutagawa.
Thank you. And thank you everyone for having this conversation. This was one of the first things that I was really most concerned about when the appointment was confirmed. As Commissioner Sadwani had also said too, I think, and I think Commissioner Sine had also said, I think a lot of us have these community ties in which these kind of conversations are going to be par for the course, and I was concerned about whether or not I can even be in a room where a conversation would be going on, where I may have to say, I cannot hear this, you need to speak, you need to come to a public meeting and make a public comment so that the rest of the commission can also hear. And I did have a conversation with Marion before our first meeting, and my understanding walking away from that meeting was that I can hear, but I need to say, as I think it was Commissioner Lamont had said, please make a public comment about it so that it is clear to everybody that while I can be in the presence, because I don't want to not hear out what others may be talking about, I do want to also be conscious about being careful about transparency, being able to ensure that anything I say is not going to break rules, specifically legal rules, but also not put the light of our work in any kind of question, because I think that's something that is important in terms of how our work is going to be accepted, and given how hyper-partisan of an environment we're in, I guess I'm really hyper paranoid about that as well too. I do want to also say something about the media training. I think that would be a very good training for us to also consider. Having given lots of media interviews, I am, even though I've done so, I am very nervous sometimes about what I say, how I say it, how it's going to be construed. You don't know how a reporter is going to hear something, how they're going to position something. And also they may try to, I don't want to say that they're going to trick us per se, but I think we need to be focused on ensuring that if we're going to give a media interview, what is our talking points that we want to make sure that we always revert to, so that we don't get off track and then get misquoted. So I do want to strongly encourage that we do think about that for all of us.
Thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa. Commissioner Toledo?
I just wanted to agree with Commissioner, a couple of the commissioners who have gone before us, in terms of the need for public relations training. I think it's beyond media. I think media is important, but also how we communicate on social media and other platforms, any type of communication that could be used to or misinterpreted, and just so that we're conscious about what we can and cannot do, how we can frame our communication so that they will maintain the integrity of the commission and not hurt the commission, because ultimately we all want what's best for the citizens of California.
Okay, thank you. And at this point, we're moving into our agenda item 23. So I'm going to start, Commissioner Sinai, with you. Let's see, this is where we're going to talk about the discussion of meeting dates and future agenda items. And you, Commissioner Sinai, actually, I want you to go back to your point that we held off.
Actually, when I was looking at my point, I had written it for item number 16. Commissioner Kennedy had brought it up, I think either the first or second day about the voting California, one of the California laws. And I was just thinking, I had completely agreed with everything he was saying. And then I was thinking, wait, do we want to set precedents? So I don't think that it goes here, and we can discuss it if it comes up again in the future.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So commissioners, future agenda items is where we are, and then discussion of meeting dates. And I know there's been lots of lists that's been kept. I see Commissioners Sinai, Kennedy, and Ahmad.
I have been, as you know, keeping a running tally whenever people have said things or things come up. I've tried to organize it in a certain way, and what I can do is, as you all speak, if you want, continue to, you know, put things in places, and then at the end report out what I've heard throughout the 7 days. Now that I've kind of gotten them in categories, but I don't want to share the categories yet in case I'm totally off and we come up into a new area.
Okay, well, I certainly appreciate that. Commissioners.
This is the facilitator in me.
I love it. Commissioners Kennedy, Ahmad, and Parnashari.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To me, and you know, I recognize that this comes very much out of my background. I feel the need to develop a comprehensive timeline, breaking out all of the different work streams, and at least coming up with general ideas of what all we need to get done by when. I mean, the point yesterday that, you know, maybe we have the time to take more time in some of these recruitments. Yes, but how much? And as Commissioner Kutagawa pointed out a while back, you know, some of us process visually, and to me, seeing a Gantt chart is really going to help me have a good overall picture of everything that needs to get done, how we slot it in to make sure that we get everything done. And you know, one of the other lessons from my career has been, you know, yes, hope for the best, but plan for the worst. And we really need to be looking at worst case scenarios. I mentioned the other day that, you know, we may have a breakthrough and be able to hold public input sessions face to face, and then 2 weeks later be faced with another outbreak and have to go back to the, you know, this way of doing things. So I think we really need to sit down. This can tie in with some of the visioning work that we were talking about. But if we can spend some time, and I've already started for my own purposes, working on a work plan, a Gantt chart that will give us a clear picture of what has to be done and when. Thank you.
Wow, that's good. I love that. Commissioner Ahmad and then Parnashari.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My comments actually very closely mirror Commissioner Kennedy's comments. I think it would be a good place to start by just visioning, you know, a couple months down the line, perhaps. We don't know what's going to happen after that. And then before jumping into specific items to include, Commissioner Sinay has the broad buckets, so I rest my case.
Thank you. Commissioner Parnashari and then Commissioner Lamont.
Yeah, I'm 100% in support of getting together a Gantt chart, and you know, it's going to be kind of notional at this point, but we got to at least capture the big items. These are all the things we need to get done, so we can have a visual of what it looks like, and you know, ensure that. Anyway, we all know why we need a Gantt chart. So I want to kind of let you know, last week, towards the end of the last meeting, it became apparent to me that we need to really take some time to deliberately design an agenda, not just for this next meeting, but for several meetings out, to all the things that we talked about. And I won't go through all the things, team building and some baseline of understanding of where we're all at and what the goals are, all that good stuff, all things teams need to do. And so, my brainstorm was, hey, we have this person who's a facilitator on our team. I'm gonna nominate her to be in charge of a team to do that. And then I thought, well, before I throw her under the bus in a public meeting, I'll check with Marion and see if it's okay if I call her. And Marion said yes, it was okay. If I called her, and then we didn't talk to anyone else about it, we just talked to each other. We both did that. So I want to let everyone know. I called Commissioner Sinai and talked with her about it. And so I think this notion of kind of a subcommittee, to work on an agenda has kind of gone away because the vice chair is going to work the agenda. I just offer that Commissioner Sinai is doing a lot of that work too, so the vice commissioner can engage her or vice chair, I'm sorry, can engage her. So, but I want to let you all know that we had that conversation after I checked in with Marion to make sure it was okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Lamont.
Yeah, I was going to suggest that our next meeting, whatever number of days that ends up being, it sounds like there are some general themes around what those meetings need to look like. Some of it is, of course, presentations and information through workshop fashion or whatever structure that is going to be used to impart that information to us. Some of it's specific to inform personnel. Some of it is other areas that we want to understand as well. So I think that would be a sub-chunk. Also, team building and planning. So those are like sort of the three areas that I'm thinking we are saying, okay, we've gotten and then staff would have to weigh in on this as well. It sounds like we've gotten the sort of emergent business done. This is the first meeting of all 14. We're all here. We've gotten to get each other's vibe a little bit. We got the emergent business that we really needed to take care of so that our office can limp along until it can start to run. And now we're getting the foundation that we as the 14 need. So I see this next meeting, series of days, equaling a meeting, being about providing us with as much of that's reasonable within whatever period of time we're choosing to do it.
Commissioner Svetmani, yes.
That's a very tentative hand there. I completely agree with everything everyone has said. I'm so glad the Commissioners Fornashari and Sinai have discussed. I love the idea of Commissioner Sinai serving in a facilitator role. I do think when it comes, especially whether it's the trainings, but especially that timeline and work plan that Commissioner Kennedy and Ahmed were talking about, which I completely support, someone has to facilitate that process. And certainly if we have a skilled facilitator amongst us, that makes sense. I would only just to throw this out there, I hear you, Commissioner Lamont, there's like 3 buckets, and I agree with you on that. I know that we need that 14 days. Rather than lumping all 3 of those buckets together, I also just wonder if we want to agendize them as separate meetings, just so that we don't have to. This becomes very exhausting. I don't know if you all are feeling that way, but this is, I think, our 8th day of meetings. It does require a lot of time and energy, and just sitting here on Zoom all day is draining. So maybe if we take one bucket 1 week for 2 to 3 days, but then we've already, after this meeting, we already agendized something else at that next one, right? So that it's already on the plan. We have 2 meetings already set, so that we don't have to be here quite so long, so that our agendas don't have to be, 23 items that keep us here on end.
Thank you, Commissioner Cornishari and Kutabala.
Yeah, I like that idea. Although maybe there'd be a mixture of some of each of the buckets, but let's manage the size of the meetings in reasonable sized chunks. I like that idea. And I do want to offer, from my perspective, just my perspective alone, Commissioner Sinai is a member of this commission, and being a facilitator is about as tough or tougher than being the commissioner or the chair. So if there are specific agenda items that we feel we need a facilitator, I think, at least I would like to offer my support for bringing in a facilitator to facilitate those parts where we need someone to really be actively facilitating, so that Commissioner Sinai can participate.
Commissioner Kutabala.
I agree with everything that Commissioner Sadwani said about how draining these things are. I'm used to being on these Zoom calls like from 7 in the morning to 6 at night, and that's what I've been having to do to work around this. But it is exhausting, and so many days in a row. I know that we have to give the 14-day advance notice. I'm just wondering, and this is perhaps directed to both Raul and Marion, if we were to say, for example, we want to, like you did for these September meetings, if we were to say 2 weeks from now, we want to hold a day of meetings, 1 week, and then for the next subsequent 3 weeks, a day, even if it's 2 days, is that something that we can do? Because I honestly, I don't think I could do another week again, multiple times. It is exhausting, and I don't know. It's been good for this first part, but I mean, just every time I think that I feel like, there's only so much we're going to be processing. So that's one. Secondly, I do have a question in terms of this process around the facilitator, because we do have to follow the Roberts Rules of Order. That's not necessarily conducive to facilitation in the traditional way that I think about what facilitation might be. And our participation. So I do wonder about that also.
Thank you, Commissioner Kutabala. And in the terms of facilitation, I think I was thinking of and appreciative of Commissioner Sinai's role that she kind of naturally fell into based on who she is. She's a facilitator. I don't think I was necessarily thinking of her as a facilitator for the commission. She's doing what she naturally does, which is extremely helpful, particularly to me, as the role that I've served as chair. And I'm certain there probably are others that can be a chair and do something, far better as far as keeping up with everything. But for me, each time she said that and when I saw her notes and she was capturing it, it was almost like okay, good, because you're so nervous, like, oh my God. And then way later in the middle of the night, you're like, oh crap, this person said X, Y, Z, and I don't think we came back to that. And now where is it in my notes? You don't have notes, So the fact that she had that for me was is a resting place. It gave me some peace in knowing that she had it. So whether that is facilitator or just someone, and I know Raul does the same thing as staff, I can always message him and say, what did I skip? What are we missing, kind of thing. Or at the end of the day, he or Marion will say, remember to go back to such and such. So for me, it was just kind of a safety measure to have someone, and then just kind of formally naming her as such, or it could still be informally, but that's how I was thinking about her role and appreciating it. Commissioner Tomato.
I just wanted 2 things. One, I think having the work plan or having some kind of Gantt chart with the work would definitely help with all of the transitions, because we've talked about having so many chair and vice chair transitions. And so if they had this type of Gantt chart, they would know it would certainly help them guide in the agenda setting process, and ensuring that they stick to the priorities of the commission, the whole commission. And then second, just in terms of committee work, it'd be helpful if we had a Zoom account for the commission, or some kind of telecommunications line, because it's been challenging to communicate with the commission phones. And so if there was a way to get a Zoom account or some kind of telecommunications, a video conferencing account, so we could see each other, that'd be great for the committees and outside of the commission work.
Yes, Commissioner Lamont. And Raul, I see you, Commissioner Lamont, and then Raul.
Commissioner Toledo brought up a very good point. And are we empowered now to get some real phones? And if so, some 2020 phones or 2019.
Like, oh, pick me.
Oh, please pick Raul.
Yes, Raul, because we want to throw these away.
With all due respect to the makers of those telephones, no. So, should I work with the finance committee on that? Because the next step will be to start getting the available phones and start looking at cost, and then be able to present that to the commissioners on what they want within that range. And so
as soon as possible.
I just need to know, which subcommittee do you want me to work with?
Finance, right?
Yeah, we'll do it.
Perfect.
Okay. So
And
I'll
can
be
we look at computers too?
So I got your back on that issue, Commissioner. Okay, so there were some issues with some of the laptops. I'm just going to go ahead and replace Commissioner Sinai's. If anyone else is having issues with those laptops, okay. So
well, let me ask you this to be able to answer that question. Again, the equipment seems to be, well, personally, you already know what my struggle is. I'm a 100% Mac user, so I hate the computer, period. Everything is an issue. But do they not have computers with cameras in them that we're not using this add-on stuff? I don't understand. It seems like they're very antiquated, and maybe, I don't know what part of it is that I'm just still trying to resist the fact that it's not a Mac, and what part of it is that it is an old computer.
let's take the easy one first. No, they don't have cameras. That's the way they ordered them. These are, they're better than nothing. If you wanted to go ahead and get other ones, we're looking at about 4 to 6 weeks, because getting IT through the state is an interminable process with so many layers. And that's the nicest thing I can say. And I'm being kind. But I can pursue that, but it's going to take that long. In the meantime, if you're having issues, please let me know. And like Commissioner Sinai's, I'm not even. We're just going to replace hers. I have some other ones here, and I'm just going to replace that. And then once we have IT staff, they can play physician for it. I just got a message. I have to take a call. It's on your behalf. It's a good one. What I would like to add real quick is, as you look at your agenda, I did want to suggest 3 topics to consider, only because of ongoing work. Something, you should agendize something to keep the contracts going, so when they come in, they can be authorized. The selection, remember that you're going to have those, one of the things that I'll be working with the subcommittee on is scheduling those interviews, and so that needs to be on the agenda, please.
For the executive director.
For the executive director, thank you. Something that's your decision, but I would highly suggest for you to consider something that helps you move forward in terms of how you are going to be defining this community engagement thing, and also something that will help you move forward in working with a line drawer. So there was a little workshop that was discussed, interactive line drawing, the technical side of line, all those, there's little bullet points. And so anyway, I could work with somebody, give it to them, and so that I can have a speaker for you, or a presentation, or an interactive thing for you, something that'll help you start coalescing those ideas.
Okay.
That's my
Thank you all.
suggestion. Thank you.
We'll see you when you get back. I have commissioners still, Sapwani, Ahmad, Sinai, and Fernandez.
It looks like Fernandez needed to go right away. Yeah.
Okay, yes.
I actually wanted to ask Raul a question because we already said that we're moving forward with the executive director interviews, but then he made it sound like in the next meeting we would schedule the interviews. My assumption was in the next meetings we're going to be interviewing the candidates, correct?
That's my
He
assumption.
said interview and that he has to move forward on the interview.
Okay,
So.
good. I just wanted to clarify that our next step would be to actually interview. Great,
And
thank
you
you.
need to let us know who your 5 people are.
Right. So we'll the subcommittee, Commissioner Kennedy and I, we can meet with Raul on those. We'll let him know after the meeting. Thank you.
Commissioner Safwani.
Just back on that point of computers, and I think this is one of the topics that we need to discuss when it comes to that tech and the line drawing workshop, and Raul kind of alluded to that, some sort of interactive line drawing piece. I know we have kind of thrown out there that we don't want any of the commissioners doing any of the line drawing. I would just invite us to have a conversation about that. I would actually be very interested to be able to actually work with a line drawer on that. And that would also inform the kinds of computers that we would need also. So for example, ArcGIS only runs on Microsoft, right? For the most part. So I think before we go, down a 5-week process of getting new laptops, which trust me, I am there with you on that. I think having a broader conversation around that tech of line drawing, especially if the state is purchasing specific mapping and line drawing software, that it might behoove some of us on this commission to also learn it, even though we're going to hire a line drawer, right?
Okay, Commissioner Ahmad. Okay, Commissioner Sinai.
Why don't we let Commissioner Taylor speak before me?
Thank you, Commissioner Taylor.
Thank you. That was very gracious. I think I would mimic Commissioner Sadwani's statements. While we might not be doing the actual line drawing, I at the very least would want to have the software on my computer. So on those times when we get information, I could see at least for a segment how this would affect the population. So I personally myself would want to have a computer resource that's able to carry that function.
I don't know how that works. I don't know the logistics of that. How do you'd have to have the statewide data on your computer also, or have access to it?
It's the program, I think, that will only work with that.
You'd have the program, but you also have to have the data, don't you?
Statewide database is publicly available, and I use it on a regular basis.
Okay.
Commissioners.
And as I mentioned before, the legislature is doing line drawing software to be available to the public, and they're willing to give the commission training on that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Thank you, Commissioners Kennedy and Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I was just going to say that I recall during the 2010 process when the publicly accessible interface was available, I was online, playing around with lines, seeing what would work, seeing, what happens if you do this, if you do that. So, I don't feel a need to have it on my computer as long as I have access to whatever publicly facing interface statewide database sets up.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson.
Yes, we actually do need a certain amount of it on all of our computers because we'll be needing to, when we interact with the public, they'll want us to look at the documents that they're going to show. So it is an absolute minimum. Whether or not we all want to be equipped in terms of how we work with it, that's one thing. But we all need to be able to look at the documents. It's like, you pulled up some documents and you can't open it because you don't have the right software. That's exactly what we have to have on the computers. And it is important that whatever computers we end up getting have to be that capable, which is usually why you don't go Mac, because there are many more softwares, and particularly as they get to that size, they're all PC.
Commissioner Yee?
I appreciate the Mac users for being nonpartisan on the matter. So when public submit maps, I mean, there's no legal requirement for them to submit it in any particular format. So there's no guarantee whatsoever that
they could be
we'll happen to
hand-drawn.
have. Yeah, it could be in anything. So there's no guarantee that we'll be able to read it on our machine. And then some of this is going to be web-based, actually, it sounds like, and probably the one that the state supplies will almost certainly be web-based. So, you know, that should be pretty easily accessible from pretty much anything, I would think.
Okay, so we're going to have to take a break in a moment, and we still don't have any set agenda items or dates. And so, Commissioner Sinai?
I have everything just written in, well, what I can do when we get back from our break is share kind of what I've been hearing and kind of make a suggestion, I guess, on what we can do, and then kind of what meetings could look like. I haven't put on dates and stuff, so that, you know, I'm not, but I did hear, you know, 3 days at the most, maybe a week in between. I'm self-employed, so I completely understand, you know, what everybody's saying. It's not going to be perfect, obviously, but it's just a different, and some of it is just ideas that I've had based on the conversations and the process. So anyway, I can share that, and then we can add and subtract. I guess my question was, do you want me to try to spend our break typing it up so it's a shared screen, or is it okay if we just do it verbally right now?
No, you can just do it regularly, and I'm never going to recommend you do it on your break.
I know I really appreciate that of you, and I think about that every time I'm on break. But I do want to facilitate the process, not in the technical words, but I want to make it easier for all of you.
You just read it, and that'll be great. Staff will capture some of it for us if they're back. We'll agree on it, and we'll be able to move. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I do have it written down, so.
Perfect. Okay, so we'll be back at break at 3:29. Thank you so much. And we are returning from our break, and we're now establishing what our agenda items will be and our future dates. And Commissioner Sinai, you had going to read out some possible agenda items for us, please.
Yes, and I also worked through I have a proposed times for meetings, because I think it'll be helpful if we can figure out what our calendar might look like, so we can work on our personal and professional calendars too. Anyway, so action items for the next agenda, just the one that's coming up, some of the items for the next agenda. I don't want to say action items. So we heard we need to talk about the contracts. We need to create the interview questions in a closed session. We need to do the interviews in a closed session. And then I guess we needed to discuss equipments, and legislative wanted to come and talk to us about updates or about the software. Was that correct? Okay.
Yes.
Mapping software. And we had asked for a standing agenda item on Census 2020, just so that that's on our agenda until we don't need it on our agenda. So every agenda would have Census 2020 on there.
An update on the timing?
Anything, we just want to put Census 2020 and
Update.
Whatever might have to fall into there, we can fill it, but
Well,
that way
we
don't forget.
Well, in doing an agenda item, you need to be specific enough to give the public a good idea about what's going to be discussed.
Okay.
So I'm going to put Census 2020 update.
Yeah, I think yeah, because that's basically what it would be. So that was just in general what I heard we needed to do. Yeah, here, let me go to the big thing. The main idea is to remember that we're trying to reimagine what the CRC 2020 is going to look like. but we don't want to forget the lessons from 2010. So one of the thoughts is discussing 2010 and having kind of the commissioners, figuring out a way to bring in the commissioners to share some of their best practices, what they've learned, questions and answer questions we may have. Also, I think it's important to invite the Irvine Foundation to come and speak to us, because they did invest so much money in 2010, and from everything I understand, their priorities are different. One of the commissioners, former commissioners, was from the Irvine Foundation. I don't know if she was with the Irvine Foundation at the time they were making the grants, but there are several. I know one of my former I was a San Francisco Foundation fellow, and another one of the alumni from that program, he was also with the Irvine Foundation and did that. So that would be easy to bring someone in just to kind of what they saw. And then they funded, I think Karen would be important to bring back from 2010 to understand kind of, I feel like a lot of people gave us their feedback already on what worked and what didn't work. But we had asked specifically if she could, talk to us a little bit and give us some wisdom on the line drawing. The League of Women Voters, and there's a reason why I'm choosing these two for the 2010, League of Women Voters and Common Cause as grantees from the Irvine Foundation, and ones that kind of manage the whole collaborative in 2010, just to kind of get their feel. So that was the bucket of 2010. Then I think it would be power, kind of understanding power and how it relates to community of interest and VRA community, just those two communities, the direct link. Here's my all-star panel, if we could have something like this, since I know that Commissioner Sodwani knows most of these people as well. But I would say Peter Liu, Manuel Pastor, and Angela Glover Blackwell. And well, Peter Liu hasn't necessarily worked with Manuel Pastor and Angela Glover Blackwell, but they could all, there's a new National Equity Atlas, and so that would give us another data set and another way to look at data. Everything we've gotten has been very data kind of driven, but there's ways that we can better understand that piece. So the other piece, a bigger picture, is this whole idea of belonging or inclusion. How do we try to think through in light of our barriers that we have because we have to do certain things because we're a state commission? How can we think about the language we use, the way we dress, all those things? I know it sounds silly, but it is really important on this whole idea of belonging and inclusion, and thinking about how we create policies. How a good person that can talk on that again is Dr. Powell, Jay Powell. He's written a lot on that and has created the Belonging Institute. Outreach, best innovative practices, especially. We don't want to talk to people who have done outreach in the past. We want to know who's figured out new innovative ways with the virus. How have people come out with the pandemic? And so I think a lot of the community serving organizations, I would rather we call them community serving organizations or civil society organizations versus advocacy groups, because their advocates has a negative connotation a lot of times and a political connotation. But these are really civil society organizations that are trying to create a better democracy and engage folks. But those are a lot of the ones that have been calling in and are part of the redistricting collaborative that's been created. Also census, who's doing, we can look at who's got good census information, which regions have been successful and how. We need to understand the rural, so who's doing outreach in the rural area and how we can learn the rural. LGBTQ, I would say youth 16 to 24 is another one we want to understand how to engage. And there might be, some of these are looking at best practices. People who are doing voter registration right now, we're in the middle. They may not have time to talk to us. Don't worry, Commissioner Lamont, I'm not saying all of this for next agenda. I could already see, I knew when I was writing these down, I was like, this is over some time, and I will assure you it'll be engaging and interesting. And I will also assure you that if we could get some of these folks, that we would have a lot of the public watching and listening in, because there's a thing that someone said, and I don't think it was here, but it comes back to here, and is who and what is credible. When we're out there and we're listening to the community speak, and I've heard us think about it's this whole who and what is credible. And I've been thinking about that a lot. We keep saying there's people that are out there to get us, or there's people that want us to fail. Why don't we invite those people in and hear from them and see what is it that they're thinking and why do they want us to fail? But also, I was really thinking of someone like Paul Mitchell, who supposedly, created this whole strategy. And I know you're listening, Paul, created this whole strategy last time in 2010. Why not invite him in and kind of hear from him? How do we learn that political savvy that Commissioner Anderson was talking about? And then on the other side is, how do we learn to listen to community of interest? And I think some of that would come out with the conversations we would have with Manuel Pastor and Angela Glover Blackwell and Peter Liu. How do we listen to community of interest? How do we ask questions and that? And how do we engage with translators? That one is if you've never been in a community meeting, you do need some training ahead of time on how to engage with an individual versus a translator and all those different pieces. And how do you know when a translator is not translating very well? There's administrative things we brought up. We need to figure out how do we create a budget. So I think I'm afraid that we'll keep spending money, but we don't know what our line items are. And so what is that we need to understand about creating a budget? Maybe we need to get the update from the CSA regarding how much money they've spent and how much, and they're still spending money. So I don't think we're going to get a short answer on that. How to ask for more money in the future, that came up in our first meeting. We wanted to create a social media policy, the timeline. So those are kind of the administrative pieces. Gantt. Does everybody know what Gantt is? Because people kept saying Gantt, but I wanted to make sure we stopped in case someone didn't know what Gantt was.
I don't know.
I looked it up because, I'm like, time charts, that kind of stuff. I've never heard of Gantt. I can tell it's
Gantt is a specific way of creating a timeline with people's names on it and all this stuff. And I've been trained on it, but never figured it out.
Well, I'd never heard of it.
What does it stand for?
It's a guy's name.
The person's name.
Oh.
The guy's name.
Some of the tools that we wanted to explore, learn, play with, understand was kind of line drawing, creative, innovative government meeting engagement, how other places are doing meeting engagement. Just government, how people are doing this, the Zoom. Is there anything else besides Zoom? What else, all that, the public input piece. Ideas on how to do public engagement. At some point, this is when we have staff, but we need a better website that's interactive, that's engaging. And then also we need to figure out the dockets, our material and how they're connected. The agenda is connected to the material so that it all works a little easier. I did outreach, I did agenda actions. And then we wanted to go more in depth on VRA. And I think what we wanted from that, I was really trying to think through, was how to look at the data and how to look at the public input. How do we do VRA? So we understand the laws and we understand the numbers, but just kind of play with the data and look on that is, I think, kind of what people meant, but you all will correct me. Line drawing, better understanding line drawing, and again, doing kind of a workshop and understanding it, and understanding if you move this by actually doing it, because we're all different types of learner. Security, just understanding what we don't know about security and what we need to be keep in mind. And I would say security is also our own personal security. I've been told by people who have been on commissions locally that it can get ugly sometimes for us personally. I would hope not, but I think we just need to keep that in mind. Public relations and media training. Once we have staff on board, we need clarity on how the executive director and the commission will work with each other. We want to know how staff needs, how they want to be, what support they need, and there's going to be a whole list there. Around team building and planning, there was the specifics, like how do we make decisions? How do we're starting to know, like we all tease, Commissioner Lamons, but we all kind of know, we're starting to get to know each other's strengths. And then how do we, someone brought it up and I had already written it down, but how do we learn best? Because this is really about learning as well as governance as well. And so someone says, some people are okay with me throwing out all this information verbally. Others are like going, why could you not have written it down and I can look at it? We're all very different people. I think that was all the ones I had from, so I'm sure I've missed a bunch.
Well, I'm totally overwhelmed with what you've already said.
I know it is overwhelming, but it does make sense. There is a way to put it together so it makes sense and it would help us all in the future. Having said all that, because I was overwhelmed as I was writing all this, and I had it all on Post-its, as you know, and then I put it on paper, but I would maybe make a recommendation that we do think about meeting every 2 weeks for 3 days, maybe Wednesdays through Fridays. But someone else may have other thoughts, with the first one, our next meeting being the September 23rd through 25th.
Okay. While we began to absorb that, Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Chair and Commissioners. And I had my list too, but it's not as intensive as yours is. The only other thing I would ask that we have as an ongoing agenda item might be like a commissioners updates, so that we can roundtable to see, what's going on, what did we do since the last meeting, and if we have nothing to report, we have nothing to report. But at least this gives us the opportunity, if we did have some sort of engagement or we talked somewhere, it would give us the opportunity to bring that forward. I know being on the school board, that was always very helpful, just so that everyone's aware of our activities. The only, I agree. The one thing I did like that you had, and I had too, was that when we post the agenda items, if we can have the handouts directly under the agenda item, instead of having to go through the whole list to see which handout or presentation belongs to which agenda item, or maybe just number them, something like that. But there's like other stuff that are, I would say, are nitpicky, so I'm not going to go through that. But for the most part, thank you, Commissioner Sinai, for putting that together.
Absolutely. It was very impressive.
I think we want staff reports too, as well as commissioner reports each time. Yeah.
Commissioner Fornishari.
Yeah, so I was kind of envisioning the finance committee getting with Raul, in the interim, and looking at the budget and have he was talking about a spend rate and understanding the breakdown of costs and understanding the spend rate for meetings, and kind of, trying to in some way project that out, so we can all have at least some kind of rough understanding, at least in the beginning, and that we can sharpen up over time as to, how fast we're burning our cash.
Could we have an update from all the subcommittees? What's happened on census? What's happened on the communications, solicitation? All the subcommittees.
On the agenda, Mariam.
Yeah, just suggestion.
Yes, Commissioner Fornishari.
Yeah, and we talked about a Gantt chart, putting a Gantt chart together, and I'm just kind of that's something we can put to, that one or two of us can put together, a draft before the next meeting that we could talk to then. I just would offer that up to the chair if she wants to appoint somebody to do that.
Certainly, because I think it would be beneficial. Are there any volunteers? Commissioner Kennedy? Anyone want to work with Commissioner Kennedy on the Gantt chart? Commissioner Taylor? Beautiful. So appointed as our Gantt chart creators. Okay, I'm stuck. I don't know how to move from here with all of those things. Commissioner Sapone and Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, I so appreciate Commissioner Snipe pulling all of these pieces together. And I think that there's value to all of these kinds of conversations. My only concern, and I think that this is where maybe we need to have a little discussion of I'm not completely certain of a Gantt chart. I'm very familiar with just, work plans and timelines in general, and I very much support them. I think that those two, we need to discuss how those two these two kind of intersect, because I hear a lot of trainings and conversations, which I do think need to happen. But at the same time, I think we also need to be very mindful of our time. I think all of the conversations that were mentioned here could potentially take us an entire year in and of itself. And so how do we allocate our time in such a way that we can foster some of these conversations while at the same time being mindful of what our benchmarks are, how we're moving forward, right? What's our timeline to get a plan together to actually hire a line drawer? Yeah. Right? I'm not saying that we need to do it today. I advocated against that. But roughly, are we October 15th, November 1st, December, right? I think we need to have some sense of some of those benchmarks, because we need to be prepped and ready. At what point do we want to, I hear and I think it's important, the conversation about best practices of community engagement. By what day do we want to start going out to communities? Right? If soon, as most people have suggested we ought to do soon, how soon do we need to have that training? Right. And I think it is super important to get those best practices, especially during COVID. I agree. I think folks that are out there doing census work right now, probably both government agencies and community serving organizations, I think both would be really helpful, because we are operating under such difficult circumstances. So things like, are we actually going to be live anywhere, right? The technological pieces, all of those things. Do we want to use other platforms? Facebook Live, right? I see a lot of city council members and stuff doing Facebook Lives. Is that something we want? I don't know, right? But I think that we need to kind of teeter between, yes, we want these trainings. What's the time frame? What's the rough time frame, at least now, so that we can better think about this work plan and how both the trainings and conversations work in conjunction with those dates that we might set for ourselves.
Yeah, I think the beauty of a Gantt chart is providing the frame that will be able to allow exactly. It's been years since I've ever had to look at one or use one, but with the framing of that actually sets the timing for the required elements that we need to complete. I think it'll show you spaces where you have almost the luxury of having some of these trainings and be able to then kind of sequence them within the timeline that will allow us not to miss the deadlines, not keep putting things too far off. And so I think the way it's written out, and then I think that's precisely the point of why we would use and need a Gantt chart. Commissioner Kutagawa.
I think on this issue of a Gantt chart, to me, I think it's just another way of calling it a timeline or a work plan is what I'm hearing. I would suggest that we let the subcommittee put some some dates and some bigger pieces together. I feel like just in our interactions over the last several days, we seem to get a better quality conversation when we have something to look at and to react to versus trying to just kind of piecemeal something now. And I feel like that's not the best use of our time. So if we can have Commissioners Kennedy and Taylor, and thank you very much for volunteering to do that, it might give us a more substantive conversation. And along those lines, I'm feeling like that about what Commissioner Sine just said. It was really interesting, but after a while, I just kind of lost track, and it was just too much. And I feel like I'm not able to give a substantive kind of response to all the different kinds of things that she did say. I will say that for me, I would propose, instead of 3 days every 2 weeks, I would propose maybe 2 days every week, only for the first maybe month to month and a half, because I think there's a lot more things that we're going to need to be getting up to speed on. I also want to ask, is meeting on a Saturday something that is an option? Only because I'm also thinking about, for those of us who still have a full-time job, trying to balance everything out too, that it's just another, kind of balancing act. And I know that for those of you, who have other kinds of family commitments, taking away a weekend isn't great. I'm just trying to figure out just some kind of middle ground for everybody.
I have no idea if the state building is available on Saturdays. We can check that out.
Certainly. Commissioner Toledo, and then Hernandez, and then Yee. Okay. You're on mute now, Commissioner Toledo.
Oh, thank you. I too was a little overwhelmed by the list that Commissioner Sine was able to capture. And I think there needs to be some prioritization as well on that list. So if we can, certainly there's the things that we have to do, those elements that will go into our work plan or Gantt chart. Those are the things we have to do, but then there's the training elements, and even within those, there's the must-haves and the nice to-dos. And so it's almost a process of going through that list and prioritizing what do we have to have, and then what else would we like to do that might augment, but maybe the like to do's can happen once there's an executive director or additional staff that can help us help us allocate our time and ensure that we're meeting our requirements and the things that we have to get done and our deliverables in a timely manner. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners Hernandez, Yee, Vasquez, and Sinai.
Yes, I agree with Commissioner Toledo with the must-haves versus nice to have or like to do. And we also have to think about, right now, our staffing is very limited to Raul and Marion. So we really almost have to wait for some of these until we have staff so that they can coordinate it and get it all together. But that really wasn't why I raised my hand. Why I raised my hand is just so that we're aware the next time that we meet in 2 weeks, when we do, hopefully we hold the interviews for executive director, I anticipate that potentially taking 2 days, because one day would be writing questions, and maybe at that point we'll want to write the questions for all 3 positions, thinking ahead. And then the second day would be actually doing the interview. So right there in itself, I mean, I think we might have 2 days worth of activities just based on the last, was it 7 days of activities that we've had, and how quickly or how long we've discussed every agenda item. I just think that it'll be challenging if we get to we'll only have potentially 1 day more, which is fine. I'm with Commissioner Akutagawa, where I'm still working full time and I'm still trying to catch up because I didn't realize we had a meeting. So it's impacting that piece of it, but I'll be able to catch up. But every 2 weeks, 3 days, I'll make it work, but it could be a little bit stressful for some of us, just so that you're aware. Thank you.
I'm sympathetic, certainly, to those for whom it will be stressful. Also, I agree with Commissioner Kutagawa that, especially at the beginning, I think we need to meet a little more rather than a little less. There's so much to do, and we don't really even know, I don't feel like I know what is a must-have versus a nice to have quite yet. Some things might turn out to be must-haves that, that I don't even realize. I did, just for comparison, of course, the 2010 commission was different and under a more compressed timeline, but I just did the math, and the 8 months that they met, mostly from January to September in 2011. So 8 months, they met 84 total days in 27 separate meetings. So that's about 10 days a month they met, about 3 meetings a month they met, just for comparison. They were under a more tight deadline, of course. And it averaged about 3 days per meeting. With the interviews, by the way, if we do 5 interviews, that's already more than 1 day just for interviewing, even assuming we could get them scheduled tightly like that. So.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Commissioners Vasquez, Sinai, and Ahmad.
Sorry, still working with tech issues. I was going to say, I think some of the bigger conversations, whether or not we deem them nice to have versus, these are critical grounding questions that we need to answer. I think could be paired in parallel with particular processes. So like in some ways in many ways, maybe even most, we're going to be continuing to build the plane as we're flying it. And so I imagine that there may be meetings where, maybe we just kickstart the community engagement piece of it, and we're probably going to have to figure it out as we go, and need to build in some of that flexibility to say, in the beginning, it may just be more important for us to just get out there and start building a relationship with communities, and at the same time have sort of a continuous learning process happening so that we get better as I feel like it may benefit us to view this as an iterative process. So we're, our first community meeting is not going to be the most productive. We are going to get better as we do it. And so also building in some of that learning, some of these bigger questions about power, best practices, I think can happen along the way, and we'll get better. And we'll be better at, I think, engaging with that information when we have some lived experience doing it.
Thank you. Commissioner Sinai and Ahmad.
Just as a reminder, since a lot of you said this was overwhelming, I just wanted to remind everybody that this came from 7 days of everybody saying what they wanted, and I took liberties in thinking through how to organize your thoughts and who could actually answer some of those things. But I'm trying not to take it, I'm like, wait, I know it's overwhelming. I asked if you wanted me to write it down because I knew it was overwhelming. I do want to say that I think some lessons that let's be aware and careful not to learn our lessons in the community if there's things we can learn before we go into the community. Not all of us have the same experiences, and that would be the same as I need more lessons around using the data in lines. We each have different pieces, and just like we don't want to talk to the press without having media training, there is some of that we need to be aware of when we're going into the communities. But again, I was just trying to take everything you all had thrown out at different times with my little Post-its, and put it in a way that wasn't as overwhelming as just reading my Post-its, but I apologize that it wasn't more organized.
Commissioner Sinai, you did an amazing job at capturing it. The fact that it's overwhelming, it absolutely is, not as a result of what you capture, but as a result of what our needs are after so many days of meeting. And I think what was important about your being able to capture it all and share at this moment is that we continue to say, yes, let's follow up on that. Yes, we're kicking some things down the can, kicking the can down the lane. And then when you see all of what you have gathered, what has been accumulated, you get the sense of, oh my, that's a lot that we need to do. So certainly not directed at you, don't take personal, but yeah, it's a lot.
No, it was a lot. I mean, I didn't mean to say it. I was taking it personal, but I just wanted to remind everybody that I wasn't just
that it's all hands.
that I wasn't just creating it out of the blue. The other thing I meant to add is I think the public probably has some public comments on this.
I'm certain. I hope. Commissioner Ahmad?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am confused. When are we meeting next? And specific date and what's going on? I have a rough agenda that, and I think I have a bias toward this because I'm scheduled to be chairing the next meeting, so I'm kind of like, what am I going to be talking about? But based off of what everyone has shared, it seems like there are a lot of things we need to do, but a lot of things that we can't do yet because of just limitations in staffing, limitations with bi-weekly 14-day meeting requirements. We don't have contact with some of the guest speakers that we want. We don't have their schedules. We don't have the schedules of our interviewees or potential candidates. So I think for me, it would be helpful if we can move to discussing what date we can all meet as a commission, and then what general items we would like to cover in just that meeting. I think Commissioner Vasquez kind of alluded to that we are literally building the plane as we fly. And I can't even see past the next commission meeting because who knows.
Commissioner Ahmad, you said you had something written as an agenda?
Yeah, so I have the top and the bottom, which was really easy, call to order, establishing a quorum, commissioner updates, staff updates, approval of minutes, subcommittee updates, and then another item for census updates. And then at the very bottom, standing items of the discussion of meeting dates and future agenda items, similar to what we had on this agenda. And then the very last one is public comments on any item that's not on the agenda. In the middle, I don't know if this is something that's possible, maybe council can guide us on this, if we can go over like the general items that we wanted to discuss in terms of updates, and then jump into a closed session halfway through the meeting to go over interview questions for our executive director position, and then continue executive director interviews. Time permitting, jump back into an open public meeting to talk about which large bucket areas of trainings we would want and which guest speakers that we see we could potentially invite for the next meeting.
May I ask you a question about minutes? The practice of the last commission was not to do formal minutes, except for closed sessions where they're statutorily required. By posting the agenda, by posting the video, that is in effect a record of the meeting and nothing more is required. And given the lack of staff at the present time, so I don't think you need minutes unless you want them.
Thank you for that clarification. I just thought that was a standard practice. And that would apply for this meeting as well, right?
Yes.
Okay. So that's one less agenda item.
Well, I'll go Commissioner Fernandez and then Yee, and then I'll wait for my turn, and then after Yee, I'll go Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Chair. I would suggest that we not only pick the next meeting date, but maybe like the next 3 or 4, just so some of us can plan around it. And then also so we can, if we're going to have presentations or speakers, we can start asking for their availability and start filling in the blanks. Instead of waiting for the next meeting to set up the next meeting, try to be a little bit more proactive about it. That's just a recommendation, I guess, on my selfish side of it. So thank you.
The soonest the notice could go out would be next Tuesday, which would be the 8th. So the earliest you could possibly have a meeting would be the 22nd of September.
Okay, Commissioner Yee and Ramos.
Yes, and Council, could you continue with that? Just tell us more. What actually has to go out? Do we have to have all the agenda items decided on? Then before that, do we do that
Yes.
together? Does
If
the
there's an
chair?
emergency, you can add an item to the agenda, but generally you need to have the agenda with enough description that people know what's going on.
And that can be set by just the chair, or I mean,
It can be set by the chair,
finalized. Okay,
finalized by the chair with input from the commission.
Okay.
Commissioner, there's my Lamont, thank you. If you see my names, I don't know if you can see it with my screenshot on, but I keep a whole page just for lists. And then I got lost. There's too many names.
No worries, no worries. Process, I guess. I can't imagine 14 people building an agenda. So I'm like, this is not a good plan. In my head, I'm like, that's way too many people trying to build an agenda. I'm wondering, Council, if there is, I think, first of all, thank you, Commissioner Ahmed. I think you have the framework, and I think to Commissioner Fernandez's point, there's only so many things we're going to be able to cover based upon, what it is that we have to accomplish in that next meeting. And I'm wondering if, and I don't know if this is a subcommittee situation, and this is where I guess council comes in. We have this whole laundry list of stuff. I think staff, meaning Raul specifically, with the support of Marion, probably can help prioritize. Like, the one thing we've observed, or I've observed with Raul, is I think he has a good understanding of us and listens to us and knows where what we want to do intersects with process and what's doable based on state requirements and everything that's required. So I think that if maybe we created a laundry list, not as extensive as all of the things we've talked about today, but that we want to cover in the next couple meetings, if you will, and then the subcommittee working with Raul could structure the agendas for those things, because I don't know that we're going to be able to do that here in this meeting today. I'm just not thinking, looking at the time, that today's the last day, I think, of this meeting.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to be realistic and go, okay, it's 4:13 on Friday, day 7 or 8 of Zoom meetings. If we're trying to structure agendas for multiple meetings into the future, I don't know.
I think your first priority is executive director, and if you think that's going to take 2 days, then unless you have a 3-day meeting, all you're going to do is executive director.
Like that kind of guidance. Yeah, I think that's like real helpful. And then if you're saying we could post on Tuesday, and then we could also conceivably post multiple meetings though, right? Like, or Wednesday or Thursday of next week, we could post another set of meetings.
Yes.
And so the subcommittee could inform that with the support of the chair or staff.
The subcommittee can make recommendations to the chair and then have the chair decide. If it's a decision making, it either has to be one person or a notice committee.
So yeah, I mean, I think it would be a matter of, I'm sorry to, turn this into a whole dialogue. A matter of empowering the chair, we're not trying to overburden the chair, of course, but I think we're in this point where we've got to empower someone to be able to say, okay, got it. Here's what needs to happen over the next series of meetings. I have a good sense of what we need working with staff. I'll sign off on these. And what we agree to in the next time the time that we're here together is how many meetings do we want to do that for, through what period of time? So that's my recommendation.
Thank you, Commissioner Vasquez, and then Akutagawa.
I agree with Commissioner Lamont. I think probably the best use of our time now is to figure out our collective capacity to meet over a series of meetings over the next, really, I would say 2 to 3 months even, so that we can block that off and adjust our personal and professional work calendars. Because I think also part of, for me, why this meeting was particularly overwhelming was it was scheduled fairly last minute and then has extended far beyond what I think it had had potentially been, right? First, it was framed as 5 days, and now it's 7 or 8, at least. So I think we would be wise to block off the capacity and then, to Commissioner Lamont's point, empower the chair/chairs over those meetings to try to get in what we have already identified as existing business, and knowing that as these meetings progress, we're going to need to adjust in somewhat real time the agendas moving out, but at least we've got the time blocked off for those meetings. Even if we don't have enough of an agenda to notice those.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and so for Commissioner Kutagawa and Commissioner Toledo, Commissioner Anderson.
On that point, and I agree with everything that was just said, on that point, I'm thinking about how these series of meetings were structured and the agenda for these series. We started last week, Wednesday. We went 3 days last week, 4 days this week with one agenda. And it continued on every day based on what we were able to get through. I'm thinking that perhaps using that as kind of our model, can we schedule out with the adequate 14 days notice, weekly meetings up to a certain point using the same very large agenda that gives us the kind of flexibility that we would need to determine whether or not we're going to continue to meet, or whether we're at a place where we may say, okay, it doesn't make sense to meet today. We'll just reconvene the following week during the times that are scheduled, but we're going to use the same agenda items, because I'm thinking about even just using all the things that we said were important to us. If we were to agendize all of those items, that would give us the flexibility to then build an agenda real time without perhaps running too far along, just far enough that we can then determine what's going to be the agenda for the following, let's say, beyond a 3-week or 4-week span of time. So just a thought there.
You've got to work a little bit backwards in that by the time you're in your 3rd weekly meeting, you already have to have your plans for the following meeting in place so you can give your 2 weeks notice.
Yeah, I was even thinking that within the first 2 weeks, we could start to figure out what the agenda for the following further out weeks would be, but we would still have enough meetings scheduled that then we're not going to lose time, like a 2-week period of time like we are going to be this time. If we plan it out, and then at that point, it gives us the time to really think about what those agenda items are going to be. Because we already know to a degree there are some certain things that we have to do, like the executive director hiring and the interviews and all that. And then there are other things that I think Commissioner Sine, based on all the things, and I do want to say, yes, those are all the things that we all talked about. We can agendize those things. And I felt like in this agenda, we moved around based on what was relevant at the time, who we had scheduled. So I feel like there's some flexibility because we build a really large agenda. We just get through all the things that we need to get through in, like, let's say, a 3-week time frame.
There was some public comment that was hard for the public to follow. That would be my only suggestion, is you try to, as far as you can, set up times.
Commissioner Toledo and then Anderson.
I was thinking in the same vein as Commissioner Kutagawa in terms of scheduling, because of the notice requirement, scheduling a long meeting where we could adjourn and adjourn and be able to come back to items and thus be able to, if we wanted to meet more regularly, and maybe we don't, But if we wanted to, if we wanted that flexibility, could potentially tackle some 3 days one week and 3 days the next or such, but it would still be one meeting that would have an agenda, and we would have to have, the items, the committee would have to develop the agenda and the items. But there are certain items that we know absolutely will have to come back to the commission in the next couple of weeks around the recruitments and the postings and some of the expenditures. So we certainly could fill that and more probably.
Commissioner, I think for Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you both, Commissioner Furukawa and Commissioner Toledo. I think those, if that's allowable, I think that would be a very good idea. The only thing I would like to put out right now is priorities, because we do only have 2 staff. And I think the most important thing in terms of when can we actually schedule these things include who are the 5 candidates for the executive director and when could we actually interview them. And 2 would be our technical experts, i.e. The line drawing, our videographer, our language, people who we're trying to hire. When can we get the training we would need to proceed on that? And if we're actually bringing in our experts for those issues, because again, in these areas, we're not the only game in town in terms of redistricting. And we do need to get our contracts out with those people soon. Now, it doesn't mean like tomorrow, but the sooner the better. And if we keep on doing 14 day, we're in trouble. So I think if we could say, Raul and Marion, thank you so much for everything, all you're doing. But could you prioritize finding out when these 5 candidates can come in, and we can actually come back to you with, this expert, that expert. Could you find out when they can be here? Because without that, we can't actually put things really on the agenda. Like we had to float them this last time, and that caused different conflicts.
If we could get an idea from you about what days, starting 2 weeks from now, you all are available, then we could work with the candidates.
Yes. Well, I'll get the candidates scheduled. I need the dates, and if I know what kind of folks you want for me to try and bring in, I'll do that. The main reason it wasn't your presenters were floating is because they were asked to come in and provide an extended Q&A, where was the best time for them with their schedule, and that's what made the scheduling.
Right, and we can answer the question on,
there'll be a flexibility issue that I'm sure you will be happy to address. It's just we're saying, and do this, and do this, and do this. I don't want to lose assigning you too many tasks, that I'd like to make sure we keep those at the highest priority, because that everything else flows from that.
Correct.
Before we throw out some dates, Commissioner Sitwani.
Well, I wanted to throw out dates.
Oh, good. I just want to make sure you get your turn before we shift.
I want to keep us moving. It's 4:24. So I very much appreciate the comment from Commissioner Furukawa, Commissioner Toledo around having a large agenda. I also think that as we move forward, one of our public comments earlier today was thinking about the committee structure of the previous commission. I'm not suggesting we have to keep the same one, but I think we've already said in our agenda we would want to have an opportunity for a report back from all of those subcommittees. If it's a report back and potentially some report back and potential action on that subcommittee, that gives us a lot of flexibility from time to time in each meeting. And I think it's also on us from time to time to say, no report at this time, right? To say, hey, we can be on the agenda. We don't always have to talk. It's okay to step back sometimes to know that maybe we have a specific priority for this meeting. And so to that end, I don't know if people like that idea or not, but that's kind of sounding like where we were going. I just want to throw out, so in September, it sounds like we have very specific things we need to do. We need to interview the executive director candidates. We need to develop those questions. Those are to some extent going to be closed. Is that correct? There is some closed session that goes along with that, correct? I would just suggest following Commissioner Sinai's lead here, 3 days, September 23rd through the 25th, as well as September 30th through October 2nd. So we have 3 days in each of those 2 weeks. We would agendize to somewhat general on those 2. However, the first 3 days is committed to the executive director. If when we contact folks, those first 3 days don't work, then we can keep it then for the September 30th to October 2nd. If we prioritize the executive director, those first 3 days, September 23rd through 25th, then the second week, September 30th through October 2nd, perhaps we focus on getting that report back on the Gantt work plan and beginning our conversation for outreach. Identifying further what it is that exactly we need. If there are additional speakers, we get them put on the future agenda so that we know what we can do and we can start planning, right? It sounds like there's this back and forth, like, we gotta build the plane while we're flying, and yet we still need a little bit more discussion or training. So let's figure that out at that meeting. And then from there on, if we agree with those 6 days, then we move to 2 days, Thursday, Friday, of every week of October. So the 8th and 9th, the 15th and 16th, the 22nd, 23rd, 29th, and 30th.
Except Thanksgiving weekend.
Yeah, just at least through October. Maybe by November we want to be, doing the outreach.
October, November, it's all the same.
Yeah, right.
On the 23rd to the 25th, could you also do contracts that need to be approved? Do you think you'd have time for that?
I didn't hear that. I'm sorry. It was
She's asking
on the
concerning
23rd.
Raul had left. Raul had suggested that we do contract continuation, and she's asking on that first date, will we have time? She wants us to interject that with the executive director. Commissioner Sinai?
The one thought that keeps coming up for me, with the executive director being our priority for the next meeting, if we have time, and I don't know which commissioners we'd want to invite, but hearing from past commissioners on what we should be looking for on the selection of the executive director might be helpful. That was just one of the things that kind of came up because it's such a critical role. I know we're in different times, but that was just one. I'm trying to do 2010, actually do work and learn. I'm just trying to balance all of that.
And you'd want to have that before you do your interviews.
And well, for me, I don't want to have that for executive director.
Okay.
I think we can make the decision without 2010. I do see there would be a lot of value in having 2010 testimony for a lot of other areas, but I don't want to slow the process. Commissioner Toledo, Commissioner Kennedy, Commissioner Peter? No?
I just wanted to get some guidance from council on, in terms of transparency and item, anytime we have a action item, there needs to be some communication to the public, and how specific do we have to be with our agenda items in order to be able to take action on the items?
Enough to know what it is that you're considering taking action on. For example, for the census, we put, I think the way we phrased it was census timetable and possible action, so that there'd be a range of actions you might take having to do with the census timeline. You decided letters, not litigation at this time, but at least people knew that you wanted to talk about the problems with the timing of the census. So enough that people will understand what you're going to be talking about.
Thank you. Next, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I actually would be fine with getting some input from the 2010 commissioners about the executive director position, but I would say we need to get that before we go into the closed session to develop the questions.
Commissioners Lee and Sadwani.
On that point, I'm wondering, Commissioner Turner, if you could say more about why you would rather not have that input?
Well, I think it slows the process, and I think there's enough of expertise here and have worked with executive directors, and we have the guidelines of what it is we're looking for. I think we've gone through that and we're in agreement that it's what we need. And I can't imagine how much more helpful and where I would make great changes about what we're looking for based on testimony of what was done in 2010, and we're in a whole different world for 2020.
I see. Thank you.
It's just a personal preference to move more than anything else. Commissioners Satwani, and I may have forgotten someone, and Commissioner Lamont.
Just as a compromise here, I'm wondering if, in order to continue the process moving forward, if we can formally request of any 2010 commissioner who would like that we seek their input, and if they could please provide any best practices, lessons learned, either written or as a short video that they could submit to, so that it's not like, you know, an arduous task. Even if they can just like do a quick video themselves and tell us like, here are the 5 things that we wish that we had that we didn't have, or something like that, you know, just to make it easy for them so that we can still get some of that feedback, but that we can continue the process moving.
Commissioner Lamont?
I was going to suggest something similar. I too don't want a presentation from 2010 on selecting an executive director. I think that we can do that. I think we have enough expertise in the room to do that. If they want to chime in at public comment and give us some caution for 2 minutes here and there, great. But to schedule that as a presentation, I personally don't see the need for that. There was something else, but I can't remember now.
Commissioner Yee and Fernandez?
Yeah, I think there's a question hanging on whether we could also consider the contract renewals at the first meeting in September. And I think it sounds like something we'd have to make time for, you know, whether or not we think it's comfortable. It's a matter of urgency. So I would say hopefully yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Fernandez and Anderson and Lamont?
Okay, I also agree in terms of, I feel we can move forward with the recruitment and interviewing process for the executive director without necessarily having feedback or receiving feedback from the 2010 commission. If they want to provide feedback, that's fine, but I do feel that all of us have enough experience in terms of what we believe that executive director position needs to encompass and what the duties and functions and hopefully what their experience will bring, or what the experience they should have. So that's just my opinion.
Thank you. Commissioner Anderson?
I also agree with the, I would like to invite them to bring information for us, the 2010, but I don't think we need to hold on it. I actually want to talk about the, as what Commissioner Yee just brought up, I feel that we really do have to deal with the contracts that are out there. And I think we have a few items which are holding us up on that, in that they're asking for additional information. And so I'm very concerned that if we do the executive director on those first 3 days, then we should put, I think we can try to address those items, those contracts, and I don't think we're going to get anywhere because we'll still say, I don't have enough information. So I'd like to get the experts for information on the agenda for line drawers, the videographer, and the language scheduled. And if you're not doing it in the first, the 25th, the 23rd, 24th, 23rd, 24th, 25th, then that should be on the 30th, 1 and 2.
I'm going to ask Commissioner Lamont, let me ask Raul, I don't know, is that the same agenda, is that the same contract continuation that you're thinking of?
Yes, in that there was an earlier discussion that the commission felt it would be helpful to have a workshop type of experience in terms of understanding the role and activities of working with the line drawer better.
Before you go there, Raul, what I meant, you listed that out as a completely separate item. But right before you left and you were rushing to do something,
right.
You said you'd want to make sure that we do continuation of contracts, interviews for executive director, a community engagement plan, and then workshops for line drawer and technical interact, something like you said. So I'm talking about the first bullet you started out with.
Right. One was the contract for recruiting employees, recruiting applicants.
So that would be the interagency agreement, and if that goes through before, it'll already have been either approved or disapproved by the chair and the subcommittee.
Right.
I was referring back to what you said.
Right, and
putting
and maybe because I left so fast, but what I was alluding to was that the commission had felt it couldn't move forward with a line drawing RFP, because there was a sense amongst members or commissioners of needing a better sense of what the line drawer does, as well as what as the engagement piece. And that's why I was saying, well, okay, make sure you're taking time to flesh out that engagement piece, and make sure you're taking time then to understand this line drawer thing, because that seems to be the prerequisites to moving forward with putting together a statement of work.
You understand that?
That's what I
thought you
meant.
mentioned something totally separate. Commissioner Lamont?
Just leave it too fast.
I want to reiterate my recommendation earlier of establishing a subcommittee to work with staff to prioritize and come up with an agenda. We all agree to live with it, knowing that they will do their very best with the dates that we have given to come up with something that makes sense from a priority standpoint, because I think, quite frankly, Raul and Marion have the best understanding as to what intersects what and what we need to do in kind of a sequence beyond our more altruistic stuff. So we'll get to that too, but for these next 6 days that we identified. Also, I want to nominate Commissioner Fornashari if he's open to it, because I think he wanted to be a part of the Gantt subcommittee, and I think he has that structural kind of thinking, and he has a good grasp of what it is that we want to do. And someone else working with him, I know he's on some other ones, but someone else working with him and Raul could whip out some agendas that we can live with.
You already had 2 people on the Gantt, Kennedy and...
No, I know. No, I'm not suggesting him to get on that. I know, I'm talking about the agenda subcommittee.
Okay.
Oh, I missed that. I guess that was part of the discussion. I apologize for having to take time away.
I've taken good notes.
As I understood it, Marion and I were to work with the outgoing chair and the incoming chair on developing the agenda, not a subcommittee.
I apologize. Okay, there we go. So maybe that's it then, Chair. Are you and the incoming chair comfortable moving forward and saying we got this, guys? And then if not, then let's zero in on what you need to be able to do that.
I've drafted while you all were talking, so I'll send something over to Raul soon.
Oh.
Beautiful, beautiful. Commissioners Anderson, Lee, and Sinai. And Vasquez, I'm sorry, Anderson, Vasquez, and Sinai.
Actually, I was going to bring up that very point that I think it's already the chair and vice chair that are those committee.
Okay, Commissioner Sinai.
Let me know if you need any of my notes. I can get it to you. I'd also want to make sure that on the next agenda, we do have an agenda item for the next meeting is to hear back about how do we do contracts or grants to nonprofits? How do we work with nonprofits? So that we have just have the clarity on how we would do that piece. And I would recommend, I know it's not going to work, but that we think about the line drawing workshop with the executive director. I mean, we're going to need to, just like the 6 and 8 needed to kind of bond through trading. I feel like, the executive director may need to connect, but that might not be as important. But since that's going to be a key player, and the executive director will be helping us facilitating that process of hiring them. But I do want the nonprofit piece. I think the sooner we know that information, that'll be one of the pieces that can help us.
Commissioner Sapwani.
Yeah, I totally support the plan where the chair and vice chair are coming up with our agenda. We have the Gantt subcommittee. I might suggest that we today identify at least an interim, even if it doesn't have to last forever, but an outreach and engagement committee of some sort, so that the chair and vice chair, as that's going to be moving, that there's a couple folks who can kind of think across meetings about what that plan will be. What I'm hearing is that that contract continuation, when it comes to language interpreters, line drawing in particular, that those are contingent on what we come up with regarding engagement and outreach to some extent, right? That we want to have some conversations there before we figure out that contracting part. So while, yes, it's something that needs to be on the agenda, it's going to have to be on the agenda long term. So at least from the planning standpoint of that, if there's a subcommittee kind of thinking about it as we're moving from one meeting to the next, and the chair and vice chair are changing, that subcommittee can kind of provide some broader oversight and continuation of that work so that we can continue to move it forward, if that makes sense.
Good idea.
Let me see if there are any volunteers. Commissioner Sinai? The Community Outreach, Community Engagement Subcommittee, any others?
I think Vasquez
Vasquez.
raising her hand.
Yep, I see her. And that is what happens. Your hand is right behind your name. It's me. And I like that. I looked up the yellow book too. That might be something we think about later. Unless it disappears. Okay. Commissioner Vasquez and Commissioner Sinai.
On the other subcommittees, excuse me a minute. On the other committees, you've had different subgroups. I don't know if you want to continue that practice or not.
That was a bit why I was tentative in raising my hand, but just because both Commissioner Sinai and I are both Democrats, I don't know if we wanted.
That's not required by law. It's just whether or not you want to have that as a policy.
And perhaps their first meeting, they can come back with some suggestions for subcommittees too, so we don't have to do it now. Commissioner Kennedy?
Madam Chair, it's 4:42. We've been telling the public since we started last week that there would be time for general comment on things not on the agenda. Plus, we need public comment on the discussion about the agenda. So I would suggest that we cut to public comment. If there isn't anyone waiting in line, we can continue our discussion. But I really want them to have the opportunity before we adjourn. And we have to break in 20 minutes. Even if we continue after that, we have to break in.
Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy. I appreciate that. We have a pretty good framework of what we're going to do over the next 3 days. We have subcommittees that's going to create the agenda, well, the chair, vice chair, the agenda, and we have a subcommittee now that also is going to work on the beginning of community engagement, and hopefully they'll come back and suggest subcommittees if need be. And so we'll go to public comment. Commissioner Fernandez, really quickly.
Yes, it'll be quick. I just want to make sure Commissioner Sodwani had thrown out some dates, and we didn't really discuss it. So, I mean, I'm fine with the dates. I just want to make sure everybody else was good with the dates as well. So,
can we review those again really quick? Sorry.
It's the 23rd, 24th, and 25th, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, 2 weeks out. The following week, same thing, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. That's September 30th, October 1st, October 2nd. And then from there, I believe the suggestion was moving to Thursday, Friday, the 8th and 9th of the following weeks. Okay, good.
It was all the Thursday, Fridays in October, I believe, right? So 8, 9, 15, 16, 22, 29, 30.
Yes, Commissioner Kutagawa.
I'm sorry, I cannot do Thursdays, Fridays on a regular basis, and it's particularly the 8th and 9th. I'm completely out of pocket on those dates. I'm also out of pocket on the 30th and the 1st. I have standing engagements that I can't move, but the week of September 23rd through the 25th, I know I can do. If it were the week of, I could do prior to the 8th and 9th, so that October 5th, 6th, or 7th I could do, but I cannot do the 8th and 9th.
Okay, and what a couple of things. I know we've said before that we have a commission of 14, and as long as we have a quorum, we still can move forward. So there may be some meetings that we'll miss. The importance of at least saying it is because we don't want to end up at a time when everyone is thinking someone else is going to be there. And I'm only bringing that up because to that end, the week of the 30th, 1st and 2nd, there's a good possibility that I may not be there. It's like my 42nd anniversary, and I don't know yet if I'm really leaving out of town or not. So that would be only 2. We'd still have a quorum. But again, this is why potentially we might want an idea if people aren't going to be there, so we don't schedule meetings and then we get down to our 9. Maybe it won't happen, but just lift me
And you
up.
need a special 9 if you're going to be voting on an executive director.
Commissioner Anderson?
I was just going to say, but I know we're going then Thursday, Friday. Is it more flex? Is it better for people if we try to go Wednesday, Thursday? Because that often opens up Fridays. For often, I know people have standing arrangements already on Fridays. Does that help anyone if it's Tuesday or Wednesday, Thursday?
Commissioners Lamont and Taylor?
I just have another question. Would it be, how do people feel about alternate, meaning like a Tuesday, Thursday, or Monday, Wednesday? Does it have to be 2 days in a row? I think that ends up being a little bit more challenging for myself personally, is when I'm missing blocks of time. I mean, I'm making it work now, but for an ongoing basis, be gone 3-4 days in a row, maybe, I don't know. And then the other question is, are half days possible, just out of curiosity? Like, because if we take right the middle of the whole day, like 9:30 to 4:30 is the full day. But if, I don't know about that part. And I know this is probably the worst time to be raising these questions.
One real quick thing about half days versus full days. It takes the same amount of contractor work to get started and going for a half day as it does for a full day. So once you got them engaged, keep them there for the 8 hours.
Thank you. Commissioner Taylor?
Yeah, I think I was going to mimic Commissioner Lamont's. I see the cost efficiency that's required for a half day, so that might have to be tabled. But do we have to get into a set pattern of, can we alternate for those of us that make room in the front? Can we move the next meeting to the end of the week, possibly? So that way you can just, maybe we can capture more people if they're amending schedules.
Okay. So you said move it to the end of the week. So are we talking about the ensuing and the continuous days? Are we okay on the 23rd, 24th, 25th for the 2 weeks out? Okay. And then the following week, is that what we want to change, or do we want to do the second week of the same thing?
If I think, in just a suggestion, if we did the 23rd, the 24th, and the 25th, and let's say that we still did the 30th, the 1st, and the 2nd, I think we should consider, for those of us that are still working and run out of here to work when we get off, maybe the 5th, 6th, and 7th of the following week to where we can move. We can hide those hours somewhere else in the week.
Okay. And so,
yes.
Okay.
Would we need 5th, 6th, and 7th? Because then ultimately that's 1, 2, 3, that's 6 days in a row again.
Yeah.
No, it's just suggesting a format more than it was suggesting of those days. Just the movement.
Friday. Commissioner Cuthbert? Yeah. Commissioner Cuthbert?
Yeah, and I appreciate what Commissioner Taylor just said too, because I know for me, I understand about, knowing that we're not always going to have full participation, but I already know that Thursdays and Fridays on at least until the end of the year are going to be out for me. So I know that having that flexibility is great. I would also ask, do we need to do 3 days in a row too? Because I definitely appreciate what Commissioner Taylor said about trying to find ways to hide the time. And 3 days is kind of hard to hide for, multiple weeks.
Well, okay, so what we said was 3 days over the next 2 weeks, and then we'll go to the 2 days, the Monday, Tuesday, or how about Tuesday, Wednesday? So we'll have a day off, and then Tuesday, Wednesday, the 6th and 7th.
Right.
Commissioners Sinai and Fernandez.
I think one of the reasons that there's longer days, that you can always subtract a day, but you can never add a day. And so that's why our agenda was 8 days. And even when they were doing the selection process, they always had much longer agendas than they needed. I also want to remind us all, and I work, and if I'm not working with my clients, I'm not getting paid. But we did make a commitment, and we were asked over and over again if we did have the time to do this commission and if we could give the time. And so we do need to balance both, but we need to keep in mind that right now there's a lot going on. So we just need to figure out, as we said, we're not always going to have all 14.
Commissioner Fernandez?
We need to move to public comment.
Yes, and I completely understand that piece of it, but for me, I can work any day of the week in terms of for the commission, but I would say the beginning part of the week is easier for me, like the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday versus the Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And again, I don't expect anyone to tailor a schedule or a calendar based on that, because I can make it work. I'm just saying that maybe we need to see what the other commissioners' abilities are, or if something's better or not. Something works better or not.
I want to caution us, we have to go to public comment. Commissioner Sapwani?
Can I give some dates?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me what y'all think, or don't tell me what y'all think, I don't know. Here's what I'm thinking. We stick to 3 days, September 23rd, 24th, 25th. The focus there is the executive director. We continue the next 3 days, September 30th, October 1st, October 2nd, with a focus there on the outreach and engagement, and also hearing that Gantt plan. And then from there on.
No.
Oh,
I'm sorry. I didn't realize I was on.
Go ahead, Commissioner Sapwani, complete, please.
okay. And then I was just going to say, why don't we take that week of October 5th and not meet then? And then starting the week of the 12th, just to kind of put variety in our schedules, why don't we start Monday, Tuesday, October 12th and 13th? The following week, we do the 20th and 21st, which is Tuesday, Wednesday. And that last week of October, we do the 28th and 29th, which is Wednesday, Thursday. So that we're hitting different days throughout the weeks. Yep, there's a pattern. Hopefully we can accommodate as many people as possible. I'm not wedded to that. I'm just hearing everybody and trying to move us forward.
Is the Columbus Day a holiday for anybody on the 12th? No? Okay.
Sorry, I didn't notice that.
I just don't even know if it's a real
The
holiday.
state doesn't take Columbus Day anymore, do they?
Okay.
Is that a state holiday?
Perfect.
Not
I don't know,
anymore.
I was just asking. Okay,
No,
beautiful. Okay, let's go to public comment. Ryan, do we have any public comment waiting?
We do, and ladies and gentlemen, as a reminder, if you'd like to enter the public comment, we invite you to press 1 then 0 on your telephone keypad. Please spell your name prior to making your comment for the record. And first we turn to the line of Rosalind Gold. Please go ahead, your line is now open.
Thank you so much. It's Rosalind, R-O-S-A-L-I-N-D. The last name is Gold, G-O-L-D, Chief Public Policy Officer with the Naleo Educational Fund. Commissioners, just want to first quickly thank you for the incredible and tireless work you've done the last 2 weeks. Your commitment is extremely inspiring, and we appreciate your dedication. We're also delighted to see that outreach and public engagement has been identified as a priority. We just would hope that any structured dialogue about public and community engagement that happens at the next set of meetings that you talked about, September and early October, is just seen as the beginning of that dialogue. Many of you have noted that we are faced with a lot of uncertainties in the public health environment. I know our own organization, who has been doing Census 2020 outreach basically in the course of 3 days, had to switch a outreach plan that had a lot of face-to-face and public meetings into one that was virtual. And so that public health environment is changing. We're learning a lot of things, and we'll be learning a lot of things about the software that will be used, but we don't know all about it right now. And so we are going to need to calibrate the outreach that we do as community groups with regard to these developments and the recommendations we make about decisions. So we would like to, again, see this as an ongoing dialogue, even if it's one that's structured. And again, we recognize that there are points where you folks are going to have to make definitive decisions about certain things. And, I've noted the discussion about what coming up with a timeline. But we just hope that, if there is a structured dialogue about community engagement in the upcoming meetings, that we have more than one bite of the apple, for lack of a better word, in regard to that discussion. Thank you so much again for your thoughtfulness and your responsiveness to community input throughout the process so far, and we look forward to continuing the dialogue with you. Thank you so much.
Before you get off,
Yeah.
go ahead, Commissioner Smart.
Ms. Gold, this is Patricia Sinai. I had a question on the community groups, and you were talking about recalibrating. Do you all have funding? I mean, I know you're planning, but do you have funding for doing some of that outreach? Is that in your guys' plans? Because I know there's so much going on with the census, elections, and redistricting.
Yes, some groups have funding for census. Some groups have funding for census and voter engagement. Some groups have funding for census, voter engagement, and redistricting. So it really differs from group to group. That is just going to depend on the individual group as well as different collaboratives. So yes, I can say for our organization, a collaborative of funders has provided us with funding not only for our census work, but also for mobilizing the community for redistricting, as well as working on unity mapping. But again, that differs from group to group.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Commissioner Yee, did you have a question for the caller?
No.
Okay, we're going to go to the next public comment, please.
Thank you. And next we turn to the line of Kimberly Coles. Please go ahead.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kimberly Coles, Coles, and I just wanted to, like all the other callers, appreciate you, but I've so enjoyed getting to know each of you through your personal and sort of professional styles, and wish that we could all be in the audience so that you could also see us. I'm calling specifically on a few things, but to follow up on your excellent dialogue and what I suspect will be a sustained dialogue on how to maintain your professional selves in this sort of new role that you're taking on as public servants. And the issues of COVID-19 are going to remain with you and be something you have to navigate. But I'd like to specifically bring up Dr. Swadwani's specific concern of her need as a professor and the professional obligation and responsibility to publish. I wonder if it would be useful to learn more about Dr. Swadwani's current and planned research projects and how they might intersect with the TRC, and specifically any protocols of human subjects research that she might need to follow. And that may not be relevant, or maybe it is. Public officials are classified under what's called exempt, but it doesn't mean that there aren't other obligations. And she knows this, and so I'm not trying to school her at all, but rather sort of think about that broadly, because it is, there are specific ethical or responsibilities, and I know all of you face this, but that's something that maybe we should all learn more about. And I also wanted to uplift the sort of ideas that Commissioner Sinead was talking about in terms of inclusion and inviting people in, and including people who are perhaps the critics and the people who are, out to get you. But I've been so pleased with your dialogues and thinking about the RFQs instead of RFPs, and being innovative with community outreach and Maleo and working with nonprofits. So thank you very much. And those are my comments for today.
Thank you, Ms. Cole, we appreciate it. And Commissioner Sadwani, you can follow up later with the suggestions or just the kind of the comments. Do we have another caller?
We have no further questions in queue at this time.
Commissioner Kupagawa and then Commissioner Yee.
I think I just wanted to come back to what we left off at before the public comment. I know that Commissioner Sadwani said, I think the first week would be the executive director interviews, and then following that would be the community engagement and other topics that we had in mind. On that one, I thought it was the opposite. I thought that where we left off the discussion is that we would talk about some of the things related to dealing with the contracts and then go to the executive director interviews the following week. I do like the idea, I will confess, I do like the idea of taking a break and perhaps going 2 weeks and taking a break, maybe using that as a cadence, maybe go then take that break, go 2 weeks, then take another break the week of the 28th, and then start up again afterwards. That's just an idea that I would like to just put out for consideration too as an alternative.
Okay, thank you. And on the agenda, I think that the capturing between staff and myself and Commissioner Ahmad, we'll order that in the way that the discussion held today. Commissioners, Yee, please.
Yeah, so here we are doodling all the dates. Wondering if we could just press towards a decision by looking at the dates Commissioner Sawani put out as, we'll call that option A. Option B, I'm wondering instead of September 30 to October 2nd, whether some of the commissioners would be better with October 5, 6, 7. Because I think later in the week was harder for some. So can we call that option B? And then somehow press to a decision here.
Commissioners, we have option A and B on the table. Commissioner Toledo.
I'm just wondering if maybe between Raul and the committee, whether this can be done offline.
Well, I think we have to say it. Don't we have to determine here to be able to set it for public or no?
I don't believe so, but the last meeting wasn't done in a public setting. It was done, but maybe I'm wrong. So
the
maybe
staff just picked it arbitrarily
council.
because you weren't meeting yet. We had to get you started, so we just picked it. But you should pick it,
We should pick it. Okay.
or you should delegate it to your chair to pick it
So the chair has the ability to pick it then,
if you decide that.
and the chair would be able to work with Raul to get dates and such, right?
Yes.
We have two choices on the table. Can't we just quickly go and see if we can come up with?
Sure, and that's.
Okay, Commissioner Swiftwani.
Oh, I'm fine with either option A or B. I just feel like we're all here, and for me personally, I'm not wedded to any of the dates. I'm fine with anything. I just wanted to give us something to react to. But for me personally, the more we can, I can put it on my calendar, then I can commit the time. If we leave here and we don't have a plan, things get really busy for me, and I want to prioritize this. So to the extent that we can calendar it, it would be better for me.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, Commissioner Anderson?
In terms of Plan A versus Plan B, they're not exactly consistent in that, or maybe I'm misinterpreting, but for clarification, the first one is the 3 days, and then on the Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, then the Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then it's staggering every 2 days sort of after that, where B is the 3rd, 24th, 25th, and then is it skip? And then go 5, 6, 7?
That's right.
But then what?
Then the rest of October as in Plan A. That was 12, 13, 20, 21, 28, 29.
Okay. Could I make a C?
Sure.
Just if group wants to go, and again, I'm actually quite flexible with time. So, but if we do the 23rd, 24th, 25th, we can either go, say, figure A, the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. The 30th, sorry. The first 2 weeks, the Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Then, rather than doing a bunch of staggering, I'd say, let's just schedule Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and do 2 of those. Because I think that we have to schedule 3 days.
We do not have to schedule 3, no.
Then I would propose Tuesday, Wednesday from then on.
Thank you, Commissioner Ahmad. So that's a C choice. Commissioner Ahmad.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to propose option D. Just kidding. I think we all agree on 23rd to the 25th. Yeah?
Yes.
We can? Okay, so what I had on the draft was September 30th to October 2nd, which seems to present some issues for some folks, and I understand, like, we all have other things going on, life happens. If we can just agree on that next meeting, it would be really helpful in terms of figuring out even the schedule moving forward, because theoretically, we would have selected our executive director. And that person could help us figure out scheduling moving forward as well. The only thing that I am thinking of is if the candidates are not available to interview on the 23rd to the 25th, do we want to push that out potentially another 2 weeks for interviews?
What time is our required break, staff?
Our caption people say it's okay if you guys want to finish your scheduled discussion.
Oh, beautiful caption people. Thank you. Commissioner Fernandez and Sinai.
Okay, I just want to clarify that if we hold interviews the 23rd to the 25th and we select someone, you still go through, you want to check references, you're going to be negotiating a salary, so it's not like they're going to be able to start right away. And then also, if we wait until that day to set the date for the next meeting, now we're another 2 weeks out again. So I'm just, so even if we select an executive director, and Raul, you can correct me if wrong, but I would be surprised if they could start within 2 weeks. I'm thinking more of a month later, we might actually get somebody that we can appoint, I guess, at that point.
You could appoint them as early as hire them on Monday, check references, negotiate Tuesday, Wednesday, and get them in place on the Thursday.
Well, that's of course if they don't have to give notice to their current employer. And for the most part, most people would give 2 weeks, I would hope. So
True that.
That's why I'm saying it's probably going to be at least 2 weeks. I would think from when you interview and select, at least 2 weeks to when they could start. So I mean, that kind of throws.
Yeah, I took it in terms of things that you control.
Let me say this. Can we make our comments really succinct at this point and not reiterate? So let's just speak what we want to say and drop it. Don't add anything extra to it, just for this part of the conversation so we can narrow these dates down. Commissioner Sinai?
I heard what Commissioner Ahmad was saying, but I want to go back to what Commissioner Sadwani was saying, and it fits. I have clients who I've said I've put on hold right now on what we can do because I don't know my schedule. So for me, ideally, I thought we would be having a calendared out through December. But so if we could just stick to the A and B, that would be great for right now.
Okay. Great. A being 23rd, 24th, 25th, 30th, 1st, and 2nd, And the A was then going from the 5th, 6th, 6th, 7th, 7th, 8th, the whole bit. The B was the first, Commissioner, you were a B. Was it the first 6 days the same, or did you already change it to Monday?
It was 23, 24, 25, then October 5, 6, 7.
Okay.
And then the staggered days.
Staggered from there. Okay. Commissioners, we don't have to do we need a motion and all that, or can we just agree?
You can just agree.
Okay, commissioners.
You should get a sense of the commission and then you can set it.
So let's see, A, those that think they're interested in A, can you just kind of hold your hand in front of the counter? Let me see.
Who can do A, who can do B? Because some of us can do either, right? So.
Okay, yes, thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, A. Okay, who can do B? 9. B. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, we're gonna go B. Okay, so B, so we'll set our schedule as September 23rd, 24th, 25th, as October 5th, 6th, and 7th. And then from there, we will stagger Monday, Tuesday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Thursday, Friday. And the only thing that did not take into consideration was Commissioner.
Sorry, could we please clarify on, it goes 5, 6, 7, and then does it go?
It does not, yes, 5, 6, 7, then it goes 12, 13.
Okay. It starts on the Monday, then the following week, not the
right. And the only thing we did not clarify in that, Commissioner Kutagawa, I think it was asking for a break in between after the 6 days. But the scheduling, that pattern is exactly what we've agreed to. And so that means that the week of the 11th, we will not meet, and then we'll start the scheduling, okay?
We said 12, 13, 20, 21, 28, 29. I don't think we said the Thursday, Friday after, which would be November 6, 7, I think, or 5, 6.
Well, what I was addressing was Commissioner, I think Akutagawa had also requested that there be a week break at some point after. And we can do that, or we don't need to do that. But I did not want to not address it. Commissioner Toledo.
I was just, in an effort to try to move this forward, B sounds fine, and to me at least, I don't know about the other commissioners, and perhaps if there's a need to shift it a little bit, empowering you and empowering you to make any necessary changes, if there's issues with scheduling of the executive director committees or anything else that might come arise. We don't know. There might be a national disaster or something, right? So we'll empower you to work with staff to do that, right?
Okay, and the chair
I'd be
will do
comfortable
that.
with that.
Perfect. Commissioner Vasquez?
Yes, so just to clarify, we do have a week in between the 23rd, 24th, 25th.
Mm-hmm.
There's a week, and then 5, 6, 7, correct?
That's right.
Okay, so.
Yeah, I think yes, that's fine. Commissioner Lamont?
2 things. I didn't know my mic was open, so I apologize for that outburst. And then number 2 is, just when you guys are looking at the agenda, hopefully we don't have to use all 3 days to interview, that we could probably try to truncate it, hopefully. So that is one thing.
Thank you. Let's open one more time for public comment before we go, because we said at the end of the meeting, and this is the end of the meeting. Ryan, do we have anyone waiting in queue?
We have no one waiting in queue at this time.
Thank you.
I don't think we heard from Raul whether there's anything still open.
Yes, he said there is nothing still open. I did hear from him. Thank you. Okay, so at this moment, our very successful first meeting is adjourned.
I want to just recognize you, though, Commissioner. This is so long.
Thank you. Great job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, yep, thank you all.